Seconds remain. They can taste it. They can see the trophy. The money is falling from the skies, but no more time is left, and GMU are your Boost on the Beach champions.
We are so back, family. Welcome to the second annual Boost on the Beach. We're coming live from the world famous out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's a little rainy, but it's totally fine because we can feel your grace. We can feel your glory coming to us here. We are so excited to bring it back as we come to you with 12 teams, an expanded field. George Mason's gonna have to defend their title against countries from teams across the country. $5,000 prize pool is on the line, and most importantly, to host that Boost on the Beach trophy. It is going to be so exciting. Our group play kicks off today. They'll be vying for seeding. Over to my role models and the two most handsome men that I know, Xander and Bearlight. Go ahead and take this thing away, fellas.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to the world-famous hangout here at Broadway at the beach. Boy, what a weekend of Rocket League do we have for you guys today and tomorrow. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined by the one and only Bearlight. Bearlight, you ready?
100%. I mean, when we talk about this event, it's always the best in collegiate Rocket League, which I'm all about here. I mean, I've been in this scene for quite a while, and to see this level of talent come out to the beautiful hangout in Myrtle Beach is something that's spectacular to me. I can't wait to get talking about these teams because it's going to be something incredibly special here today.
And talk about a unique setting that we have for this event. You and I alone are up on stage in the middle of a restaurant. The players, we can go around and tussle their hair if we want to. We won't, but we could if we wanted to. And boy, this is such an amazing place, and this is the calmest it will be all day before we actually open for business. But we've got some really hot Rocket League coming up, and I want to talk about the groups that we've got ahead of us. So, taking a look, Bear Light, talk us through what we got here.
And in Group A, I mean, top two, we see right off the bat, right? But we'll get to them in just a little bit because we have them as our first matchup, Harrisburg and West Virginia. So let's start with Syracuse and Northeastern, these two teams returning. In fact, UNCC and Clemson as well returning from last year as well. So these four teams here, starting off with Clemson, this team is confident coming in for sure. I mean, they have young talent first. Masao and chosen freshmen coming in. Canovo actually graduated from the second team, the B team, to the main team. This will be his first LAN experience here today, which I thought was super cool. How is he going to handle those nerves is always the question that comes to mind first.
100%. And of course, Syracuse being one of the only teams that's returning their roster from last year. So it's going to be cool to see how they utilize some of that experience from last year and try and get a repeat performance here against what is arguably a much more stacked field that we have. But we may as well take a look at our premier matchup to kick off Boost on the Beach 2024. Boy, what a banger do we have for you folks. First of all, let's take a look at Harrisburg. Boy, oh boy. Tell me about these players.
100%. These are three talented individuals in Harrisburg. Not afraid to go international, by the way. Polar joins us from England and moved across the pond not too long ago. Next as well from Germany, the 24-year-old freshman, which is pretty rare coming in. But listen, he's a freestyler. He was pogoing in the intro here. I saw him out here in warm-ups. So mechanics, yes. Able to contribute, yes. And then T. Carell, of course, here from North America. We've seen him plenty of times, whether it be with Ghost Gaming, his 2-year stint as well with Susquehanna Sonics. So he's got that top-level RLCS experience too. So definitely a stack of three that any team should be concerned with.
100%. And you talking about experience, Polar in our pregame interview, 6 for 6 at lands. I mean, look out. he's trying to get to 7 for 7 today.
What he's saying is he's got a target on his back. That's what he's telling
me. That's exactly what he's broadcasting, everyone, or we are.
But Polar is, I mean, let's talk about his experience here because he's played with Abjack when he was with Stormtroopers, moving over to Rex.gg. He's got that experience at the top level as well. On the EU side, which I might upset some people here in North America, but EU is more competitive at the moment, so to see him at that level is incredibly impressive. And Rex now just joining the competitive side after being that freestyler, like we mentioned. It is a stack of three that nobody wants to deal with.
100%. And we could go all day about the accolades of Harrisburg, but we've got a team across the stage that we got to touch on. WVU. This team is an absolute threat at the collegiate level and the professional level. Tell me about them, Bear Light.
All began in 2023. The CCA Summer Series is when this roster came into being, but it was Angel that kicked us off when West Virginia was new into the Rocket League scene, and he took the stage by storm himself, joining the fall of 2022 and then working at to the World Championship status for West Virginia. I mean, talk about leading this team. He was a part of it. Daunt and Tool would join later. Tool actually part of his pro team that reached RLCS with Team Incorrect. So they've got experience together. They've got chemistry. And then bringing in the young talent of Daunt as well, 18 years old. Also made RLCS in the same split as Incorrect. So all three members of West Virginia. What a story that is, that they were able to compete all as a trio. Maybe not on the same team, but at the RLCS level. That's pretty cool.
Now we hear from them, it's their third LAN of the year. The first LAN that they were taking a part in was the Hugh Fest Invitational, right? 10-0 in groups. So if groups are that important to get a good seeding moving on into elimination bracket tomorrow, this is a team that knows how to get the job done. Their second LAN of the year, well, it's something called the Naystar League Varsity Premier Natty. And they got the job done there too. So We've got the third LAN of the year, Boost on the Beach 2024. They're facing a lot of the same players, a lot of the same teams. I mean, what a stacked squad that we've got.
100%. I mean, on the Harrisburg side, it's stacked. West Virginia as well. So Harrisburg, I know you told me before we started off, before we kicked off, that maybe you favor them. Talk a little bit about what their coach said, because they're pretty confident walking in, even against teams like West Virginia.
Well, 100%. Either team here, right out of the gates, has to either get a loss or a win. You want the win, but how quickly can the coaching staff turn your mindset around if you do suffer that early LAN loss? The first matchup of the day, of the LAN. Well, the coaching staff has something to help with. So we talked to Nico before the event, and he says that they are coaching with a focus to adapting to the task at hand, right? And if you take that loss early on, how quickly can you get your team ready to maybe get ready for one of these teams that aren't necessarily talked about in the top 4 that we're discussing, right? And if they're able to quickly turn around, then they may not get a trap game.
Yeah.
Because they can still come out with a number 2 seed if they do take that loss. And number 2 seed is going to put them in a really good spot in the bracket. They'll still get that bye. So it'll be good looking for them.
Especially in the group stage where it's going to be a best of 3 versus the traditional best of 5. Trying to get through matches here. Best of 3 is so cutthroat. You have to be early. You don't get that luxury of having early games to feel out your opponents. Yes, you'll take game 1 to do just that. Luckily for these 2 teams kicking off, they know each other very well. So, like, it's not going to matter as much. But as you go through the day, if you do have that loss, and it could happen to just about everybody in this type of format, that's why you have to be ready. You have to be prepared. I get it. We're all gamers here. It's super early. But don't be snoozing, all right? Hit that alarm clock, get up here to Myrtle Beach here at the Hangout, and get going early. That's the key to success for all of these teams here today.
Yeah, something that you had mentioned actually was potentially one of these other teams catching one of these top teams by surprise, right? There is no time to feel them out. You've got to come out swinging early. You get your most aggressive player to start making plays early on, and you ride off of that momentum. For WVU, obviously, we're going to be looking at probably Tool or Daunt to start taking some of that stage, with Angel maybe being a facilitator. And over on Harrisburg, I mean, you're looking at Polar, you're looking at Nex. These two, well, you got the freestyler, you got the undefeated at lands. These guys are ready.
Do they take the series in your eyes? Is that your prediction? You have Harrisburg here.
I think I got Harrisburg here.
You do.
Why you look so shocked?
It's interesting. Like, they're a great team. Don't get me wrong. But here's why West Virginia is going to win this series.
Okay.
All right? I got to spit it out. All right. This team is absolutely stacked. 7-0 in NACE regular season this season. That was 18-5 in games played. Not to mention they've been absolutely stacked since that CCA summer series and have been playing ever since. In CRL, let's give you a few more stats here. In the goal department, Angel, Tool, and Daunt, respectively, 53, 55, 52. And assists, 42, 38, 46. Anybody can get it done in any place on the pitch, and they can catch anybody by surprise. They've got so much versatility. That's why I say that West Virginia is going to inch out this game against Harrisburg.
Those are pretty hard stats to argue with, to be honest. But you know what? We're going to find out right now which one of you or I are right. This is honestly a coin flip. Who shows up today early on Saturday morning? Is it going to be Harrisburg? Is it going to be WVU? We're finding out right now, ladies and gentlemen. Boost on the Beach 2024 kicking off right now.
No better matchup to start off with as well here in Group A. We'll get to Group B a little bit later, but these 2 teams are ready for it. We saw them warming up. We know that they're inching even higher and higher in the energy department as well, but you gotta calm those nerves. This is a live environment. Sure, it's not loud yet, but it will be down the line, and they want that hot start in this best of 3. And we kick off now. Game number 1, 5 minutes on the clock. Boost on the Beach 2024 begins right now.
Oh, Bearlight, I am thrilled for this one. Let's see who's able to come out early on.
Right off the bat, you see Demos there at midfield as Harrisburg will turn on this one. Easily handled here in the corner by Angel, and he'll kick this out to midfield. Was intending to find Daunt there at midfield, but Harrisburg, they are wise to it now, and Daunt will play over the wall. He's got room to work with now. Next, the last one back, and he'll handle it with ease here in the corner. Actually a mishap, but they do clean it up. As it will go to midfield here, and Tool will turn it in. Right now, both teams have had offensive possession time, but just as we expected, lots of defense, no real true chances have developed yet.
Well, you always harp to me, defense wins championships early on. So if we're seeing a defensive struggle here, that's because both of these teams are top tier. They're not going to want to give up any ground whatsoever, and a goal even much less.
Next already showing off those mechanics here from basically his own side. Shot taken. Ticarel followed up by Nex. Nex set it up, took it all the way down the pitch. And then he also finished it as Polar was able to cause some chaos and Ticarel with the assist.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there for Angel, trying to come off the corner there and just ball slipping right by. Early goal for Harrisburg, setting the tone for this match. Let's see how West Virginia responds.
And I talked to Don before this in an interview with West Virginia that I had, and Don was saying that he's trying to develop as a player, and he's done just that with some RLCS experiences. But right now, you can tell the nerves getting to him a little bit. Next, that's his second goal of game number 1 in a 2-0 lead here for Harrisburg.
I mean, we talk about Nex coming from the freestyle game, right? This is one of his first forays into the competitive side of things. And boy, what a start. First 2 goals, 2/3 of the way to a hat trick here in our opening matchup.
Yeah, we were talking, Ticarel, Polar, they've got the competitive experience. Nex is coming in as a freestyler. He's the one getting it done right now in the goal department. They got to find a way to shut him down, right? You got to take away that space. They operate there. But Don had some space of his own. We'll press in the corner now as Angel left watching it in the backtrack here too. Ticarel already on it, bumped off it. Polar shot taken, can't get to it. 3-0 Harrisburg.
Wow, let him cook. Off the left side here, Ticarel, beautiful pass. Polar taking advantage, and an absolute blistering shot right over the shoulder of Don.
Yeah, Don caught on that back wall. It's very difficult once you're at that level to elevate yourself even further. They found that extra space, and that's what Harrisburg's really been doing well, is those little tiny details where West Virginia has been a little bit iffy. Been able to do it. Now a bump returns a favor. Don out in front, off 2 posts. Wasn't able to get it done, and Polar will try to control here. It does a great job. West Virginia, they finally get some life, but weren't able to finish.
That's all right. Sometimes it's plays like that that get you started. Yeah, you're down 3-0, but you've got 3 minutes left in game number 1 here. And plays like that, showing that you can develop pressure on the pitch is huge. But already, pressure again on the Harrisburg net.
I like the decision making there from Don to fall back. He was going to be beat to that by Harrisburg. You're West Virginia. You still have 2:40 left in this one, so you can't call it here in game number 1, especially when Angel is carrying it over the entirety of your team. Luckily, next stay put. Here's Polar to clear the zone as well. Harrisburg does not like to spend time in their own end. They're very efficient getting it from their own half to the other side.
Oh, absolutely. The passing game on point. And with Nex, this wild card, you kind of just let him take over the game at some point, right? They're facilitating him getting the ball, and Polar's doing a great job also finishing up at least one there to put them up 3-0. Now 2 minutes left on the clock. West Virginia, yes, still technically plenty of time, but they're running out here as now 60% through the clock on this one. They're going to want to get a goal here fast.
If you ignore the first couple minutes, which you can't do on the scoreboard, then for the remainder of the series, at the very least, I like the decision making. It's really been amping up for West Virginia. You see them playing more patient. You see them allowing the play to come to them to some degree. Now, you don't want to do that too often when you have Nex on the other side, but they have been making the right decisions to not catch themselves off guard. But right now, left on a platter. Polar will take that all day long. He says, I'm farming an A right now, 4-0 for Harrisburg.
I mean, look at this. Half shot, or halfway field. Oh, I don't even know. I'm just so amazed. Next takes the shot from half field. It goes off the crossbar. Polar is going to eat that up, 100%.
Gotta get that touch.
Blistering shot.
Of course it happens right when I was talking about the great decision making by West Virginia. Of course it would.
Well, you can't cover that, right? It's coming in so hot, hits the crossbar at a perfect angle for Polar to take advantage. Now 4-0 in favor of Harrisburg.
Angel, that's a good setup though. Shot taken, back wall covered by Ticarel. Was credited with the save, so it was technically on target there. Falling back here, West Virginia. I mean, your goals shift here suddenly in game number 1 to, hey, we still have time to win this thing, to, hey, we need to put a goal on the board here and then talk. That pass just a little bit too odd to handle as well from Soul. He'll try to tap it back. Back pass, but Ticarel is already there. He'll pop it high. Angel was up so quickly. Tries to get this extra touch, but it just kind of found its way to the back wall. Ticarel will do the rest with an extra demo to kill more time. Now it'll be Polar stepping up 5-0 from Harrisburg. I'm going to tell you, Xander, not what I expected, but I love to see it.
Well, you know, games like this with teams of this caliber, you're going to see a game like this and you're going to turn around and it's going to be a 0-0 struggle in game 2 going to overtime for golden goal.
Yep.
West Virginia is going to have the right coaching to turn this right back around in game number 2. Clearly at this point a little bit out of grasp with 42 seconds left on the clock. Harrisburg has really just turned up the momentum basically from minute 1 and been piling it on. Their defense absolutely spectacular, but West Virginia, like you said, just trying to get a goal on the board, get some momentum going before we reset the clock.
And that's exactly right, because no matter if Harrisburg gets this next one, which almost happened, Tool was able to make a big save there, but no matter if you lose 5-0, 6-0, 12-0, doesn't matter. It's game 1's over, right? And they do get that goal on the board here. Todd's the first one to do it. As he took it from midfield here, T. Carell was just up to challenge, and the dunk works. I mean, it didn't look exactly pretty, but the dunk is there nonetheless, and it'll maybe spark some future goals here for West Virginia.
100%. What does that do to the mentals of West Virginia and really just getting something through, right? Even if they're able to get maybe even a second one through, they go, oh, okay.
Yep.
We are ready for game number 2 because, like you said, best of 3s. There is almost no time to figure out what the other team is doing. We know what Harrisburg's doing. They're scoring goals.
They are. They're winning games. Right now, off the bat, like we said, best of 3. Harrisburg takes game number 1 here at Boost on the Beach 2024. And looked good doing it, man. Dominant performance overall. It was next kicking us off with the goal scoring, but everybody involved here. T. Carell had some big moments there. Polar had a couple of goals that really showed his true nature of goal scoring, and really a well-balanced effort that I was talking about West Virginia having. Well, Harrisburg, of course, they've got it as well.
Smiles on their faces, some stretches.
Yep.
All right, we're just getting started here today. Polar, making sure to stay hydrated because there's a lot of Rocket League to be played today.
Long day. A lot of talent here as well. This might be their toughest score. In fact, it is their toughest matchup on paper.
On paper, 100%.
For the rest of the day. So they came ready to play. Can West Virginia answer here? Game number 2 will be that testing ground. Will we be able to bounce back and give them a run for their money? Because, I mean, this is a team that we had maybe 3rd in our power rankings. So West Virginia, where's your answer? I want to see it right here, right now.
What, whether or not West Virginia is going to be able to come back? I mean, we've talked time and time again that between a lot of these top teams, it is a mere coin flip, and it's really comes down to how quickly they can reset.
Yeah.
A team with this much experience, able to reset. I think we go to game 3.
I love it. I've already changed their minds. In
Who
the pregame
wins
talk,
that?
honestly.
I don't know, okay? But
No, that's fair. Harrisburg a chance to close out. Game number 2 has started. And West Virginia, Angel looking for Tool, but that one's right all the way by Polar. That I've seen this combination too many times in RLCS. I know what to expect here. I just jumped in the way as T-Girl will try to take it from here. That was a quick catch and flick. I'll get it past one member of the defense. That just falls back to next. I will tell you one thing, Harrisburg has definitely been catching the better of the bounces thus far. It led to a couple of goals last time around, but now kind of tripping over one another, trying to get it towards the opposite zone. But Don with a big clear, wide open. And now it's Harrisburg making some mistakes. Credit to West Virginia, they're up 1-0.
First lead of the tournament, first lead of the match here. Don with a long shot, catching Harrisburg a little bit too much on the front foot. He said they didn't like to spend much time in their side of the field. Well, they took advantage of it.
I said 5 goals. They're definitely aggressive on the offensive side. We'll catch them sleeping.
Oh, yeah. And that's just great adjustments to be made, right?
Certainly is. That's exactly what you're talking about pregame. We're going to follow it up as well here, Angel. Next on a touch, shot taken, catching next by surprise. He does get it across. Great recovery speed to get there. Kind of hang here at midfield. D. Carell turns it right back in. West Virginia on the backtrack now. Angel does get back there too. Or to follow up, shot taken. Easily handled by Daunt now. And next will play in corner. We're trying to clear the zone too. Daunt wasn't able to get the touch, but it serves as a vague opportunity here to play low. But it will eventually fall back to next, and they've got to clear as well. And with 3:36, definitely a more defensive game. Like what we saw in the first minute, but that one just out of the reach of the West Virginia.
Yeah, at this point, we were already seeing 2-3 goals from Harrisburg. Now none to their name, one on West Virginia. Polar going to be taking this one up the middle, a pass to T. Carell, but Angel getting there first.
Nice little chip into the zone here from Harrisburg. I will go ceiling with this one. He's got great speed here to try and follow up, but couldn't quite catch up to it. He had poked that out a little bit too far. Now Toll, good shit, but Cross even went for that bump, which would have been from his peripherals, so that would have been a difficult read to make. He almost got it done, but Tool now play it in. Daunt was up for it already, but T. Corral was as well. Now Angel, the challenge, but Polar was up quick again, all the way up to the ceiling. And next we'll leave it for T. Corral back there. Polar almost got a redirect too. T. Corral recognizing only one back there for Harrisburg, so he'll be just playing backwards towards the defensive side and try to play in. Another dunk from Daunt, the freshman stepping up, and he's been the difference maker for West Virginia. They're up 2-0.
2 minutes, 35 seconds left on the clock. They've got a comfortable lead, the comfort goal, you might say. And I don't want to call it now, but they've got a history of reverse sweeping top teams here. And I know that reverse sweep is kind of different in a best of 3, but recently taking down Akron Blue in a reverse sweep, a RLCS top 16 qualifier.
I see what you're trying to do. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to jinx it. You're trying to make your prediction come true, all right? I won't let that happen. Now, fair enough. I mean, Harrisburg's already, they really outplayed West Virginia in game number 1. Give it to them. All right, now this will pop a little bit high. Angel's looking for Daunt, and sure, feed the hot hand at this point. Bowler plays to the sidewall. We'll leave it for T. Corral. He'll play it in. Tool should be able to get this first, and sure enough, will. 50-50, not even. Next was able to beat him down to it using some of those mechanics, and Angel a whole lot to work with. Tool was kind of backwards, a bit of an awkward exchange, but he was able to get to it. Now Polar had the opportunity for a Doomsday dish. A little bit of a shout out to the EU world.
The freestyler coming in on the left side. Now T. Corral going to collect this one in the corner. A 50-50 challenge by Daunt. Shoots it across. An opportunity perhaps, but no. A nice clear. Next to midfield. A challenge from Angel. A double down here. Oh, nobody to follow it up. And now Polar taking it the other way.
Yeah, Daunt's known to be that shadow defender. But now you see another shot taken. Daunt was already up for that one twice. Shut him down. Now Tool the other way. He's got room to work with as well. Quick pop. Now we'll slow play it, and it works. Off the defender there from Harrisburg. Now they're up 3-0. The driver's seat, they switch.
Oh,
now
my
it's West Virginia
gosh.
in control.
Watch out for the West Virginia transition from defense to offense. Oh my goodness, what looked like almost a 1-2 in favor of Harrisburg switched quickly in a moment's notice. West Virginia taking it back the other way, and wow, looking good while doing it.
Daunt's starting to settle in. You can feel it. He had the first couple of goals. Now you can tell they're playing different. What a shot there from next. But Daunt handled it. Again, his defense on point. But it just shows the skill level between both of these teams, man. It's awesome.
And sometimes all it takes is one player to start feeling themselves, and they can take over the game. For West Virginia, that name is Daunt.
It's funny because he was talking about, facing off with potential Maryville, and how it was going to be very difficult to deal with Knight. It's because of the way he's able to take over games. Well, Daunt, you're able to do it as well, clearly. You're able to take over this game number 2. Right now, 25 seconds left. A chance for T. Corral. And nothing doing. Shut down again. They're running out of time for sure. Angel trying to play in. Next takes his shot, but that'll be easily handled by Tool. And that should just about do it for this game number 2. It's all about West Virginia playing their style of play. Harrisburg was still getting up quick for challenges. They were still doing the right things, but at the end of the day, in this game number 2, it will fall to West Virginia. And now okay, it's cliche to say that you have no expectations as far as what's going to happen in game number 3, but with these two scorelines, I am legitimately clueless. But either way, West Virginia has fought for a game number 3.
A 5-1 into a 3-0 the other way. Absolutely, West Virginia fighting for this game 3. We knew it was going to happen between these two squads, and what resolve they've shown to get back into it, right? Zero time to flip that switch on, and they've done it. Great defensive play, even better offensive play to really turn it back on Harrisburg.
So I don't have any audio on what Daunt's saying, but it looked like he was saying, give it to me. Just give it to me, man. I
Give me
want
the ball.
it, baby.
Give me the ball.
And yeah, Angel and Tool, they have that experience together, and now I think they're looking at Daunt like, all right, kid, pop off. We'll let you do it, right? If you're ready, awake, and gonna get things going for us, let's establish it. Let's see if they can keep this control as well, because it could very easily tilt back the other way to Harrisburg. And game number 3, decisive. This will be huge in the seeding side of things, as we know both of these teams expected to be 1-2. Who pulls away with it, man? At this point.
Well, you already said, I don't know. How do you think I feel?
I mean, fair enough. anybody's game here. The Storm. We're able to kick off the Storm early. But the Mountaineers have climbed the mountain of the 5-1 loss that they had in game number 1, and they will look to transition it back into a place where they're comfortable in game number 3.
Harrisburg, though, I mean, it is raining outside. Do they get the storm buff?
Oh, Storm buff, yeah. Plus 25% shooting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to settle it here, right now. Game number 3 in Harrisburg, already on the board.
Well, talk about turning things. Bowler went up to the ceiling. Look at that. The speed is unreal, and Ticarel serving as a fake there, essentially, and was able to get things kicked off for the Storm. Get you details as far as what's going on here, but as it stands, as far as what we've seen on stream, that 1-0 lead to Harrisburg. So whether it counts or not, we'll find out here in a moment, but they definitely started off pretty hot.
That's right, and sometimes, even if that goal doesn't count, that's the switch you need to go back in your favor,
Facts.
right? A little bit of momentum. Of course, we don't know what's going on. Yeah, okay.
I was going to mention that typically you want that spark to happen in the last game versus having it happen as a...
Fair. Something that doesn't count.
Number 3.
But we don't know.
That's true. We could very easily hop back in here. We're going to get the details here from production and let you know here momentarily. Let's break down the first 2 games while we wait. Game number 1, all Harrisburg, their offense disappeared. They were still making great decisions. They're still using their speed, upward challenges instantly. No hesitation, which is expected from this team at this level anyways. But they're not doubting themselves in any factor whatsoever. The way that West Virginia bounced back and the way that it was done to get things started as well as the freshmen coming in, well, it kind of speaks to what Angel's doing here, getting these players accustomed to this collegiate life. Don said he's trying to play in as many tournaments as possible to continue his growth. And clearly it just takes one game, and then suddenly you're settled in for the rest of the day. I mean, Don was so impactful in that game number 2, and that's how we got here.
Yeah, and having the captain in Angel, the junior, the leader, getting a freshman associated and into buying into what you're doing, right? Yep. It's a little bit of an interesting situation, the fact that they both split off at the professional level in RLCS. They split off to 2 different teams, Angel and Tool, and then Don over with a different one. But when they come together, boy, are they fearsome. And if they're able to get all on the same page and have very similar play styles, that practice at the professional level, weird to say, coming back to a land here for the collegiate level. Looks like we're back into it, folks. So we're going to settle this once again. Game number 3, Harrisburg versus West Virginia.
All right, let's pick up where we left off. All right, raining outside, Storm, 25% boost. Oh,
yeah. All right, we're back. We're back.
There we go. And so is Harrisburg. They're already in this offensive side. Ticarel bumped off it, though. Don saw it and really quickly reacted in that situation. Look at the flick, though. Tool couldn't connect either. This will fall all the way back to Nex, and he'll continue forward. It's got Ticarel. He's looking back, wall flip, reset, and Angel able to jump up and shut them down before anything could get started.
And back over once again. A nice clear from Tool here. But look out Nex. His positioning has been really surprising me. He's got really good game sense about where he needs to be in regards to the player that he's facing off with. Even if he doesn't have possession, he knows where he needs to be in order to be able to make that defensive play, get the clear, get the pass, and hopefully get the ball back, right? He's been scoring a ton in game number 1, and we'll see if Harrisburg can get that spark here in game number 3 against West Virginia. But so far, a minute in, a 0-0 score line. So seems as though both defenses have settled in.
Angel's going to have a tough time here. He's backwards. He's really in no man's land here, and it was all because Harrisburg put him in that spot. No discrediting Angel and what he's been able to accomplish. It just got to him a little bit with... He was able to bounce around. Nex is trying to continue that pressure as well. Almost had that shot, but Polar will clean it up 1-0 for Harrisburg. And justice is served, just like we saw in the last little bit. Harrisburg will be on top of game number 3.
Yeah, nice little pass over to the side. Nex, a great touch against the back wall, and Polar, perfect timing to clean that one up. A 1-0 lead, just as we had before the reset, except just a little more time has elapsed.
About a minute 30. Ticarel will fight Nex again. Shot, potential, the fake, off the post. Bowler will clean it up again. His second of the game, number 3, and 2-0 lead for Harrisburg.
And look at these comms, right? Nex knowing to leave that one alone, whether he maybe he got bumped off, but then Polar coming straight through to clean up Ticarel. That was fantastic. A 2-0 lead. Harrisburg taking the early one here in game number 3.
West Virginia was able to answer after game number 1 loss. That was after they had to reset an entire game. Can they do it mid-game? Can they get things going? Not when T-Girl's trying to make plays like that. Was eventually shut down here from West Virginia as they settle. Angel beats it by next year. Thought he had a little bit more time. Now beat to it. The pass is good. The hat trick in the first couple of minutes for Polar. They're up 3-0.
This is going to be a hard mountain to climb. You've got 3 minutes left, but this is the exact moment that they were up 3-0 in game number 1. And West Virginia only able to get 1 goal to their name, to the Harrisburg's additional 2 to make a 5-1 scoreline. So West Virginia running out of time. This could very well decide the number 1, number 2 seed here in Group A. How do they respond with the remaining time they have?
Angel had to challenge Polar. He was set up by Nex perfectly. And now Tool trying to transition it back down. Here's Don. He'll launch it forward. It's heading in the right direction for now. This will bounce off corner, but Polar followed and tracked that ball with perfection. Out of harm's way for Harrisburg for how long. That'll definitely free up things as Daunt was demoed on that back line, but he'll respawn in time to get a back pass from Angel. Now trying to settle it, but can't do much with it. Ticarel, but Angel able to recover on that one and cover his own tracks there. That one could have been nasty for West Virginia. That might have been the dagger. It still might be. Next going back wall opportunity. Daunt just had to fight him off here, and Tool will make it. Lands on his teammate's car. Daunt to follow up here too. Next. With a quick challenge. Here's Polar. Flip reset. Now trying to march forward. Leaves it for Ticarel. Vested by Angel. Now he's got the pass. A shot potentially just off the mark. Now trying to turn in is Tool. But Daunt's got to return back. And they have to start from scratch here. But they're doing a good job to at least maneuver the ball across the pitch.
Wow. You're already seeing West Virginia start to put some pieces together, but is it going to be too little too late before they get at least 1 goal on the board? Polar trying to put this one through. Daunt going to be able to take it away. He sneaks one by, but the rotation back is quick and true from the side of Harrisburg. T. Carell off the back wall. Just has Angel to beat. Can he get it by? Not going to be in this case, but the damage is done potentially here. Time is burning off the clock, and that with a 3-0 lead for Harrisburg is all you're looking to do at this point. Maybe add a couple more really to drive home the point. This series is ours.
All right. 1 minute left. West Virginia, do or tie. Got to move forward, but it's hard to do that when Polar is shielding you on that wall. You can't get anywhere. Now across the box though. Next, I will handle it. Side wall he goes. Don. Couldn't find Tool again. Polar now just killing time at this point. Shot taken, a little bit high, doesn't matter. Follow up from Next, and that'll do it here, I believe. 4-0 now, barring a miracle here. Harrisburg has fought off that game number 2 victory from West Virginia, and they're in the driver's seat yet again, just 44 seconds from closing out.
I mean, that's a goal every 11 seconds for West Virginia. And the way that Harrisburg has been playing defense up until this point in game number 3, that seems basically impossible. As you said, basically is going to wrap this one up, especially the way that Harrisburg is able to just burn seconds off the clock. Just 30 remain now, and it's looking like Harrisburg is going to be dancing their way to a 1-0 to start off Boost on the Beach.
This is the most crazy of series too. Just how it was one-sided in all 3 games, and yet it was razor close, basically.
Razor close.
Literally, this could have gone West Virginia's way in a very one-sided fashion. We saw it in game number 2, but it did not manifest in this game number 3. And instead, T. Carell will take the victory lap, try to poil it to the ground. Sure enough, it'll fall. Harrisburg University takes their first win of the day over West Virginia.
Really surprising, though. You said both teams incredibly even, and we saw that here in this matchup, but effectively blowouts every single game either way, right? When teams had it figured out, boy, did they have it figured out. There's smiles coming out of Harrisburg here on this bright, sunny Harrisburg Saturday. I don't know what am I talking about.
They're looking to make it their Saturday, clearly.
That's right.
With that statement wins. There's no doubt about it. So a game that went to game number 3, and obviously super close. You love to see the handshakes out here in front too. The spirit of the match here. Harrisburg, we said, was going to be in this top 4. So they've actually proved me wrong as far as who was going to take that series. Harrisburg, I knew that they were deadly, and Xander, you pointed it out that it was literally anybody's match, especially in a best of 3, and it just happened to win one more game than they did. It's a game number 3. Do or die, Harrisburg performed.
Well, something that we didn't really see too much of, right? Next coming in, we didn't know what to expect from him. Kind of a wild card stepping into this matchup and onto this team. The 24-year-old German honestly set the tone early for Harrisburg and really put them above in game number 1. Even though they lost game number 2, it really, you feel that pressure from somebody with that much individual talent, and it definitely showed in the series, right? A 2-1 over West Virginia. West Virginia.
Right. That's nuts to me, because I was talking about how West Virginia, anybody can be an X factor in any of these series. We can say the same there, too, because you're right. Next kicked it off, and then Polar finished. I mean, he was the one scoring goals. Had the hat trick in, what was it, I believe a minute and a half, perhaps, of game number 3. So to have him be impactful and T. Corral just allowing them to do what they do best, which is European Rocket League, which just happens to be an incredible level of play. No matter if you get the RLCS or not, these kids mean business, and they proved it right off the bat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it from us here for Harrisburg, West Virginia. Let's take a look at the stats real quick, though, before we leave you. And here we go. Let's see how this happened, right? Obviously, the assist from T. Corral out of this world. 5 assists on the series, but Polar absolutely taken over this game. 7 shots, 7 goals. That's unreal.
That's a pretty good percentage, I would say. 100%.
Maybe the best.
Not the best, actually, because in Rocket League, you can actually have over 100%, apparently. I don't know how those stats work. I'm not here to do math, all right? But next, putting on 12 shots was definitely an abundance that West Virginia couldn't quite handle. Either they were finding themselves playing defense consistently because of the mechanics that Harrisburg had, the way they were able to march down the field, but not only that, with a pace, with speed. They were so quick to transition this ball, and West Virginia, their defense didn't play bad. Kind of caught them off guard. And like we said, that's very, very possible here in this environment at Boost on the Beach 2024.
Yeah, and if you're West Virginia, you take a look at that stat line, you utilize that as a bit of a coaching perspective, and you go, okay, Daunt was able to get double-digit shots on goal. We feed him that, right? We get him to take over games. We look to the youngster to start taking over and maybe facilitating some wins here moving forward. They're 0-1 here so far in the groups, but they're still an absolute threat for literally every team left to play them here in the early Saturday. So we're going to take a look at Kyler. He's got an interview with Polar to see just how that match happened.
Xander, that is correct. I'm standing right next to the man, Polar. Ice cold out there, man. You were killing it. 7 shots, 7 goals. You sounded like you were a little surprised when you saw that. Tell me about it coming into this, what your guys' mindset was. You know, WVU, tough test, right? They fought back there in game 2. You guys really had to bring it home. Just talk to me a little bit about the adjustments you guys had to make, you know, your mindset coming into this.
Yeah, so I think like coming into it, our biggest thing was like we want to make sure we're playing as a team, because we played a lot of like high level like collegiate Rocket League now, and it seems that every time we like work as a team, have a structure, it seems to work out in our favor. And I mean, today it worked out in my favor. I'm just getting fed goals apparently. So yeah, coming in was one we wanted to beat, so definitely happy with that.
Well, you guys started off hot, man. Obviously, a lot more competition. Going to be one of the favorites moving into this consistently. I mean, tell me a little bit about, again, being on the main stage first thing, right? You guys have some LAN experience. How's it compared being down here so far?
Main stage at LAN is nothing better. Every single time I get to LAN and I play on the stage, way better than I usually do. You know, it's that environment. Yeah, I love it.
We love having you guys here, man. Yo, congratulations again on the performance first game. Harrisburg is going to be competing again all weekend. We have a stacked roster of lineups, guys. It's going to be great to see. But before we get back to you with that, we're going to kick it over to a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Boost on the Beach. We just saw Harrisburg versus West Virginia. Harrisburg taking the series 2-1 to go up 1-0 in their group stages. We've got a side stage. Competition is happening constantly around, so we currently have no players here. Because one of the unique things about the Hangout is just about every hour we've got a performance, and a lot of people are getting up on tables and dancing. We are already elevated. We're above all of the other tables already, so we're going to be dancing a little bit as well. But they basically take over the main stage, so you won't be able to hear us even if we tried. So what we are going to do is be able to check out what the side stage is going on. We've got a matchup coming up, Syracuse versus Northeastern. These are two teams. Syracuse, as we mentioned before, a squad that has they're returning their squad from last year. And actually, they've been playing together for 4 years, something incredibly unique to the collegiate scene.
Yeah, not only is it unique to the collegiate scene, this is, unique to pro scene in esports. This is actually unique in traditional sports. You don't see teams last this long, but Syracuse has that experience together. And they're trying to find that LAN experience, too. They've been to a few LANs. They said about 4 LANs in total. The last LAN was here, Boost on the Beach, just a year ago. So, they've been playing in the meantime, but those 4 years, that chemistry that they're able to build, this last hurrah, if you will, this victory lap, how exciting would it be as a team here, Syracuse coming in? This is going to be our last year. Let's get a win. Let's finish high, right? And that's exactly the vibe getting into the game here.
That would be absolutely a dream, right? And this is a squad that's been playing together for a long time, 4 years, as we said. But the fact that they've only played 4 LANs in those past 4 years, that's not a lot of LANs per year. So I wonder how it's going to stack up against some of these other squads that have a little bit more experience on that end. But on the other side, we've got Northeastern, right? This is a squad. We were talking with them. I spoke with Nikita Bear, who'll be on the mic here a little bit later on today. He actually described their play style as a little bit unique, a little bit demo heavy, as you might say. The pressure going to be coming out of this squad. They're going to try and set themselves up for success, being a little bit more physical potentially against this Syracuse squad. But we're going to jump right into game number 1. The group stages continue firing, ladies and gentlemen. Northeastern, Syracuse, game 1.
We'll see if that physicality comes in here. We know for a fact that Prosk was able to jump into Frazier's spot upon graduation, and he's really been the one that's been physical. And right off the bat, though, Syracuse, the one trying to put it in with Northeastern, has been a bit lackluster as far as being able to clear the zone. Yellow comes back from the Northeastern squad. They just added a grad student, by the way. Antibro, that Tool collected team player, part of this Northeastern squad as well, coming in, brand new to the program.
Interesting story, Prosk. He was here last year. He was a social media manager. Stepping up onto the main squad here to play. He said, I think I can do it better. We'll see.
He's about to hop up and get this dub and then be able to post it on
Tweet
social
about
media.
it.
Yeah, exactly, just instantly afterwards, all right? Some of that demo is coming out here too, but it's returned by Syracuse. They do have a little bit of room. It's a drop pass back. Patrick, their true goal scorer here for Syracuse, as we found out from interviews prior to this event. Already looking to jump out on the offensive, but Prosk will hold them at an arm's distance, at least for now. Yellow will clear the link to the pitch too. It'll be Gavilon to try to collect it here in the corner. Yellow looking to pressure, but a good job to handle it here from Gavilon. Now he's got space to work with as well. And boosting the tank, but reset shot taken, a little bit high, follow up too, but Prosk able to make a big save.
That's huge, especially with the pressure of all those players flying in from Syracuse. Prosk standing tall here just in the 2nd minute of game number 1. We talked about these short series, right? Best of 1 or best of 3. You've got no time. No time to get these teams figured out. And the fact that both defenses are doing what they need to do, there's no goal scored, you're already starting to settle in. You're already starting to feel comfortable. So really good job by Northeastern and Syracuse here, even with the pressure that both teams are applying to each other.
Yeah, that defense from Syracuse, a prime example of that. Able to jump in the pass lanes, now shot taken, but the defensive Northeastern up for the challenge. Back into midfield. No, this is Patrick. Tried to dribble it, but only got as far as Yellow, as he was able to shield it too. Teams play a little bit of pong back and forth, not really gaining this possession, giving it away instead. Because of this little disruptions that they're able to make at midfield to cause him to work east to west versus north and south.
And something a little bit about Northeastern, maybe not one of the top 4 teams we've talked about so far today and what people are looking for this tournament, but their performance last year, second, they've got a bit of a target on their back from a couple teams around. They were able to make a run through the lower bracket, eliminating Clemson 3-1, USC 3-2, Syracuse 3-2. So Syracuse is back for blood.
They certainly are. Trying to take out Northeastern. They stand and finish second in Boots on the Beach, like you had mentioned. Shot taken here, though. Syracuse trying to catch him sleeping, but this will work out to midfield and put directly back in from Syracuse, put red by yellow. Midfield presence both ways has been excellent. No room to breathe. These teams are figuring that out here. Angebro right back to it, but again, it'll be Gavilon with room to work with again. Now going to carry it back wall, try to adjust, but yellow. It's up to that back wall and gets just enough to put it past the first defender, but Syracuse turns it directly back in. It'll be up to the prosecutor. Touch, he does not. Across it goes, and Mason able to put in the first goal on the board here for Syracuse.
Yeah, but almost 4 minutes into the game. Could that be the goal that sets the tone here? It could be enough to take home game number 1 based on what we've seen so far. It's so interesting to see the identities of the 2 teams, the 4 teams that we've watched so far, right? The first 2, Harrisburg, WVU, absolute shootout one way or the other in our various games, and then to have 4 minutes elapsed before a single goal is scored. So curious here, but now Syracuse up 1-0, and all they have to do is defend for a minute left, and a crazy shot from Gavilon to put them up 2-0.
Yeah, the Northeastern defense, yellow was cycling around. It was that touch there. Mason not only scoring goals, but setting them up for a shot basically above the box, which looked like it might have been able to be handled from Northeastern, but no doing. Syracuse finding some traction here. And when goal is coming at a premium, a 2-0 lead, feels pretty confident coming into this last minute.
1 minute to go, absolutely. You've got that comfort goal. And now you've got possession. Mason Star making a run. Going to be defended by yellow. Now collected by Patrick here to midfield. Going up for it is Prosk. Down to Gavilon, and he's going to, again, kill some of the clock. That's all you got to be doing at this point. And Mason Star trying to get a shot on goal to boot. So keeping them on their heels is Syracuse. They recognize what they lost there in Boost on the Beach 2023, and they're going to start piling it on. They've been thinking they've had a whole year to think about this. They haven't. I haven't been to a LAN since the last one. The last people they played.
I'll tell you what, Mason Star's the one definitely standing out to me right now. He's been excellent on the attack there. And hasn't had to do anything crazy either. You know, it's been very, very fundamental gameplay here. Angebro, first one on the board here for Northeastern, so at least they get an answer with 23 left. See if it gets them marching forward here as we move on into this best of 3.
Well, you talked about in the last series, right? You prefer to get that goal late in the first game.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Northeastern has done. We saw that late with WVU. They were able to get that late goal and then absolutely stun Harrisburg in game number 2. So maybe Northeastern starting to pick things up here a little bit before we set it back to 0-0 in game number 2.
Yellow known to have those highlight goals from Northeastern. I feel like that would really jumpstart, if nothing else. Yes, the goal feels nice. We got to spark some excitement from the boys. Right now, this one will time will expire here, so Syracuse will walk away with game number 1 here. It's solidified, especially when it's the ground here. Syracuse off and running. The answer from Northeastern feels good. But in a best of 3, you want to start off hot, and that's exactly what Syracuse was able to do.
Well, from a specific play style, right? If you are going for that a little bit physical aggression, yellow used to be that demo leader on the team, but also had some of the best highlights from Boost on the Beach 2023, and now potentially going to step up into that goal-scoring position. So we'll take a look and see just how that squad on Northeastern side is going to be able to pull that off. Again, we are allowing coaching in between games. Coaches get to, get that mental reset. Guys, here's what I recognize. Here's how we can fix things. Maybe there's nothing to fix, right? Maybe it's just, I noticed this. Try and keep this in mind as you're going through game 2. I think you can take advantage of it. It's going to be big, especially with these short series. We get into games, best of 5s moving into tomorrow with the single elimination bracket. But for today and for the rest of the group stages, it's going to be quick. Bang, bang.
We saw, what did we learn from Boost on the Beach 2023? One thing was that Northeastern, they didn't have the quickest start last year, and they were able to turn it around, get second place. So I have no doubt that they're going to be able to turn it around, not only in the series, but over the course of the weekend. Yes, they have much more difficult competition. Yes, they are bringing in 2 new faces to Boost on the Beach, but I expect it to be less than at least an answer here from the Northeastern side. They got to fight through that 4 years of experience together from Syracuse, which was on full display in game number 1.
I will say, the people that have Boost on the Beach 2023, they've got a little bit of an advantage. Once this restaurant starts filling up, it starts having the identity of the hangout, the dancing starts, the people on the table starts. It's going to get crazy. But Syracuse layering on a 4th goal in a row, not in a row, sorry, Northeastern was able to get one late. But unfazed by that late goal from Northeastern, now going to go up 1-0 for their 2nd lead here in the series.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 ain't bad.
Not bad.
Now it's Northeastern's time to not only answer in the series, but also in the game. And Patrick is up to do that. What Barisa going to hold it in the back pocket, try to fool Angebro. Was not to be. Patrick still on it here. Yellow. Got a handle from the back wall now. He'll have some room to dribble, but Mason start right on it at midfield. And Patrick, again, the communication on point. And sometimes they don't even need communication. They just kind of know where each other are. I mean, that's the luxury that you get from all that experience together.
Oh, yeah, you can just kind of sense it, right? Sometimes comms are a little bit too slow. When you've got that 6th sense of the experience with your players, Syracuse, 4 years together, as we've said, they know what each other is doing. So far it's showing, right? 1-0 on the scoreline, 1-0 on the game line.
When I talked to Northeastern prior to this event, I was talking about Frazier and what an impact he had when he was here in Northeastern with this program. And luckily for them, Prosk has been able to step up into the spot here, but Prosk has been a little bit quiet in this series. I'd like to see that leader step up and really become the leader, but stepping in just in that fact was really, really strong too. One thing I note as well, Northeastern just 2 days ago, they were able to beat Nichols College. That's a CRL level team, so they've got positives here, and they know they can build on it. I think it's a matter of just fighting those nerves here at LAN and being able to put that on display. As Angebro, not the best touch though. Gavilan will finish that every time. A gift, a late Christmas present, 2-0. For Syracuse.
Oh, wow. And Gavilan setting himself up here. Obviously, he talked about that touch being a little bit out of place. And absolutely, he's using the momentum straight through to the net. 2-0 for Syracuse. Really solid start here from Syracuse. It could be enough to go up 1-0 in group stages.
Jabro trying to challenge. And now Prosk will follow up that attempt. Just a soft touch on the back wall. It's Gavilan. Otherwise, Yellow was lurking there on the back post, trying to find a way through. And again, it'll be a quick turn from Yellow. So pop sky hot. Prosk on it already, but Patrick already in the right spot here positionally. Was going to chip out, but Yellow. That was taken, but it's a little bit off the mark there. Gavilan now looking for a pass here. Patrick already up for it, but again, that one, rather than a shot attempt, kind of falls to the corner. And Northeastern, I mean, Syracuse isn't doing anything spectacular. Northeastern just has to clean up their gameplay, and they got every shot to get back in this.
Yeah, 100%. And there's a little bit of pressure we're talking about. Prosk is going to start trying to step up and take out players because their clearing hasn't been the most effective, right? Syracuse collecting the ball around midfield or a little bit on their side and be able to really control the tempo and the time of possession here as we see another assault on the Northeastern net. And now Prosk trying to get something nice past to Yellow. Is it enough? No. Mason Star there in time.
That was impressive too. Mason Star read that all the way because that was a decent fake, right? That's the place where you want to be able to throw them off a little bit with a bit of a head fake, and yet they stood put. That just shows the discipline of this team, able to stay put, stay confident, and stay back relaxed. Gavilan will march it off the dunk as well. Syracuse in full action here at this point. Xander, when goals are coming at premium, the 3-0 with 1:40 left. Syracuse, they feel like they've got it locked down.
Yeah, the early challenge there from Angebro, not able to win that 50. Almost missed the ball there. And a wide open net to cruise on in. Gavilan putting another nail in the coffin here for Northeastern early. Minute 30 left. A little more aggression out of Northeastern. A couple of demos traded out. 4 players on the field for but a moment. Now Prosk here at midfield. Yellow going to collect this. They've got to get a goal here really soon with just 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. But Mason Star's having none of that. Going to help clear this out. Prosk with an awkward touch there. And this one centered right for the goal. An easy cleanup. No.
Now transition back down. They need this one. Yellow the flick. Oh, it's off the side of his car. Definitely needed that one. Now Syracuse is able to just carry out, kill more time. They should be content. It wasn't their cleanest game at all, but it was effective enough against Northeastern in this moment. You can tell both teams fighting nerves no matter how many lands you come here at Boost on the Beach. It's still the same vibe. Cross will at least get one here for Northeastern. He'll keep the conversation alive at the very minimum.
That's right. 41 seconds left on the clock. That is a lot of time, and it is enough to potentially get this tied up. But what we've seen out of the Northeastern offense, it's going to take a little bit more than just the one, and they've got to try and figure out how to get those clears out of there and really transition them into meaningful touches. With the clock that's left, there's really not much to make middling decisions. They've got to commit to every decision they make.
A miss from Syracuse. Actually threw off Northeastern. You got to stay on that ball. That's an opportunity. Hold that thought. Yellow with 24 seconds left. All right, we got ourselves a ball game. They're back within one.
Okay, let's talk, Bear. Here we go.
Ross gonna get done. You look for your leader. Yellow doesn't have to make highlight reel goals. They've proven that. Right now, they've got to work quickly though. Last two in a row, Antipro trying to do just that. Beats the last defender. Avalon able to recover just in time to get across. Out to midfield, it'll go. Pross can't get a touch though. Look out, Pat was able to finish it. 10 seconds left. Here's Yellow. They'll play down the pitch here. Mason Star, a back pass, and a beautiful one to Gavilon. This will play all the way back down to the Northeastern end, but they got one more chance. Here's Antipro, tries to get it down here. It will hit the ground, and Northeastern gonna fall short. Syracuse will win their first series of the day.
Showing a little bit of life late, but too little too late, unfortunately. They had 21 seconds to get that last goal to tie things up. But then that's when we started seeing a little bit more of what we saw earlier in the series. A couple touches that didn't really have any major effect on where their offense was moving. Great job to Syracuse to get the job done, right? 2-0. If you can get out of groups with a minimum number of games played because you're getting your work in and you're getting the job done, that's how you want to do. You don't want to get burnt out over the course of the series and the long day that we have. Every team in their group going to be playing every other team in their group, right? 6 teams per group, so that's 5 matchups that they're going to be playing as we progress through today and a little bit into tomorrow morning, of course. Then we move into the single elimination bracket where everything matters. Every match is going to eliminate a team.
Yeah, it's very cutthroat. We said it with the best of 3 situation, and we saw a prime example of that. Northeastern, they started turning it up, but it was a little too late. You have to get off to a hot start in these best of 3s, otherwise that can happen to you. And you know that Northeastern could be telling themselves, listen, if it was a best of 5, this could have been different. We started getting some traction. We're going to turn this around. But you can play, what ifs all day long. But at the end of the day, you have to get it done in the best of 3 environment. I understand the frustration, but if you let that frustration linger, especially in this environment, it's not going to do you any favors. I like what I saw out of Northeastern towards the end there. No, it wasn't the cleanest series from either of these teams. I don't think they would say that either, but they're definitely growing as time went on. And as they get more and more comfortable, I expect both of these teams to at least make a push towards that top 3. Maybe try to move forward to the top 3 if you're Syracuse. Top 2, rather, in the groups.
Yeah. Well, 2 games, 2 wins for Syracuse. Let's take a look at some stats from our last matchup. Taking a closer look, we obviously saw some shots out of Prosk. He was the one that was trying to get a little bit of life into the Northeastern squad. But boy, oh boy, look at Patrick, look at Gavilon. Those are the ones that are applying so much pressure.
I mean, when you look at the board, Patrick, the goal scorer, 0 goals, but 8 shots. Constantly have to worry about the defense, man. It's so difficult to do. And Mason Starr popped off 3 goals in this series, but it felt like a whole lot more. And really was involved in every aspect of the gameplay. That 1 assist was a beauty to Gavilon in game number 2 and was one of the big reasons they were able to close out here too. Add 3 saves to that, and you have a well-rounded player that I'm keeping my eye on throughout the rest of this day and throughout the rest of the weekend, quite frankly.
And boy, Bear, I got to tell you, I love stats. This tells the story completely. Syracuse having the time of possession, having the offensive pressure throughout the series, the shots heavily in favor of Syracuse. And honestly, some of our players, Patrick didn't even need to make any saves there because he was always shooting the ball, right? You say defense wins championships. Offense helps.
They all settled in the roles. There's no doubt about it. And the more that you do, the stronger you become. It's all about finding play styles that work for you. West Virginia, we mentioned the balance of their team. We discovered that Harrisburg found that same trio of sharing the love, sharing the ball, sharing some goals, and sharing the stat sheet as well. But yeah, if you find a role and it works for you, especially after 4 years together like Syracuse has, I mean, that's obviously going to work. You got to roll with that all day long. And so far, so good in their final victory lap, like we mentioned beforehand, Xander.
100%. Let's talk mentals real quick. You've got two teams now that have a loss here, and we actually had a third match happening during our main stage match with Harrisburg WVU, and we'll find out exactly who won that matchup here just shortly. But mentals, right? You've got 3 teams with 3 wins, 3 teams with 3 losses. That's got to be a little bit tough when you're one of those teams that has 0 wins to your name. If you're WVU, you're coming for the rest of the group. You've got 4 more matches, and you want to make your mark on the group stages because this is what seeds the single elimination bracket. If they're able to make it into the top 2, even after their 1 loss, that's going to be a statement.
Yeah, West Virginia, you can't look too far forward, but they are going to take it 1 match at a time. And their ultimate goal is to not only win games, but you're right, dominate them, dominate series from the get-go. West Virginia's goal. For all the rest of the teams going up against them, though, they'll have an opportunity. So we'll see if they can get it done. It's going to be a tall order, no doubt about it. And then when we get to Group B, of course, we talk about Ole Miss in Marville, which we'll see in the later half of this day. For all teams that these teams are after, right? These are the teams that they want to be able to challenge, and they'll see if we can get it done here at Myrtle Beach.
That's right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got so much more Rocket League for you guys coming up. But for now, we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to Boost on the Beach 2024. I'm your new host, Bushwhacker Barry, and I'm joined by the one, the wonderful DJ TJ.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here. My name isn't as cool as Bushwhacker Barry, but I hope my commentary will be the same. But we have a very good match coming up. We just saw two very solid matches. Both easily could have gone to 3. Unfortunately, we're cheated out of that last game. But either way, I mean, we got Syracuse and Clemson. How are we feeling?
I think it's kind of the tale of two different sides here for both teams, right? You're talking about that last match. For Syracuse, a little bit of a nail-biter near the end. I mean, it started out pretty confident. I believe it was like a 3-0 or something. Yep. You get to that game 2, you're feeling good, you have the lead.
Yep.
And then, 30 seconds. Let's allow a goal from a cross half court, and then, let's maybe allow another one. So you get the win, but I don't know if you feel as good about the win. And you got to run downstairs, immediately get on stage to play another one. So yeah. Maybe adrenaline's still high. You got to see how that goes. And I think for the other side, it's Clemson can prove something here, right?
For sure. I think Clemson's definitely in the underdog situation here, especially since they just had a loss to UNCC. It was a 2-0, and those are rivals, both in the Southeast and in the Coastal Carolina League as well. And so they're kind of looking to bounce back. It's best of threes. You just don't simply get the time to really bounce back. But if you're going to do it, you got to do it now.
Yeah, and we can take the time here to actually introduce some of these teams because both of them had to play on the side stage earlier. So starting off with the boys in orange, I guess it's all boys in orange here.
Orange.
But we got Syracuse, oldest team on average here. 2 seniors and 1 second-year graduate student.
Wow.
So I think the average age is like 24 or something.
Okay, that's really funny that you say that because Clemson's the exact opposite. They are a very new team. It is a brand new roster from last year. But this Syracuse roster, they're experienced, and they 3-0'd Clemson at Boost on the Beach 23.
Yeah, so that was the first winners match that they faced against each other. Yep. 3-0, pretty dominant match. But again, it's the tale of two different stories. I mean, Syracuse, exact same roster that was here last year. And now looking at Clemson, I believe it is 3 absolutely brand new players.
I will say the only player with real A-team experience is the Ginger man himself, fellow Ginger Masao. He is the kind of captain of this team. He has the most experience. He has the only LAN experience on this team, but only 1 LAN. So they're all inexperienced, and they all have so much they've built up experience this year, and they find themselves here at Boost on the Beach 24, and I'm excited to see what they do.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fun of groups. It's the fun of day 1 of a tournament. You get that first match jitters out of the way for the LAN. I mean, as you just said, for 2 of those players, it's the first time they ever played in person at an event. So probably got a little bit of nerves, and now they're calming down. You get to enjoy the fun of the event. People are going to start rolling into the venue. So it's going to be a fun day.
Yeah, and of all the teams to help bring that fun in, I'm glad that we get Syracuse and Clemson. These are fun people to be around, both very awesome interviews. And, I mean, I know just from me doing the Clemson interview, I mean, there's one player specifically who is just here to meme, and that is Chosen. He is so much fun to be around. I think he's what keeps this team energetic, and it'll be interesting to see how they feed off each other officially on the LAN setting for the first time.
Yeah, the players all got personalities. The Syracuse squad walked 2 miles just to get to a Planet Fitness yesterday to get a pump in, so they're feeling ready for the competition this weekend.
I mean, that's what it takes. I mean, the competition is stiff. I mean, it is a massive skill gap between the top and the bottom. I mean, if you try to just measure MMRs, I believe that if you're looking at the 2K, 2100 of the Harrisburgs, the West Virginias, and you go down to like 16, 1700, I mean, that's almost as bad as like GC to, I think, Diamond 2 or 3 or something like that. So, you know what? This match will be fair, though. It should be a lot of fun. It should be very close, and time will tell.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be able to load into the game here, so you don't have to stare at our mugs for an extended period of time. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like gameplay, do you have any notes or tells on Clemson and what kind of makes their play unique to themselves?
Yeah, so Clemson being a brand new roster and a brand new kind of chapter for Clemson Rocket League, they've gotten to shape the way they want to play. And in an age of Rocket League, where things are constantly changing. Other than demo meta, cars will be bumped, axles will fly across the field. That's just simply how it will be. But other than that, the way they play in the midfield is something I'm intrigued to see that I haven't seen on LAN yet. But in the SEL, in the Southeastern Esports League, they're very good at finding each other in the midfield, passing. And unfortunately, they didn't make playoffs. So I'm hoping that with that experience, they'll be able to bring it to LAN.
Yeah, and talking about the experience and bringing it to the LAN, Syracuse's name to the game is disrupting and letting the energy flow impact the opponent. I mean, I probably heard it upstairs. After every goal, they're yelling, they're getting loud. They've been at LANs, they know how LANs work, and if you're playing against an inexperienced team and you're getting loud, it could probably be pretty hard to focus up.
As a team, or as a player who also likes to scream at LAN, it's definitely a really good strategy. It's something that people forget about. It's getting into the heads of the other team. You normally can't do that because just, you know, you're not sitting here right next to them looking at our feet and within arm's distance of each other. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And I do think both these teams, I would hope it goes to 5, or 3, I mean. I do think that this may be one that Syracuse takes in 3, but what are you feeling?
I think that first game will tell. I don't like to give out predictions before the first game. I like to let things ride out a little bit. But yeah, if it's looking as good as it did for the first game for Syracuse against Northeastern, I think it'll be pretty hard to beat them. Riding the momentum train. I think if Clemson is able to get in, stifle some offense a little bit, you might be able to turn the tide.
Which I think Clemson, they have nothing to lose here. I mean, they finished 5th through 6th at the last Boost on the Beach, and that's, again, completely different team, and they're kind of projected to end up in the lower end of this. So if you're already seeing kind of the ranks and the teams you're up against, like, you just have to play. You just have to drive, pedal to the metal, find a person, find the ball, find the back of the net. I don't see why they wouldn't have fun with this, and I think that's going to unlock so much potential for them.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the MMR disparity on paper. That might unlock something for some of those teams that are like, okay, we have to play against Harrisburg. Like, what are we going to – let's just do some random stuff. Yeah. Less game plan, less strategy, and sometimes that works. You do a little impromptu stuff. Some of the teams were really worried about specific teams. Where it's if you're talking to some of those upper echelon on MMR on paper, you're talking about WVU. I don't know if there was much talk about Harrisburg, which was interesting, where I think among like the top 4 teams, people might have had them slated as like that 3rd or that 4th. And then the absolute first game of the day, first game of the entire event, Harrisburg comes out swinging. So
yeah, I'm shocked. We can talk briefly about that match because that was an incredible match. I am shocked. Harrisburg is a newer team to the CRL scene.
Yep.
That program, though, has been supported, and I'm glad they finally got a group of guys they can put behind that banner, and especially ones as impressive as T. Corral, Next, and Polar. I mean, Polar and Next both coming in from overseas.
Yep.
There's not a lot of colleges who have taken the step to do that, and it's working out. But I'm shocked to see West Virginia not really, like, they looked weird in games 1 and 3. Like, not the same team that we're used to seeing. They're my favorites to win. So I'm sure they're going to be back. Having that as your first match on LAN, just a little rough.
Yeah. Yeah, we're finally getting into it. We have Syracuse against Clemson University, not University of Clemson. Is that correct?
Yes, it is Clemson University. That was something that we made fun of in the interview. But without further ado, Boost on the Beach 24 continues with Game 1.
Yeah, we get the fun little cinematic. Get to see the city skyline. Looking a lot bluer than we're here down in Myrtle Beach. We got a lot of moisture.
A lot of rain. But, you know, it may be raining outside, but I'm hoping that we're going to see goals raining in as well. As the clock officially hits 0, we are back. Let's hop straight in.
Yeah, and it's really good to be what these rotations look like. We are seeing Syracuse push forward, get an attack on goal.
So far, ball's just going to hover across that Clemson net. They need to start fast. You do not want to let Syracuse start slowly building pressure and finding each other in the midfield. Ball's going to roll dead center. Syracuse up 1-0.
And that is a momentum halter if you're Clemson. You don't want to, you already know that you're in the downward position here, right? You should be trying to control the tempo, stifle, delay that first goal. You don't want to see it roll in like that.
The midfield play is what separates so many of these middle-of-the-pack teams because there's so many weird combos of GC3s, GC2s, SSLs. Everyone's got their different experiences. But wait a minute, Clemson's got theirs showing off.
Canova just going in. Okay, we allowed a goal, so what? Let's go next.
That's that momentum that you mentioned, and that's a huge goal for them, especially, again, coming off that 2-0 loss to UNCC. And now this is a team that, again, we talked about this in the pre-show a little bit, that they've only played once, and Clemson didn't get a single game. But these guys, they could care less. They weren't there. They let the old heads of Clemson lose that one just so they could come back and take this one, maybe.
Yeah, we're at a clean slate. We got the demo, and Chosen takes it into the net.
Chosen just absolutely, I mean, the path just opens up here. Canovo rotates through, gets the bump, wide open bottom end, and Canovo's gonna find it. Or Chosen, sorry.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of like double commits on defense where it's almost like, okay, I see you right there. You're obviously gonna go for the block here. And then you're like, oh no, obviously you're going for the block here, right?
Yeah, it's the comms on land is such a different aspect that people forget about. It's like, oh, it's esports, you're playing video games, just twiddle your thumbs without being nervous. But it's the talking, it's the mental game, and it's finding each other in the midfield, and that shot left side, what a save, but the shot's still on.
Yeah, they're still attacking here. Masao got another shot on, but it looks like Patrick's going to be able to take it out, pass it to Mason, and try to get it past the Clemson half court.
But Clemson still keeping that pressure on. Player misses. Ball falls under the middle. Top side takes a bounce. Masao going to keep it down off the ceiling. Here goes Masao. Down in the middle. Nobody's there for Clemson.
Mason and Masao were just in a dangerous tango, and Mason was able to get it out the last second. Finally gets the ball across half court for the first time in a minute. Gets the demo, but isn't able to convert anything on top of that.
Syracuse finally getting a little bit of pressure, but Clemson on the quick counterattack, but that ball's on net. One player for Clemson's left. Shot goes left side. Tie game at 2 apiece.
A lot of good passing on the side of Syracuse here. I mean, ball touched 3 different cars before it went in. Thought it was going to be Mason, thought it was going to be Patrick, and then, of course, it's Gav once again from the back.
On the theme of orange, when you're playing Rocket League, you have to have the memory of a goldfish. You have to, if you're getting pressured and that shot that went off the top side, you got to forget that and immediately get back on offense, as Clemson almost doing their impression of that. But that's the Syracuse momentum that makes them different, that keeps them in this, even though Clemson, surprisingly, kind of getting the pace of the game control.
Yep. Syracuse taking advantage of that pace, pushing, being very offensive with the ball here. We're not going to let you push the ball back on our side. Oh my gosh, just walks through.
I mean, dead center, they find each other on the counterattack. It's a fast break 1-2, and Canovo's just there to beat a player and sets it dead center.
It's that defensive double commit once again. We saw 2 Syracuse players sitting right next to each other at that half court.
Teams and how they control their third man in rotation are so different at this event. Some are extremely aggressive. They'll put 3 guys up and hope for the best. And some will play defensive. Both these teams not really showing much, but Chosen, first man getting 2 plays, but this is Patrick getting an incredible play out to stall for his team.
Yeah, demos have just been going crazy for the side of Clemson so far. Chosen is just going crazy.
Demos are what some people like to call the low-skill mechanic. GC2s can do it, Plats can do it, and it makes the difference, and it's why Clemson has the lead. But right now, pressure's maybe getting a little awkward. That ball goes off backboard, but the third man from Syracuse not going to commit.
Mason, shot on goal, pass in front. Gavilon in the back, and Masao got there to knock it up a little bit.
So far, this ball just bouncing in the midfield. Teams maybe finally settling into a rhythm after getting this LAN experience. That ball goes middle. Awkward touch for this is Pat. We'll see if that's Masao, I believe, getting one middle. Yes, it is, but there's Syracuse player there first.
And Syracuse is going to be taking it. Almost is able to thread it through. Has Mason behind him. Should be able to get a pass forward.
Clemson defense, they continue to be stiff in their half. They're winning 50s right now, and they're keeping the pressure on. That's a player awkward. Canovo makes it a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, I think stiff really is a good way to describe it. It's almost like both teams are trying to get into a comfort zone, and it's just like you get that one little peak like Canovo had there, is able to get the shot off at half goal and just slide through the Syracuse defense.
And that's exactly what Rocket League is. It's a game of so thin margins, and if you can't make those margins in your favor, it's going to lead to moments like this where it comes down to 1 goal. It comes down to the last minute. It comes down to a potential shot from Syracuse, but that won't fall.
And it's really interesting, too, because Syracuse has had this offensive pressure there. Patrick gets the shot down, deflected, and now we're looking at Clemson offense once again.
So far, Clemson still keeping that pressure on, just as they've done all game, as here comes maybe a 5th goal. 3 players from Clemson up, and Syracuse have 2 go, and it's a mess in front of the net.
Yeah, you're not even worried about like double commits at this point. I think everyone's just looking for the ball and trying to hit it, try to get it out of there.
Why double commit when the entire lobby can commit? I mean,
you got 6 in a corner right now.
New mechanics get invented every day. Who says Boost on the Beach can't add one to that?
Just in at half, gets the demo once again. Canovo and Chosen have just been absolutely destroying Syracuse cars.
And that's kind of the role that Chosen plays on this team. Like, he's the fun guy, but if you're not a Clemson fan, you hate him. He plays that enemy/villain role, and it's huge for Clemson right now as we approach the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're Syracuse, you can't just be sitting around the enemy goal with nothing happening for a full minute, right? You had so many shots off. You had the rotate. You might have been able to get the pass, but you have to convert. The time is now.
And yeah, like you said, the time is now. 20 seconds left. You need to find a goal probably in the next 10. What a close save for Clemson. And now Syracuse has to reset, trying to keep things going. Counterattack, finding a third player up top. But what a save from, I believe that was Masao.
Oh, Gavilan has just had the ball in his hand for the last minute. Yep, now or nothing.
Another great save from Canovo. That ball hits the ground, or maybe it won't. Maybe it'll stay up for a little while longer. No, it will not. Clemson by 2 goals in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're already looking at the old team versus the new team, talking about the old heads, they've already outperformed the old heads.
Yeah.
They got the one game. They weren't able to do that last year.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Snipes from Clemson, the previous team captain. He was going gray versus Masao. Look at that. Look at that beautiful ginger hair. And maybe I'm biased, but nonetheless, they look comfortable right now.
Yeah, and comfortable is where you want to be. You take that first set loss, first LAN ever. Now you're sitting here. You get that first game win in a pretty dominant, even though it was a little funky in how they got those goals, it was a pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, I mean, for game 1, is Chosen's going to have a staring contest with us, but the cool thing about that last game was that we saw the teams unlock, really. There wasn't that weird middle ground where they were just banging the ball downfield and trying to see what happens. They were taking control. They were taking demos, possession, pressure. All of it builds up, and it's what makes these teams special. It's why they're here. And again, Clemson 0-1 so far. They need this game 2.
Yeah, and I think something to note is that due to you having this group where no one can get eliminated, you're going to play 5 other matches. Some teams might be working on some, specific techniques throughout these early games of the day. Okay, we played our first one. Okay, we feel comfortable on these computers. We got the Discord working. Now let's work on some specific techniques where it might be, hey, let's try to be super demo heavy this set. Maybe we weren't that way against UNCC.
Yeah, I mean, and again, in this best of 3, you don't get time to really make those decisions. So if you're going to go demo heavy, you got to do it now. You got to put everything on the line. If all 3 players have to be on the other team's goal, and if that's what it takes to score, then you got to figure that out. And honestly, if I'm the coach of Syracuse, I'm looking at that game. They played good. They played solid, but you add a few defensive backboard misses and not dodging demos, and it makes that difference. So I don't think they have to change anything too crazy. I think you just got to be a little quicker in your rotations, and hopefully it'll put you in the right spot.
Yeah, I think you got to be a little quicker with the rotation, maybe be a little bit more vocal about where you are going to rotate to, especially on that defensive end.
And we will see very shortly if the adjustments will be made. But
yeah,
as of right now, I mean, the biggest thing for me is looking at these players is the smiles on the faces of the Clemson side versus the laser focus of the Syracuse side. And this has become a recent conversation in Collegiate Rocket League is, what's the meta? Do you have fun? Not troll, obviously, but do you enjoy the game, or do you lock in and every single moment must be pre-planned?
It does seem like the teams that are really demo heavy tend to have more fun. Watching it up there, the Northeastern guys are kind of, smiling a lot, laughing a lot. We see it here with Clemson right now. So maybe the true path to happiness in life is just demoing a lot of cars.
Violence is probably never the answer, and maybe we shouldn't endorse that, but...
No, you just go to, you got to go to like those warehouses that have like old lamps and whatnot. And you wear like protective gear and you smash them with sledgehammers. Get out your anger in a constructive way.
I forget what it's called, but honestly, you might as well call it DFH Stadium right now, because that's what it feels like. This feels like the room where people are going in, they're smashing things, breaking windows, breaking axles, and I mean, hey, it's working. You can't complain.
Yeah, in the way that they're implementing the demo is really interesting, because it's almost just like a pure stall tactic, where I think we saw a lot of Chosen's demos when they're in defense. It's not, we're not going to try to demo the defender to get an advantage on offense. We're doing it so we have stifling Syracuse's offense.
Yeah, and that's that next level. If you can find that second or third man and knock him out and then get a massive clear downfield, you're looking at a 3v1, a 3v2, a 2v1, a 2v2. I mean, the mismatches are so easy to find once you find that next level of demos, but so far Clemson the only one seeming to find that.
Yeah, Northeastern very demo heavy. We saw a lot of that, but they weren't able to get many conversions off of it in that previous game. They might have, talked about it. We will be seeing them up next, I believe, as well. So see how they adjust. Too bad they have to go against Harrisburg University, I believe, just due to the frequency of matches. Currently the #1 seed for the entire tournament, just with that individual game win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big win for Harrisburg. I mean, it's going to put them probably in the first seed of their group, which is massive when you're looking at both Maryville and Ole Miss on the other end. But, I mean, speaking of looking at the other end, I mean, right behind us, this is Clemson. Again, they look laser-focused. They look happy. They're having fun. They're relaxed. I mean, they're still smiling, and we've been on kind of a short break here.
Yeah, you got to ride the high of the win. Yeah, these Clemson guys are probably middle of the pack, and that's where it's really interesting. I think there are a lot of clear top 4 teams just based on the insane rosters. MMR, we have like what, 4 CRL rosters basically. They're going
you
crazy.
might as well call them RLCS rosters. Yes.
And then taking a step down, I think there's a massive pool of teams that can secure that 3rd seed. Maybe even try to fight for that 2nd seed getting out of these groups.
Which, I mean, looking at Group A, I mean, obviously this is what we're looking at with Syracuse Clemson. Funny enough, I have them both at the bottom of Group A. Maybe I'm a hater, and maybe broadcast and Syracuse won't like that. But I have Northeastern and UNC above. But if Clemson can take this, I mean, it's going to boost them up. I mean, you don't want to be the last overall seed because you know exactly who's waiting on you.
Yeah, and the really weird thing, too, is we could get to the potential where we have, like, a bunch of weird ties, like, where they're right next to each other, because you did mention that you had both of these teams near the bottom. But if the match ends up setting how it's currently where, so we get Clemson, 2-0 win or something of that sort, you have Clemson beating Syracuse, who beat Northeastern, and then you throw UNCC in this mix somewhere. That's 4 teams that are basically, like, cross-tied with one another.
Yeah, I mean, and we don't even know how Northeastern's going to do against Clemson yet either. So, I mean, I'm here for chaos. The last LAN that I was a part of, there was a 3-way tie in group stage. So if I bring that, I'm sorry. But, I'm kind of here for it. It'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, don't worry. We got precautions in place here to break some ties. At worst case, I think we're counting out goals. Okay. So in any tie that has Polar on the team, I think they just win automatically because homie dropped 7 goals, I think.
Yeah, something light. Some slight.
Yeah, 7 for 7, 7 shots, 7 goals. Why not?
7 for 7 against another RLCS team. I mean, that's just what Boost on the Beach is going to deliver. We're going to have top-tier players, top-tier teams, and they're going to show y'all all throughout today. We still have so many more games coming up. I mean, I have a long list of games to watch. Group B, in my opinion, is the hardest group.
Yeah.
So when that starts later this afternoon, y'all are going to be in for a treat. But for now, I mean, still talking Group A, things still panning out, and I mean, Clemson's still just trying to fight for that 2nd game.
Yeah, and things really do shift now because you're feeling good. You have the little break. You're smiling. If Syracuse comes out and turns the tide immediately and it is just turning to 1-1, that's a hard mountain to climb. Try to get over there. Yeah, taking a look at Group A with Harrisburg on top. We already talked about the teams that won. UNCC had that victory over Clemson right here. Harrisburg did defeat WVU. And Syracuse just beat Northeastern before coming down here to play on stage.
Yeah, to all the viewers at home, y'all take your scrapbooks out because West Virginia will be nowhere near the bottom of this table after this picture right here. I mean, they're probably going to go through and just dominate for the rest of the day, and they'll be right back up there with Harrisburg. But again, we talked about this. Those 4 teams, and especially if Clemson wins this, arguably all toss-ups.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're a West Virginia hater out there, take your screenshots now and post them on Twitter because this is the lowest they're going to be in the standings the entire weekend.
Shoot, I might pull my phone out right now and change my predictions, but I mean, look, they're all looking good. These are all still very talented teams, and that's the special part about Boost on the Beach 24. Of course, nothing against 23. But with 4 RLCS teams and then the talent pool, that's the same from 23 almost. I mean, it's spicy over here.
Yeah, it's bigger and better, like all things should be. Shout out to Texas. Yeah, I mean, we see some of the matches that are going to be coming up. On side stage, I believe we will be pulling Northeastern and Harrisburg next.
It is, yep.
And then at the start of the hour for 12 o'clock, we have Northeastern against UNCC. Another one of those weird 4 matches that will probably actually determine who can get that 3rd seed. And then we will have Harrisburg against Syracuse. That's going to be a tough one.
It's going to be going on.
All the Harrisburg ones, yeah, it's going to be going on.
It's going to be going on. And funny enough, Clemson will get a kind of a last-second chance on stream. I mean, they're going to play Northeastern at 1 p.m. As y'all can see, that slowly leaving away.
Yeah, we got that Star Wars font ticking down.
Yep. But I mean, every team, and I just realized as I'm saying this, like Clemson's not the only team with a lot coming down to the wire. I mean, arguably the entire standings of both groups will come down to the wire. Now, maybe the top 2 is kind of predetermined in each group, but that whole bottom 4, I mean, again, and I'm going to keep saying this because I don't know how to describe it, but it's a toss-up. I don't know who to pick.
Yeah, it's really just flip your coin of who you want in 1 and 2.
Yep.
And then looking at the rest, it's like, well, I guess on paper this one might be better than this one, but a lot of these teams, due to like not being at that RLCS level, have some pretty unique gameplay that might not be the meta, might not be the new wave, but can kind of match up better against another team.
Well, and that's just the great thing about Rocket League is that it just depends on the day. It depends on how you're feeling. I mean, who knows what these guys ate for breakfast, but Clemson obviously got more, and they're showing it so far. And, I mean, even in all the games we've seen, I mean, it's such fine, close margins. It comes down to that one last bumper demo. And every game, no matter the level, that's what we love about Rocket League. It's going to be close. It's going to be fast-paced. You'll have me blowing out your eardrums, and we're just having fun.
Yeah, and never forget the fun. That's the best part. That's why we're all here. It's fun to win. It's fun to play games. It's fun to get in person and play with everyone. Players are smiling. Players are laughing.
Well, and we're here at the Hangout, too, which is definitely one of the most
fun place.
Probably the most fun I've had on any vacation ever. Well, wait a minute. We're not on vacation. This is a work trip. But it is cool to be here at the Hangout. It's a wonderful venue. Having both stories to utilize and having people who are not even familiar with Rocket League at all come in and spectate what we're doing, it's such a cool experience.
Yeah, I think we'll actually have a really cool situation coming up at about like the 45-minute marker of every hour where we'll take a step back from the gameplay and the commentary. We'll all take a seat and then show what's going on in the venue because it gets crazy every hour on the hour.
Which that will be a surprise, and so will the result of Game 2. We're currently working out some tech issues, but don't worry, we're going to come right back to you very soon.
children of the sun. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat.
And welcome back. Everybody loves Rocket League and all of its little quirks and details, but we got everything fixed and we're going to be heading back into Game 2 of Round 1 pools, or I guess Group A pools for Boost on the Beach 2024 with Syracuse and Clemson.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a Rocket League event without a little bit of delay, but now we finally get to bring you Game 2. Clemson looking to move to 1-1, a major win towards the middle of this group, it would be.
Yeah, and started the exact same way as the last game where Syracuse goes for the attack, doesn't get a conversion, but at least this time there's no goal rolling in from half court.
Yeah, I mean, again, I expect this to go down to the wire. Originally had it going to 3, but Northeastern, Syracuse has a lot of work to do. They didn't look bad from a kind of coaching standpoint, but mechanically they have to lock in, and that's a great save from Gavilan.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to see if you are a Syracuse fan. You saw that they're properly communicating as we're seeing the first of many potential demolitions from Canovo.
I don't think it's potential. I think it will happen.
Inevitable.
Chaos is inevitable as now Clemson putting the pressure right back on. Keep a look at this right here. One player going towards 2. That's what Clemson is doing right now. And you cannot have one player beat 2 or 3. But now Syracuse beats 1. One player gets traded. It's a wide open net. Player spawns in late. Not going to save it. 1-0 Syracuse.
Yeah, got to make it look pretty if it's open at least. Had a lot of fun with it. I think Mason was in the air for like 10 seconds just having fun looking at it. Pretty easy goal. Not the way you want to start if you're Clemson, though.
Yeah, I mean, he beats the first man, and second man's positioned to follow, but then third man gets demoed, and nobody's on the back half. And so that's just going to be an easy walk-in for Syracuse, but Clemson still very much in this game.
Yeah, it's probably going to be neck and neck for the first 3 or so minutes. And then it's probably going to hit that defensive wall where we saw Clemson just hold on, didn't allow anything, had like 10 shots on goal, every one of them blocked, rotated perfectly. And we are seeing Syracuse on a pretty efficient
it's close.
move.
It's close. It's a great air dribble from Mason, but could not get that next touch. But look, wait a minute. Syracuse is knocking at the door, but Clemson's there to answer.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Gavilan's dancing on the roof while Patrick was right there to set up the perfect shot. Can we get the deflection?
Close shot. Nothing really developing just yet. Again, now we find ourselves in the lull that we expected, but this one might be the end. But what a great clear from Clemson. But the counterattack not going to fall. It's going to be Syracuse still going. Ball's going backboard. Player awkward. Mason, last man back, makes the play.
And that's what you need to see if you're going to be trying to keep up this relentless offensive push. You have to be able to rotate back and protect your own goal if you're Syracuse.
And if you're Clemson, you got to keep the pressure, but your third man cannot keep disappearing. And that shot, very luckily, not going to roll in. As now Syracuse, that's 2 players beat, but then Canovo rips it away, and that's going to be an easy clear.
Oh, and we have the demo for Mason this time instead of on Mason. Going to be able to, get a little bit of a tempo advantage there if you're Syracuse. Move to the competitor side of the court. And now we're back to play.
And Clemson just no possession so far. I mean, there's just time after time. They're throwing themselves at this ball, ripping it downfield. They kind of looked like they had no land jitters, and then things are kind of slowly regressing in this game, too, as that shot goes bottom side. Gavilan won't get it. Pat gets bumped. Clemson, it's a miss. Here comes the second try, but is anybody there to answer? It's Mason who goes middle, but nobody there for Syracuse.
You can't even catch your breath if you're looking at this. It looks like every single time they're going to set up, we're going to have, some pretty good rotations. Another demo.
It's close over the middle. Here comes Mason. It goes off a player off the top rope and in.
Syracuse looks pretty good right now. Maybe the break benefited them, and maybe the break took a little too much wind out of the sails of Clemson.
I mean, hey, maybe they had tech issues that caused that game 1 loss. Who knows? We can always make excuses all day, but Clemson can't really do that yet. They're just simply getting beat right now. As that play, you had two players who just sat down and waited for the pass to develop. And Clemson, they're supposed to be getting their demos, as now here comes the bumps, and now the counterattack's back on. But once again, they throw possession away. But this one's close. Two players from Clemson go. Here comes third man, Chosen. What little boost he has, can't get the dunk.
And now we are seeing the solid rotation, the solid positioning from Syracuse to not allow any of those funky or unfortunate goals that they allowed in the previous game. It's all about solid gameplay, and Patrick is solidly attacking the goal. Mason behind. He's just off target.
He was solidly attacking the goal, but slowly the Syracuse defense starts to liquidate a little bit, kind of drip off. But now this Clemson side still getting pressure on. That's two players from Syracuse. Massive pinch downfield. Third man putting pressure on. And now Chosen just having to play the 50. Here comes another player from Syracuse. The pressure, relentless. The double touch. It's close, but it's not on.
And Mason not committing there. I think Syracuse is kind of stating, we're going to be pretty safe here. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to rotate. We have a 2-goal lead in sub-minute time. There's no reason to risk anything right now.
Yeah, and there's no need to, as that's an incredible shot from Mason that somehow doesn't find it. Now, Clemson has one player left. It's Gavilon, but that's a great play from him. And Clemson, no boost, gets beat once again. No, this is Patrick looking for a shot, and it might not be Patrick, but it's almost a Syracuse shot.
Yeah, and it's just Syracuse saying, oh, Mason has the open net.
And one.
And Patrick steals the goal.
No, this is Patrick. He does get denied the first time, but finds that one, and that's going to be the dagger on this one.
Yeah. And now you take the time to just sit back if you're Clemson, trying to talk about what happened. I mean, just from, looking for the last 5 minutes, it seems like the lack of demos were there. We talked about, the chaos being inevitable. I don't think Clemson was able to bring the chaos much into this match to, impact some things. So maybe it's how do we target that? What is the cause of that? Do I just need to go for way more aggressive plays? Do we need to kind of disrupt some of these rotations, as Syracuse does take game 2 to bring it to a 1-1 series score?
Yeah, Clemson slows down, but Syracuse speeds up. And now we're starting to see a few smiles come out. Everyone's still locked in, but it's still a clash of play styles and metas right now. And it almost felt like a complete flip. I mean, Clemson, they had possession, they had opportunities, but almost every time it was blasted downfield or given away. And, as much as we want to sit here and say, oh, Clemson's not making the right decisions, they're getting starved. They have no boost, nothing to pull from, whereas we watch Syracuse air dribble over 2 without any momentum, just kind of hops over and finds Mason in the middle, and that's the difference.
Yeah, I think talking about the boost allocation so far in that game is really important, because as you mentioned, Masao had a really great look once, had 25 boosts. What are you going to do with that?
Exactly. And, well, last time these teams played, it was 3-0. Game 2 follows the same suit, and now we find ourselves in a do-or-die on Champions Field, a field with so much history as we try to write our own here at Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, and everything that's happened in each of the first games is what happens with this first goal. Syracuse came out quite strong in game 2. I think scored within the first 30 seconds or so. Really solid goal as well. Wasn't one of those little scrappy ones. And we see Masao challenge. Gets the shot off.
It's a great turn from Syracuse, though, and that's a double commit, but Mason doesn't waste too much boost, so he's still in the play. And again, that's another Clemson 50 that just doesn't go the way that they need it to, as this ball isn't either. And again, Clemson just has to throw it away.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like hockey here with how they're trying to ice the puck. And speaking of pucks, Canova just hit a slap shot, got it into the goal. And that's how you want to start in this game 3 if you are Clemson.
As a great dunk from who I believe was Chosen, or I couldn't even tell, but Canovo, I can tell, slots that one perfectly, finds the sliver of the bar, one that is legendary in Rocket League, that either will deny you the goal or give you it like that, but Clemson's not out just yet.
And now we're looking at least a little bit of a different way that you're getting the ball out. Syracuse isn't just chucking it down and just, reset, come back at us. They're at least trying to take the ball outside of their own half of the field, take it, let's get some solid foundational play, move forward, get a good rotate, pass it along. And now we are seeing them have a solid attack. Mason there to recover the deflection. Patrick going in.
Oh, huge touch from Clemson, and like you mentioned, that's what you have to do. You have to be a little more conscious of what you're doing, as this is a wide open net. Clemson, dead center. Canovo picks up his second.
No, you're right.
Was that his first?
No, it was second.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, homie had the dunk in the first one.
It didn't update on the scoreboard for a second.
Hey, Rocket League has its quirks, man.
It is a well-optimized game, and Clemson is a well-oiled machine so far. That's a parallel to draw so far in the first minute of this game.
Still a lot of time, though. 2 goals in the first minute. More goals than both teams have scored in the last game.
And Clemson has a golden chance to get a third there, which would have been huge for them, but they won't find it. Now it opens the door for Syracuse, and then that demo's going to keep it just cracked a little bit, but Masao, the one-man army, backboard. What a clear, though.
Yeah, now we're seeing the Syracuse taking a note out of Clemson's book there, gets the demo, gets another demo, and now you're able to delay the attack.
And it's starting to feel like
Get a
game
look that
two.
you like.
It's starting to feel like game 2. Once again, Syracuse gets that midfield possession. They find the demo. It's a 3v2. The spawn's awkward, and nobody gets to it from Clemson. They're not out just yet.
And this is where the momentum really shifts. You're in game 3. And you need this win if you're Clemson. I mean, you need this win if you're Syracuse, but you need this win if you're Clemson. And just allowing that one goal, seeing your lead dramatically dwindle downwards could be the turning point for Syracuse to take the advantage, take advantage of Clemson's, new wave of momentum.
Yeah, the urgency is something that both teams need to feel. And so far, Syracuse seems to be feeling it more. That's a close shot. It's a close pass. Backflip from Clemson, but nobody's there. We'll see Syracuse still, though, keeping pressure. Chosen, awkward. Ball's just barely off his hood, but Syracuse still going. Pass goes ceiling. Nobody's middle, though.
Yeah, and Syracuse is just taking the safe approach. They had 2 back on the rotation there. Kind of just saying, Gav, if you get the goal, you get the goal. We'll wait for the next look.
And Syracuse will find the next look. Ball falls down, off the bar. Ball still on, but not going to find the back of the net. Last man from Syracuse gets beat. Clemson staring at an open net, looking for a pass middle, and maybe for another lead, but what a save from Mason.
And Patrick, once again, with a 3rd demo in the last minute. Mason's able to take it to the other side of the court.
Ball's going to go backboard. Player's awkward, but that's a great calm to let Gavilan go for that and rip that one out. But Clemson now starting to find their boost again. They're starting to find their rhythm, but Masao won't even get the chance to dance.
Yeah, and Patrick's there to hit the demo. Hey, you're not getting comfortable against me.
I mean, that right there is what you have to do. You're already down
Patrick
1.
again.
Ball goes middle. There's a 3rd man. It's Pat. Back to a player who might opt for the wall. Yes, he will. It's Gavilan with a flip. With a player middle. Right side. 2-2.
Patrick, dude.
We're having a good time. We're having a good time. It is so close, and it's such a close save from Clemson. They've been so quick to block those passes off in the last few minutes, but just like that, the Syracuse offense, it's relentless. It's going to wear you down until you can't take it anymore. And now, Clemson, though, still finding pressure. It's a good 50, and now another quick follow-up. Ball goes middle. Ball stays in the middle. It's an awkward shot, and now Syracuse trying to get something going. Ball goes middle again, but both teams' second man, they're being so cautious. You're in a Game 3 Champions Field, less than 2 minutes to go. You're just so nervous as now Masao finds a demo, but Syracuse finds a bump.
Yeah, it's almost like Masao's going too deep there. We need the demo. We need the demo. Not looking at where the ball is and where everyone else is positioned, because Mason was just able to take it past half court, and now we're looking at that stifling Syracuse offensive position once again.
People will say defense wins championships, and for Clemson, they have to prove that point right now, and they need this touch right here, but they don't find it. Ball goes topside. Ball stays middle. Shot left. Syracuse takes the lead with a minute left.
And all the momentum is just going in Syracuse's favor. It was that 2-0. You saw that 2-1. Clemson maybe, scratching their head, being like, ooh, I don't know if we can hold on to this. You see that 2-2. And that last offensive, stymieing position from Syracuse is able to secure the first lead of this game for them.
And now with a minute left, this is where teams on land have to prove to everyone what they're all about, as that's a close shot. But these underclassmen, it's 2 freshmen and a sophomore for Clemson, and they have to prove themselves against the experienced Syracuse roster with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, you got the super seniors against the first years. And that's kind of a, you're looking at the freshman against the senior in high school. That's like a 100-pound difference. That's a foot difference. It is David versus Goliath, and Goliath has the lead.
I will say that the margins don't feel that large, though. Clemson's still very much in this. But again, look, no boost for almost any Clemson player. And Syracuse, they do have boost. They have a second follow-up shot. It's a soft touch, backboard. What a save. Clemson stays alive.
Clemson stays alive, but at what cost? That entire sequence burned about 20 seconds, and the clock is still ticking. You can defend all you want, but if you're not able to get the goal here, it doesn't matter.
And now ball goes up, but that's a great play to get past 2. But now Canovo has a chance to keep Clemson in it. He's past 2, but he doesn't follow it. Now the counterattack, and 3 seconds left. Ball stays up. Ball is still up. Is he going to get there? Canovo gets not a touch, and it's a close game 3. Heartbreaking, but a massive win for Syracuse.
And yeah, you still don't see any smiles. Business as usual for them. They do the fist bumps. They're going to walk away. 2-0 in their group phase so far.
It is so early in the group stage, but it is also so crucial because of how talented every team is. And Clemson falls to 0-2. They still have a very solid chance of making it out, but such a massive win for Syracuse.
Yeah, and just as a consolation prize, getting any game win is very important when they're determining, you know, what team is going to be where when we get into these tiebreakers, because there are only 5 matches apiece for all of these teams for that group play. And so it's not like, you know, you're not walking away empty-handed per se. You have the 0-2 in the scorecard, but when you go over, you did have that game 3.
Yeah, and normally just looking at how these groups normally get 5-0, 4-1, 3-2, 2-3, and now you already have 2 of your losses, and you now are maybe 1 more away from falling to those bottom 2 spots. And I mean, looking at the top 4 is very, very clear. And then the bottom, if you fall to those bottom 4 slots in groups, you're definitely going to face the top 4, and then your careers here at Boost on the Beach 24 will be cut short. And unfortunately, we have had our fun. We do have to kind of cut it short as well, but the Rocket League action is going to be going on all day. We will be here all day. You'll see our beautiful faces soon.
Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the day so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the day so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
The grace period is over for these teams in Group A because it is down to business. Now that we've had a few matches go through, we're about to see what the rest of Group A is all about here. Tiny Shiny joins me this time around. Again, my name is Bearlight. Tiny Shiny, we got Northeastern facing off with UNCC. What are you seeing with these two teams?
I feel like this is going to be one of our closest matchups of the day. Both of these teams have something to prove, with both Harrisburg and WVU being in the same group. They want to be the ones to come up behind them. They've already had a lot of these difficult matches put out today. UNCC currently sitting at 1-1, whereas Northeastern still searching for that first win.
Yeah, they sure are. And right now, with UNCC, they've been really cooking lately. Their last matchup against West Virginia, yes, it was a 0-2 against that team. But one thing they did, they took them to overtime.
Yes.
West Virginia, this team is ready to cook right now. So Northeastern definitely got a tough task ahead of them, but they're hungry for that win, like you mentioned. It's just going to take a lot in the tank in order to get over the 49ers.
Now you need to find a way to get over that hump. UNCC are coming in hot. Are Northeastern ready to meet them? And speaking of pretty hot, we've had some great performers out here today. Some that have stood really far ahead in terms of goals. We have some cool stats coming right up. We'll get to take a peek at who have been those high scorers today. Polar standing on top of the hill, current king in terms of points.
Not surprised that from the first series, we're seeing Polar and Don respectively. They're definitely on top. But one name that stands out is number 2, Clemson. Canovo told me before this event even started up that he has not even been to an esports land. Not as a spectator, not as a player. Talk about comfortability right off the bat. 7 goals there, tied with Daunt, one of the best in all of Collegiate Rocket League.
But also Coolio Plutio, who will be playing in this next match, has been a big part of the reason UNCC is taking teams like WVU to an overtime that is incredibly close. As you said, they're coming into this game hot. Northeastern are looking to find their wave to ride through for their first win.
Yeah, and again, Harrisburg with a couple of names on that list as well, so they've been putting up goals in bunches, but UNCC has been doing the same. I mean, 6-1 against the first game against West Virginia, but turned that all around, and we're able to put up a couple of goals in that instance. They look really sharp, and I got to shout out to my boys. I mean, they've been incredible. Knight coming over from originally with Arcadia, now has found a home at UNC Charlotte. He says he absolutely loves and thrives with the 49ers, and he's playing at a whole new level. It shows that he's not only comfortable, but he's popping off. And he's got Lazy as well with him, who's just an all-around mechanical player. He has been named one of the most clutch players alongside Knight as far as why this team has been able to exceed so far. I mean, look at that face. He's ready to go. He's stoked. He's smiling. I've known him very well. I've been following him for a couple years. I'll tell you what, he has the ability to change games, just like the other Knight that we got to see a little bit earlier, too.
And you need to be watching out for really every player on this team. You highlighted Lazy and Knight, but Coolio Pludio, a lot of the reason this team is led to success is through his comms, how he guides this team on forwards. But of course, it's not going to be an easy fight for them whatsoever. Northeastern is here to play. The Huskies, even if they haven't been able to get that first win, they've been on stage. This is their second match, I believe, that we've had them come up here for the stream today. As a total, they're an aggressive team, right? They like to get these demos. They go for the aggression, and in that match against Syracuse, it just didn't pan out. They're going to want to stick with that strategy. It's been their bread and butter for so many years and has been the recipe for their success so far. Andrew, a big part of that. Yellow stepping up in so many different ways for this team to be that initiator, to be the person to set up and guide your team forward.
And Frost was messing with him a little bit. He saw the hand come in from the side of the camera. That's him messing with him, trying to be that true leader, spark things. And, you know, you look for your leader for those, but I also look for Yellow. Yellow has been a highlight maker, and when things haven't been going your way so far in the group stage, you have to have somebody to spark that, ignite that. And for me, it's got to be Yellow. We need to see one of those highlight reel goals against this tough UNCC defense. Otherwise, it's going to be a long battle here, a long best of three, ironically.
They're looking for that spark. They need something to light that fire and work their way through the rest of the group stage. Even if no teams are going to be eliminated prior to the playoffs, you want the best seed. You want to take these easy games and get as far as you possibly can. This is a matchup we anticipate to be close. It's all a matter of when the timer sets to go, what actually is going to happen on the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about the keys to success here for UNC Charlotte this time, who come in and they have to match that physicality, in my eyes, of Northeastern. They're going to come out to play bumps, demos. But what we learned from the first round was when Syracuse came out and executed the same thing on Northeastern, they simply put, they didn't have an answer for it. So if UNCC is able to jump out, get those bumps, demos, not only is that going to frustrate this Northeastern team, perhaps you can start to light the lamp with the talent that we have on this side, especially the Lazy and Knight, who can combine for a couple of goals here.
Exactly. I mean, Northeastern, they just need that extra push to get going, whether it is a physical push or a mental push. Something is bound to happen. They're over here. They're smiling. They're getting ready. You can kind of see them off to the corner of your screen here, and, you know, they're going to show up. They know what this event means to them. They placed third in their – actually, no, they got second, excuse me, in the last boost on the beach. While this may be a new environment for some, this is where they established themselves with that original LAN experience and want to carry that forwards.
And now they're ramping up now. They're able to make it in the lobby. They're fist bumping right now. I see the boys down here smiling to you. They've got a decent shot against this UNCC side. But, I mean, UNCC, like we mentioned, have been surprising us as of late. They're a team coming in that we might have counted out. But they have gotten things going. But can they continue it against this Northeastern squad? They're here. They're hungry for their first one of the series. Things are cooking up. We'll see if they can carry it into this game. It's going to be a quick one, though. These best of three games. It's all for seeding at this point. You might fall a little bit behind Harrisburg and West Virginia, but you want to do yourself favors. So that way you're not facing off with one of those top teams to kick off the bracket when it comes to Championship Sunday.
And you want to put your best foot forward here in group stage. Even if it might not have value to your life currently in this tournament, it will have a major impact on our later competition beginning tomorrow. Players loading into the lobby, getting ready to kick us off. Northeastern versus UNCC for Group A.
All right, let's hear it, Hangout. Rocket League collegiate level, top side, game one of this best of three, where UNCC will take first possession here and try to march it into the Northeastern side. Yellow gonna take care of that one, play at the link to the pitch, where the captain, Julio Pludio, try to lead things here for UNC Charlotte, but they seem hemmed in their own end. Northeastern already trying to strike. Yellow is on the doorstep, but they were able to make a big clear.
Andrew out of control, up and going towards the top. Getting a pass in, that's Julio Pludio shooting in from the net. Nice bump to prevent any further follow-up. Northeastern have been doing a good job. They wanted to get to Yellow. Their initiator tap off the side. Lazy reading that one well, attempting to go back towards the midfield area. Northeastern have been in control of the possession thus far, keeping a strong offense.
Knight gonna try to solve that here. As he takes an air dribble all the way back from midfield. It'll be Lazy to do the same. A touch over. Julio's on that side, but a good read from Prost. the leader of this Northeastern side. Try to lead the charge. Angebro there as well. Shot taken from Knight, but that'll be easily handled by the plain and simple great positioning by Yellow. Transitional play both ways seem pretty strong. The midfield presence not quite there. This could be the team that can get out and really do something with the space that they've been giving.
It's been these big booms back and forth across the field. No team really able to gain possession for that long. UNCC looking to change that though. Coolio Plurio on a recover. Yellow though has been guarding that net closely, making sure that score remains even. Proc reset, not quite the momentum they wanted to find. UNCC just banging it around to the corner, hoping to win the 50, but they haven't been able to do so yet in a Northeastern half.
Angebro's got Yellow down in transition. Shot taken a little bit off the mark. Follow-up, though. There's the demo, but Knight recognized that they were in trouble. We're able to come across and be the Knight in shining armor to make that save, but they're not out of harm's way yet. Northeastern trying to jump in as well. Julio Pudio to find the way out. Frost trying to transition as well, but it'll be B2. It's shot off the crossbar. That close to making it 1-0. A turn might happen here. Oh, but Coolio couldn't get the handle and shot it a little bit wide.
Two major opportunities for UNCC, neither which could be converted on at all. Northeastern, they're keeping this score at nothing, at least for the time being. Only half the game has gone by. No team yet to make a very strong move. Northeastern haven't been playing this heavy physical game, and that's largely due because UNCC are playing reactionary, especially when you look at this defense, but they're getting aggressive themselves. Is why we came back to bite Northeastern the first time, and it's going to do it here for the first point.
What did I tell you? Taste of your own medicine. Get out, get those bumps. It might frustrate them a little bit. One thing it will do is open up space for your captain, who puts it in for UNC Charlotte. 1-0 lead here. They're just making plays happen through their physicality. We'll see if Northeastern's got the response here. But right now, UNC Charlotte, even when they're on their heels, or it seems like they're on their heels, they're not. They seem pretty comfortable being able to play on that defensive side and being able to transition with pace.
Their ability to transition as fast as they are is arguably the most impressive thing, and where they're going to help catch Northeastern off guard, allow them to get some more of these demolitions in themselves. But we're still seeing the same thing. Neither team has excellent midfield control, so we're staying heavily within these defensive halves. Now, Pludio. So try to get the 50 in the air. It's Angebro back down to the corner, but nobody from Northeastern is there to receive it. Knight, though, gets a little bit farther in front of them, continuing to play off these corners. More often than not, UNCC is at the dominance.
Now, you know, you look for Lazy on the UNCC side, but he's been basically followed by Northeastern. He's been targeted and hasn't been able to launch into much. They are able to establish the lead, but Northeastern's after it now. They got Yellow. We'll chip it over. Frost is there. Shot taken. Good read from Coolio. Makes the initial save.
Yeah. I mean, their defense has been so coordinated in the sense that they're playing very close together, which you don't often see in teams like this. They're respecting Northeastern space, which both can be advantage and a disadvantage. So far, it's kept them in that lead, and they're only going to need to hang on to it for another 60 seconds as game one is about to come to a close.
Frost trying to jump out. Get that challenge on Knight. It's not to be. Up for it is Coolio. He'll take a shot. Handled, but the double commit there from Northeastern. Definitely something they haven't been able to clean up. The bouncer, it is cleaned up by Knight. There you go, 2-0 UNCC.
That's the insurance goal right there. UNCC eventually throws so many punches at it, someone is bound to break off the crossbar. Knight there as that second man to go ahead and follow up. UNCC, they're looking clean. They're not needing to play this physical game because Northeastern hasn't been doing it themselves.
Yeah, UNCC has been playing a simplified game. We saw it against West Virginia. Yeah, that's the only way that you're able to keep it close against a team that on paper should stack up against you. You take them to overtime. Just keeping it simple here, especially in the LAN environment, has been effective in this game number one. Maybe Northeastern trying to learn that themselves. Angebro took the shot again. They're on it. Lazy, a good read. And now Lazy's still on it as well. This will be left for a teammate. Knight trying to jump out in front for those bumps. Up at the top of the box here. And Knight electing to just kill more time with this 2-0 lead, and will punch it away from Northeastern. But now an opportunity. The demo shot taken, but cleaned up by Knight.
That was two demos from Yellow right there. It was only up to Knight in those final seconds to make the save. He was able to do it, and now Northeastern, they are on their last limb. 2 goals, now impossible. Northeastern had a rough run here, game number one, and it'll be a UNCC win to start their series.
And I love seeing the support unit over here as well, cheering them on as they get that game number one win. They've been here the whole time and giving that positive feedback whenever those wins start to develop here. Even in that WVU situation. You know, it was one of those situations where they continued to work on it and almost able to break through in that situation. But again, UNC Charlotte jumping out here at Northeastern. They started to cook something, but they weren't able to quite get there at the end of the day in that game number 1. What needs to change in your eyes as far as game number 2 for Northeastern?
And Northeastern right now, I think that they're playing a bit of a slow game. They're letting the Niners set the pace in terms of how they're actually moving forwards between offense and defense. And that's where we've seen UNCC find so much success is Northeastern. They can have a really strong defensive play, but they're never able to find a full transition over on that aggressive end. And therefore, they have fewer scoring opportunities to convert on, and it leads to these low games.
Yeah, UNCC has shown up to play, plain and simple. I mean, they had their 2-0. They kicked it off with a 2-0 win, which is what you want to do, especially in these best-of-3 scenarios and in this land environment, to really get yourself going in this. So, brand new team at UNC Charlotte, doesn't matter. They're a young team. Obviously, with this talent, that's a good sign moving forward that there's going to be years and years where UNC Charlotte's going to be competitive. Knight was such a great acquisition as well. Northeastern trying to jump to it as well. Look at the personality from Yellow. It gives the camera a little kiss, if you will.
I mean, Northeastern right now, they've been one of those squads within the past couple of years, like, okay, these guys, they're the top dogs, right? No pun intended. And they've been one of the teams at the top, the team to beat, and now you fully reset from that roster. This is a new start, and it's a heavy weight to carry on your soldiers for these young players. They're making these transitions between their teams, and they're trying to build up this synergy with one another. Of course, playing on a land completely different from sitting in a quiet, secluded room. There's so much else going on around you. We know what the Huskies can be capable of, but we're just yet to see it come into full form today.
Looking to see it, looking to see who can spark it. Yellow's definitely got the confidence. We'll see if he can translate it to a winning effort in this game number 2. As the kickoff did fall back to him, but it will jump all the way back to midfield. And Frost took a second to get over to get that challenge. Actually, we'll try and fight it off. Julio trying to do the same thing, but Yellow's got the box locked down. Got to flip reset in pocket as well, but Lazy able to fight that off to the sidewall.
And Northeastern are pulling out all the stops for game number 1, and it's not going to take much. That was a major overcommit, and one that UNCC are happy to take advantage of.
Yeah, the bounce was just not in their favor at all, and where's the defense, right? You have to rotate back in. I think, you know, Northeastern got very short-sighted in that moment and thought that they could keep it in, and I mean, that's been a problem that they're trying to trap UNC Charlotte and maybe gain some offensive, time of possession. It just hasn't existed here, and UNCC able to take advantage of that. Trying to get back to it as well. Angebro 50-50. Lacy's going to get it over to Coolio. And he'll clear the zone yet again. UNC Charlotte just working all sorts of magic. Maybe another one there too. They press in the box. Northeastern at least able to keep it within 1.
Northeastern, they're hanging on. You can tell they're getting desperate with the plays that they're making. It's close. It's down to the wire. They're playing a very dangerous game right now, and they need to be very cautious, especially with how UNCC has started to find their run here in our Group A matchups. Northeastern, now Angebro up to the corner, but Lazy is going to get there first. Like, that's another example of you're just booming it down to the other end, yet you're losing the race to maintain possession.
Yellow up towards the ceiling, trying to get it past Coolio. He's got it handled and taken care of, and Knight up in support as well. Yellow tries to leave it, shot taken as well. Another opportunity. Yellow crashed the box, but before he can get there, UNCC again able to get it out.
You're so close on so many different times. Like, it's got to be painful to have this many opportunities just bong off the crossbar. I mean, Northeastern, they're getting closer. This is the most shots that we've seen from them all day long. Yet UNCC has just been one step ahead, but heavily favored on this defense thus far.
Finally, Angebro was able to rotate around too. There was a moment where I was getting concerned about their offensive commitment here. There's still 3 minutes left. No need to get antsy. Still got to stay settled. You got to stick to your game plan yet. It's too early to panic, and right now, that opportunity in the box, but again, UNCC is truly this team that has the defense locked down first before they transition out, and that's a big reason why they have not only the lead in the series 1-0, but in this game as well, looking to close out.
They're far from a one-sided team, and it just shows in moments like that their defense improves every single time we see it on action. You need to be removing some of those pieces, yet it's Northeastern who loses out on Prosk. UNCC, the opportunity to regain control, but Angebro has more speed than his Caesar's shots, and Prosk is going to bury it into the back.
Yeah, and this is all a mistouch from Knight there as Lazy came up, a miscommunication, if you will. So Northeastern finally able to take a mistake from UNCC and capitalize on it. It feels good. It wasn't the craziest goal. Again, we talked about simplicity and how it can be a big factor in here. We saw another example of that right here in Northeastern. You'll take them any way they come to you, I guess.
Yeah, Northeastern are starting to find the way to slow the game down. Yellow, a nice bounce. The one that Lazy just shoots right up to the sky, making it look like nothing. My goodness, he flew seemingly out of nowhere. Northeastern are managing to hang on to this ball. I mean, you can tell that one goal, it's changing their play style. That confidence has grown. They've proven that they can score once. Why not do it again?
Awkward spot here for the defense of Northeastern. Local Yellow's able to jump on in time. Andrew needs to turn as well. Lazy, luckily for Northeastern, was heading out for boost, and that'll allow them to clear it all the way back down the pitch. And set it up from Yellow. Lazy basically attaches that ball to the car. Look at that air drag.
Wow.
Looking for the bump as well, but Andrew was able to fight that off just in time.
Yeah, Northeastern are slowly starting to take more initiative, interrupting the passing plays before they can find their final targets. The score is going to remain even. No team has been in clear control thus far. Lazy loses that ball. Prosk going for the double tap. Is he going to magic it? It's the bounce over the top. Is there any follow-up? No! Prosk, the captain, gave Northeastern the opportunity, and they're not going to let it go easily. It has to be a big push from Knights in order to break through. UNCC's fast transitioning coming in key.
Oh, a big touch there from Andrew as well. That was coming off the back wall, and they would have been able to crash in. But luckily for UNCC, that was not the case. They're going to hold back from Knight. A touch there, and Coolio taps it past another member of the defense. The 1v1 situation. The Knight was fought off here, and Prosk able to try to lead the way here for Northeastern. Yellow's got him with the pass. Lazy couldn't get the touch either, but Knight bails him out, but for how long? Another shot comes through, the double touch! Andrew's got it, 2-1 Northeastern.
You can hear the cheers. You can tell how much they needed that, how much they wanted it. Northeastern now in the lead for the first time all series, and they only have to hold it for another 37 seconds, barely. Like, you can tell Northeastern, they've come alive. They're so close, but can they close it out?
Both teams locked in now. Northeastern trying to fight for their lives, at least in this series. As Lazy is up for this challenge, they need to merge something forward pretty quickly now. Northeastern, I said they were maybe falling into habits of taking too many risks, but they did pay off, and now they like the return on that. Maybe another opportunity. UNC Charlotte just trying to chop at it there. What they're doing here is the box locked down. Prosk able to kill more time. Andrew now will try to catch it. Now down to 8 seconds left. UNC Charlotte needs to move forward. Knight will try to spark just that. Over the wall he goes. This one, Coolio, down pitch, and he'll plump it high. Now a chance for Knight. He's got it lined up in his sights, but low boost, couldn't get to it. And it'll be Northeastern with the comeback win here in Game 2. And we go to Game 3.
We started with this series anticipating that it would be close, and these teams showing us exactly why. Northeastern, they are awake, they are ready to play. And UNCC, while they have kept it close, while they've been so impressive with their transitions, with the speed at which they're playing at, they're going to end up losing game number 2 and going to have to come back for a 3rd round.
Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow for sure because you are in the driver's seat. When you get that first goal, when you have the ability to close out, but was not able to. And the last thing you wanted to do was exactly that, get the good vibes back to Northeastern. You see them smiling, you see them fist bumping. They start to get that positive mentality going. They can be a tough train to stop. Yep. We saw it last year, but we're starting to see a little pieces of that this year as well.
And there's so much to say about that as well from a mental standpoint. These series are incredibly short. You have, if you're going to 3 games, 15 minutes total on that field. Small switches of this are monumental for teams to mount that comeback and make their way to that final victory. Now, Northeastern, the tide is in their favor, and UNCC, they have to fight against it.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Northeastern, they may have lost Frazier. He graduated last year, but they have a leader cooking now. Prosk looks so good in Game 2, but will it be a Game 3 victory off his hand and the rest of the team? Or does UNCC bounce back here for this game number 3? Right now, you see UNCC challenging first, but it'll be Northeastern up for the challenge.
Northeastern now. This is their game. They bought it for themselves. They're going to carry that through. Lazy playing aggressive. There's a bump on Yellow. Couldn't quite get the clear. And Jabro there to save the day. Put them out of danger. You can tell Lazy is everywhere, all over this ball for UNCC right now.
And now a quick turn from Northeastern, though, and Lazy again. No surprise, directly on it. Yellow going to be B2'd as well. Lazy pops it over Frost.
Okay.
That's 2 members of Northeastern. He's able to just step around. And I will try to collect here in the corner, too. Plays it past Frost. Only get as far as midfield here as Andrew will turn it directly back in. He's got an opportunity. One touch, but it played a little bit away from himself. And UNCC able to bail themselves out, at least for now.
Has the ball even touched Northeastern's half
No.
in the entirety of that first minute? This is the change. This is the fear of giving Northeastern that victory. See, now that they have this mental UNCC, you're playing against a whole new squad right now, and you have to break through. Finally, the ball will bang down on the blue side, but guess what? It doesn't matter. Yellow has to get the change. Lazy has had enough of it, though. Pluto stationed far up, hoping to receive on the end of a pass. Yet Northeastern, all 3 players there to prevent anything happening.
Not a lot of shots came out of UNCC in game number 2, so they're trying to just put them on the board. But right now, the Eastern great chance is another one, but shut down by Knight. Follow-up is there. Yellow gets them on the board first, 1-0 in game 3.
And that right there is when you pull the triple commit. High risk, high reward, and it couldn't be more rewarding for Northeastern in this exact moment. This is the lead that they wanted. They're wanting to pull this all the way back from the brink, get their boost on the beach on the right track.
The kickoff, UNCC trying to get back to some bit of regularity. This has been very awkward in the last couple games. That's the way to do it. Get your captain involved on the kickoff. It took them 3 seconds to answer, and they're back equalize here at 1.
Kickoff goals are always those things that you don't exactly have full control over that bounce, yet this couldn't have been better RNG for UNCC right now. They've regained that confidence. They've had so few shots, as you mentioned, in this past game, and this right here has the potential to change that factor.
When I talked to UNCC, we said, who's got the clutch factor? That guy on your screen right now, Knight, tried to press in and get a late-term goal in this best of 3. But holding on the back line is going to be Yellow, at least for now. Gets a touch past 1 more member. They'll have numbers if they hurry, and Andrew Bro's got the 50-50. It'll go all the way across the pitch. It opens things up. UNCC, Julio! What a passing play! What a team effort! UNCC back on top.
What to tell you? The tides have turned once again. This game is back and forth. There's no longer these polarizing differences between squads. It is a nail-biter down to the finish, and we're not even halfway through the highest score that we've had so far, and it's bound to be more at the pace we've been going.
Yellow wants to kickstart that as well off the kickoff. He'll get the first couple of touches to try to move it back in what seems like an inevitable answer here for Northeastern. He'll play it high, trying to look for the back wall there, but it's shut down from UNCC. One of the reasons why they've been so good is their positional responsibility on the UNCC side. It's rare that we see breakdowns. It's been Northeastern just finding little avenues around UNC Charlotte that's been working for them.
I mean, Northeastern have taken the game another step. UNCC are no longer able to oversimplify how they're playing. Northeastern have taken the game to the skies. They've sped up the pace, and we're slowly starting to see the Niners fall behind. Northeastern, though, they still need to get themselves back an extra point. In order to do that, UNCC, you can see them. They're getting these backwards passes. They're allowing themselves to get set up. They're playing slow. Yet Northeastern, they're getting used to it. They can see the plays that you're doing, UNCC. It's no secret to them, and you can see why the Huskies are able to get it clear.
Lazy with an uncharacteristic miss here. That'll allow some space given up. Andrew Bro had him a minute to kind of collect it. That pass from Frost, trying to set up Yellow, but it was off the mark. He'll try again, but that'll be easily read and detected. Now UNC Charlotte, you see them connect the dots in multiple locations, but they have to dig themselves out after a big save. Follow up. Frost equal at 2.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are not out of this yet. It is Frost, the captain from Northeastern, leading them straight back in to this series. He's showed up time and time again. When you need somebody to rely on, it is Prosk.
We're cooking now. 1 minute, 29 seconds left, even at 2. I tried to fix that too. He beat a double commit there from Northeastern. You just got that goal back. The last thing you want to do is toss it away.
Absolutely. And in both teams right now, they know it's even. They know it's close, and nobody should, in theory, be taking incredible risks at this point in the game. One small error can be the end of your series and potentially put you down at a terrible seeding position for the remainder of our playoff bracket starting tomorrow. 60 seconds now on the clock. Just a matter of an opponent getting ready to strike. It's UNCC currently in control. Back off to Knight, but can't find the touch of Frost. Going back down to the other side. Is it going to go in? No! Lazy Lazy races back and will pull UNCC out of danger.
And Lazy had very little boost too. Had to use his mechanics to get back to it. Andrew carries, but UNCC shuts them down. Down to 40 seconds left, and in transition, passes there, and it's detected by the defense of Northeastern.
And Northeastern have been playing heavily on this defense. They need some way to break them out. It is Yellow, that initiator for the team. No player in the center, though. It's on to Prosky. Can you manage to get the setup? No, Lazy will grab it on away first. Andrew, Northeastern, they're looking for the opportunity. It's down to the net. It's dangerous. Cludio, the other captain. UNCC, the Niners. They have to get this clear. It's a short carry across the board, keeping it close. Very smart in order to maintain that control. But it's anybody's game. 8 seconds, taking on down Knight and Prosk. They're battling it out for that controlled ball. Who will have the final say? It's in Northeastern's defensive end. Can UNCC manage very? No! It's going to go straight past, and we have our first overtime of our series.
Insane how close they were to be able to punch that in. Just not able to find it, though. And now next goal wins the series. And I can't tell who it is. It is end-to-end action. Just what you look for. Is it Antibro looking for Prosk, but couldn't get the read? Look out. UNCC had numbers, but it will find its way back to Yellow. A bit of a loose play there. Look out. Lazy was lingering there, just waiting for that mistake. And with this much pressure, it's all about who can perform in the clutch and who you look for here. But right now, you can tell nobody wants a mistake, and it shows. Knight's got it. An opportunity, but a great defensive play from Yellow.
Yeah, Northeastern, you can see them crowding around the net, which makes Proc's job more difficult. The teams can take time to set up. And a beautiful bump, UNCC. They're gonna steal that ball right on back. Yellow has been that player from Northeastern to start changing the pace, or at least allow them to get away from their own net. Now nearing about a minute of overtime. Big shot from downfield. That's not going to amount to much, and in fact, to push Northeastern out of position, the bump onto Knight might as well just save the game.
Oh, they're playing so nervous. Andrew had a shot opportunity that was pretty open and missed it. And then the other way, Knight couldn't quite find that free flip. In the series, Knight back pass. Bit of a dangerous situation there, but he's got him up in the air, just a little bit too hot to handle there. But now back down, Coolio gonna play it high, tried to pull the defense, but Andrew wasn't fooled. He's a grad student after all.
Plenty of experience on these rosters in these high pressure moments. I mean, these are the teams that can step up to meet the clock when it matters. Overtime scenarios, it's about endurance. Who is going to crumble first? With how these teams have been pushing each other toe to toe, that's what's going to come down to. Prosk looking for the pass, but no, the connection isn't there. This gives Lazy the chance to push it out towards the corner. It's going to look for a pass back in. I mean, Angebro has been inserting themselves on any sort of offensive play in these corners. UNCC have been attempting to set up.
Oh! What a save! Lazy somehow had the recovery speed to get there. That looked like game over. It looked like Northeastern was winning the series, and somehow he was able to take it out. But now Northeastern trying to get back to it here as chasing is Yellow. He's got the pinch. Lazy's got the handle here. What a save it was, and then he was able to clean it up on the other side. But we go into and yet again up to 2 minutes and 30 seconds in overtime, and still no winner.
Nothing yet on the board. 1.5 games have now been played for round number 3. Nobody yet to make that decisive move. It's a big shot down, and it's going to be the one to land it. UNCC have struck gold and will be taking their second win of the group stage.
Oh my goodness, this setup, and it looked like a harmless shot at the end of the day, but you look for your captain in these situations, and UNC Charlotte are able to pull the win in this incredibly close series. And they're feeling good about it. I mean, that all stemmed back from that incredible save from Lazy. The pre-jump, the read was on point, and then it all stemmed from there. What a series.
What a series indeed. Lazy gave them a lifeline that UNCC did not let that chance slip away from them at all. Finding that final shot from way down the field. I mean, what a way for this team to end their series and to present themselves as a newer squad. They've now won 2 out of their 3 matches. The only one they've lost so far was against WVU.
That's right. I cannot believe how much this team has proved themselves in a rebuild too. I mean, gone are the days of UNC Charlotte and Daffy, for example, where you have to rebuild, and they found the pieces in place. I mean, Knight's incredible. Lazy showed that he's dynamic in clutch. He's definitely proving to me that he is the most clutch player on this team versus what they said with Knight, but definitely looked excellent here too. And we have more Rocket League as well, actually, right now. So we're going to head to the side stage momentarily, Tiny Shiny. But I mean, overall, your last thoughts on the series before we head that way?
This is impressive. I mean, UNCC, they're putting themselves out there in Group A as that team to beat. You want the higher seed, you got to get it from UNCC. Not a bad showing from Northeastern. They stepped it up at the tail end, not getting that conversion. Yes, it is going to hurt, but as we've seen this team progress on the stage today, it's looked better and better each time. We're going to have to watch out for those developments.
No doubt. I think UNCC, in my eyes, have earned themselves the number 3 spot in this group.
Honestly, yeah.
They had to have. The way that you
There's
play
no way.
WVU, the way you're able to clutch out against Northeastern, who were second. They placed second last year. I just love the way that UNCC is playing. They're a team I can get excited behind, and not just because I used to go there.
Okay, well.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe just a slight bit of favoritism. But hey, I mean, UNCC, look at the program that they've managed to build up, not just with Rocket League, but they're the largest student organization at their school for a good reason. I mean, their directors have done such an incredible job getting this team up in fighting form, and it gets you wins such as this. They should be proud of the performance that they've had, all the hard work they put to get to this point, and likely securing themselves close to that 3rd seed.
And for Northeastern, it's frustrating because you've been so close, but let's go ahead and transition to the other game that we have going on. We've seen so much of Syracuse, and they got their hands full here as Harrisburg has been absolutely lighting the lamp. Like we saw Polar leading everybody in this event in goals so far. Well, let's get right into it now. Harrisburg and Syracuse picking up. It's the battle of the undefeateds.
And while they might be undefeated thus far, you could argue the difficulty of opponents has been rather polarizing. Syracuse narrowly skated their way out over Clemson in the last match that we had here on our main stage. Taking on the beast that is the Storm is a much different task.
And peace at last, the Syracuse Orange are in on Orange.
Thank you. Thank you, producers. Thank you.
Love that. Meanwhile, Harrisburg in blue, you know them very well. Next from the freestyle world, you know Polar from RLCS on the EU side, and T. Carell's been there, done that on the North American side as well. But right now, Syracuse, I mean, we've seen some crazy series today.
Yeah.
The last thing you can do is count any team out. But Syracuse putting in some work on the defensive end early, to say the least.
That's one way to put it. Certainly one way to put it here. I mean, Harrisburg, they're the team that can step it up. You have some of the most mechanical talent you are going to find with the entirety of the North American collegiate scene. And, I mean, Nex himself, I mean, yes, he's not from North America, but these teams, they've been putting in that hard work. Harrisburg has built up a star-studded roster. It's going to be very challenging for Syracuse to come back. It's hard to say that they're not the underdogs.
No doubt about it. Sometimes it alleviates the pressure knowing that, I mean, worst case scenario, you just drop the series as to be expected. But best case scenario, you surprise everybody and get a reaction from the crowd that's quite unreal. And right now, it has been Harrisburg with the pressure, but again, minute 10 in, Syracuse has been able to hold them at bay at least this long, but it feels like a bend but don't break method right now that's bound to break at some point.
It's very heavily been the Storm in control of the ball. Syracuse has some incredible defense, don't get me wrong, but that's not going to get you far. But maybe Harrisburg, they were caught sleeping. Pat almost just gave them a clear reality check that you need to be taking the orange side seriously.
Oh, he saw a huge save from Lazy, and T. Carell was like, yeah, I do that on the daily. What a defensive sequence.
Wow.
Pick up with Polar, trying to challenge Gavilon. Will be on it here, corner. T. Carell, so speedy. I mean, look how quickly they get up to the ceiling and in transition as well. He's got Polar across, finds him with a shot, but it'll be... No, this is Patrick. Had to read that for a second, and he's able to make the save to keep it away for now. Remains 0-0, and Syracuse surprising us with some offensive chances.
And honestly, I'm shocked that Syracuse has been having this much room to work with, and it's not because Harrisburg is particularly doing bad, but because Syracuse has been maintaining their control through the midfield, resetting their boost, and had these smooth transitions between offense and defense. They're not undefeated for a reason. Now, Harrisburg, though, I've still had plenty more of these shots, but whiffs like that from T. Carell and Nex just getting the ball stolen off the hood of his car. I mean, the Orange is very much in this game.
Certainly are. Yeah, Harrisburg having a little bit of trouble trying to find the pacing here of this game. Syracuse has really slowed down the pace to some degree, and the last thing that Harrisburg wants to do is play at that pace. They want to speed it up. They want to play at that top level speed. That way they can catch Syracuse not being able to react in time. Here's an opportunity. This one will bounce down to the Bucks, but a great save again as Syracuse still keeping it close. It's been 3 minutes, and right now we stay scoreless.
How long are they going to be able to keep that up? Eventually, All of these shots piled in on defense. It's a hard time to recover for him. I mean, Gavilan is just there. Syracuse's defense has been pitch perfect thus far. Harrisburg, they've been maintaining that control. T. Carell over the top, gonna try to get a bang next in the center. Yeah, just stolen away. Mason Star gets the read, and Syracuse are back in the blue end.
Syracuse doing all the right things. Next should have had a lot of space on that back corner wall and has all day long. And when you do that against a freestyle in Rocket League, they can absolutely show up and quip on you. But right now it hasn't happened. What a pass! T-Carell there. He's going to slow play it though to put it past one. As Mason tried to die for it. Now T-Carell's back on it too, but Gavilan going to get in his face as well. Harrisburg hasn't had much room to breathe at all, and it's working for Syracuse. As T-Carell just forced here another awkward sequence because of what Syracuse is able to do.
And this is a whole new thing. We saw the very first game of the day was Harrisburg WVU, and we saw that was a 6-1 to start us off. And now Harrisburg are here sitting 0-0 against Syracuse, a team that nobody really expected to have this super strong performance. And it doesn't seem to be changing at all. You have 40 seconds, the ball, dangerous territory, yet there's just no follow-up. There's no final tap in from Harrisburg. While their mechanics are clean, as we see from next, they don't have that final plan that is broken through Syracuse yet.
If Syracuse gets his goal, just wait for the entirety of this venue to blow up. That would be an upset and a half, as now Patrick has the opportunity to do just that. He'll pop it high. Next, able to get that touch, but Mason's already up for it, but so is T. Carell. Oh, huge challenge there, and that read came instantly. Down to 10 seconds left. Syracuse will have the opportunity as they march forward. It's Patrick, tries a 50-50, gets into the box, but Polar able to get to it. Now sent in by Mason, and T. Carell will play it to the ground.
Wow.
Overtime in game one.
No score on the board. I mean, if you expected this, I mean, go buy a lottery ticket. You're somehow able to see the future. This is crazy right now. Syracuse, I mean, there hasn't been too many moments where like, oh, this is looking really bad for them. They've managed to keep themselves relatively even with Harrisburg, despite the differences in competitive experience. And it does make you question, how can Harrisburg start to contest? They're in danger, off the crossbar, off the floor, yet still no goal.
And Syracuse has the next opportunity too until next shuts it down. To be Mason Star all the way up at the ceiling. A lazy one, but it forced a lot of the boost out of the tank of Polar. Looking to pass down, but Polar able to get to that one as well. This will be T. Carell. We'll chip it one further. Mason Star patient enough to at least let this develop enough where he can handle it. Now Patrick back on it too. Room to juggle it a little bit past the defender. Great dribbling shown. Now it's Patrick holding sidewall. He goes, tries to pull down, but T. Carell able to make the defense here on the Harrisburg side.
Harrisburg are holding on. Big carry from T. Carell off the crossbar. It would have been had Mason Star not been sitting there waiting for the ball just to fall into his hands. Harrisburg now, it's on Polar. Big carry trying to connect to T. Carell. It's off the backboard. Is the double tap there? No. Just a little bit too high. The angle not able to hit. Exactly how the Storm imagined. They want to continue piling in on this offense, though. Polar, another hit, yet Syracuse are doing an excellent job playing just above this net, reading every tap they get.
And again, Patrick able to at least dig it out of the back wall. Here's T. Carell looking to set it up, but even that one fools him. Left for Syracuse here. T. Carell looking for Polar now in this moment. Patrick can pull it right back down. It's him on front. Now space created, but unfortunately, Patrick's out of boost, so he's got to flick it forward here and try to chase. He'll get to it, though. Gavilan trying to use the corner to find a teammate as well, but T. Carell easily reads this one. Will try to go up and over, but luckily Mason Star was able to fight that one off too. Almost 2 minutes into overtime and still scoreless.
Remaining scoreless. We said it before in previous overtimes, test of endurance. Who is going to make that mistake first? So far, these teams have been flaws, but it's Harrisburg with the opportunities, undeniably. Yet Syracuse's defense has not taken a second off. They're on their toes. You can feel their hearts racing right now, just trying to bolster every shot that the Storm are piling in.
Polar going to march forward. Here's Syracuse from the back wall. Will now try to start in forward momentum, but they're very out of sequence here. It's going to be forced back to Patrick at the front of the box. But Polar has got room to work with. Not what you want to see if you're Syracuse. Drops it back down for a 50-50 a couple of times, but Syracuse able to handle it here. The fact that they've been playing together for 4 years is clearly showing that they're able to coordinate at least enough to keep it away from Harrisburg for now.
Experience and synergy are two of the biggest things that are going to set teams apart in this matchup. Harrisburg, while they might not have that, they have this extra high level of experience between RLCS, CRL, Syracuse. They just know each other. They can predict how each other's going to play. And it's a moment like this where it comes to such a big advantage as overtime is going on a lot longer than most people must have predicted. It's these long carries. They're going to take it to the back. Syracuse off the crossbar. And CRL to finally put it down to an end.
And it's what we thought, just didn't think it would take that long. Harrisburg wins game number 1 in overtime, an extended one too.
Wow.
2 minutes and 30 seconds before we even found one goal, much less a winner here in this one.
It's actually insane that these teams have been playing as close as they are, sitting up on the side stage. While we might not have them here today, I mean, you can tell that the arena is starting to get to them. They can feel the people cheering for them in the background. It's just crazy that that game went as long as it did. And Syracuse isn't to be underestimated at all.
Not at all. There's always a support unit after the first one's challenged. They get right back after it. I mean, they have been so coordinated in that way where they're able to hold off for now. Did say bend, don't break, but it might break soon. And they were holding off for an extended period of time. But having said, when Harrisburg gets that first goal, now they're starting to feel it a little bit. They're starting to get themselves together. And I think we might see the Harrisburg that we've gotten to know in the first little bit of this event.
I mean, Syracuse took that to a whole, like they must have done gymnastics or something, because that was quite a bit of bending before it eventually ended up snapping. And Harrisburg, you do have to wonder, with them pretty much secured to be that #1 seed for Group A right now, and how does this really going to affect their performance? Are they going to be able to close out this series, as a matter of fact?
Yeah, I know. It's definitely going to be a difficult pill to swallow, yes, if should this happen, but I have no doubt that Syracuse is going to come into day number 2 with a head of steam. I know for a fact that Harrisburg is going to get the job done in the sense of being in the top 2. Now, winning against West Virginia was a tall feat, but it's all about that mentality. It's all about that fatigue that you have to fight over long days. I know these are just best of 3s, but over time, you know, you're waiting for your next series to start up. It's all a matter of, can you keep that mental sharp throughout the rest of the day? After all, esports is 100% mentality. We'll see if they keep it here in game number 2.
Harrisburg with nearly 8 minutes without getting a goal in game number 1. Syracuse held on for as long as they could. Now they're going to have to do it in game number 2, and they're going to get that first point almost immediately.
Well, we're going to go ahead and cut it to the venue here in Myrtle Beach as the Hangouts. Take it over, guys. That's the end of us.
Thank you. Now, if you're ready to have a good time out there, let me hear you say, oh, yeah. Ooh, good to hear. Here's what I need you to do, party people. I want you to go ahead and take a look at the people sitting at your table for me. And if you have anybody at your table celebrating a birthday in the month of March or April, I need you to point them out. Point out those birthdays for me now. Yeah, there we go. I knew we had some birthdays in here. Now I need you to tell those birthdays to stand up. Stand on up now, all the birthdays out there. If somebody's pointing at you, it's you right over there. You got to stand. It's the rules around here. That's been identified. Now my birthdays, I'm gonna need your trust on this next podcast. I need all my birthdays to take one on your table. Oh yeah, that's right, all the way up there, birthday. Perfect. All right, birthday. Here's what's going down. I know most restaurants, you're used to a wait staff. It starts crowding your table. Birthday all these, clapping with their hands. And we're not going to do all of that. Because here's the hangout. We like to do things a little bit different. So this time, instead of us giving you a gift, you all are going to be the ones giving us a gift. Now, everybody say, uh-oh. Because that gift is your best dance moves. Let's see your birthday. Here we go, come on, birthday. There we go. Keep getting into it over here, y'all. Take it down. There we go, there we go. All right, all on birthdays. Stay standing for me now. Don't worry, my birthday. We want to wish you all a huge hangout happy birthday. So on the count of three, I want everybody in here to scream happy birthday as loud as you possibly can. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Excellent job, birthday. Give yourself a round of applause. And please, be careful. Get down with those tables. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got a quick question for everybody in here. Who in here likes to win free stuff? I'm gonna try that again. We give you one more chance. I said, who likes to win free stuff, y'all? Let me hear it. Okay, so few of you guys out there. All right, we're still gonna play. We're gonna play a little game I like to call soundtrack step. Here's how it's gonna work. I got my DJ up in the booth. DJ Cole. Everybody say, hey, Cole. DJ Cole is gonna play a short snippet of a song from a popular television show or movie. You think you recognize where that song came from? I want you to raise your hand for a hangout. I'll come over to you, and if you get it right, you're gonna win a little prize. But just to make sure everyone's paying attention, on the count of three, I want everybody to raise your hand and scream hangout. 1, 2, 3. Cool. We got some players in here, Cole. Let's go ahead and give them the first song. More than a second. I saw a hangout over here. Yeah, hi there. Now, first of all, what's your name and where are you from? You're from Club. From Myrtle Beach? All right, right here in Myrtle Beach. I love it. You know where the song's from? Yeah, let's hear it. You don't know, and that's okay. That's okay. You know what? Just for trying, I'll give you a little prize anyway. Yeah? Well, I'm gonna give another table a chance. Hello there. What's your where you from? It's North Carolina. Okay, baby. Where's this song from? Yes, it's from Space Jam. Heard him shouting it over here. That counts. All right, let's hear another one, Cole. What do you think?
Boost on the Beach continues. Hang out at Myrtle Beach. How are we feeling today? All right, that was unacceptable. One more time, I can't hear you. How are we doing today, guys? There we go, a little bit better. You can hear everybody filing in here for Boost at the Beach here. They hang out in Myrtle Beach. Bear with you right now. Bear, what have you seen so far today that's really struck you?
Kind of how like back and forth a few of the matches have been, and kind of a few surprises. I think people had WVU listed as they're the #1 seed, they're going to win out, they're going to go undefeated, and in the first match of the day, expectations shattered.
It certainly did. I mean, the back and forth between those two teams as well. I mean, it was like a 4-0, 5-0, 4-0 situation. It was crazy, man, to see those one-sided. But you're right, West Virginia taken down. And sure, it was Harrisburg to do it, But UNC Charlotte as well, in part of the conversation, they were really close to taking a game from West Virginia, just one game off. And for those of you who don't know about these teams, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look back at last year to the previous Boost on the Beach event, UNCC, I believe, placed 5th or 6th. So lower expectations in this group, as we have 4 returning teams from that same event that all outplaced UNCC.
Right.
UNCC currently sitting tied for 2nd in the group.
That's right. Yeah, let's check out the standings right now. Harrisburg, of course, up top. We mentioned them, 3-0 right now. UNCC is sitting at 2-1. I said they're my number 3 right now. And West Virginia, look where they're talking. Sure, they're 2-1. But right now, UNC Charlotte, like we said, gave them a run for their money. And Syracuse has been pretty hot as well. But now when we talk about the conversation in the game at hand that we'll get into, a couple of teams that are looking for their first win on the day. 0-3 teams. Northeastern facing off with Clemson. This will be a battle of the teams that are here for the good time and trying to get back on track to give themselves at least a decent seed moving into day number 2.
Yeah, I mean, just hitting that point, we just passed the halfway point for the group. Every team has played 3 matches. This is going to be a scrappy one. This is like, you got to pull out all the stops. You got to walk away with at least 1 win. And I think the name of the game for this, for Northeastern, is using those demolitions, is introducing chaos to your gameplay, which I think we were talking about beforehand. You haven't seen that much of it.
No, you really haven't. And Yellow was the one to do it. We just saw a peek at him. He's got some confidence rolling. You see him smiling at the camera more times than not. The leader, Prosk, was on your screen. And, of course, Andrew Brook coming in for the first time. Even as a grad student, getting your first experience with this organization has been absolutely stacked here, Bear. And, I mean, Northeastern, they've been that close to being able to get their first series. And I think this might be the one where they get it done.
Yeah, it has to be it. I think it has to be it to, get that momentum going forward. Some of these matches with just the disparity in MMR between the players, you're probably going to chalk it up as a loss. So if you can get one of those wins and then look forward to tomorrow in the bracket, like what's that going to do for us? Where are we now looking? That's going to be really important. And as much as that is important for Northeastern, it's going to be the same for Clemson. You were talking about how new some of the players were on the Northeastern roster. Every single player on this Clemson roster, brand new this year.
Dude, I'm telling you, the similarities between these two teams are absolutely insane. And leading the way here, Masao. You see him on the screen right now. I mean, he's been absolutely dynamic. He's the first one to reach SSL for this squad, the Clemson side. Bring in the good vibes, and you can tell right off the bat, that's what they said coming in. We're here to have a good time. If we can win some series in the process, we're going to get it done. And they've been in these close series, just like we saw from Northeastern. These similarities between these two teams, they go on and on.
Yeah, and I will say the one differential just between these two teams is age and experience.
Right.
Even though 2 members on Northeastern are brand new, one of them is a graduate student and one of them is a junior. So in terms of age and maturity, they had a few years at college. They've been playing Rocket League for just a little bit longer just due to being older. And Yellow, the most experienced player on the roster, has been playing competitive Rocket League at Northeastern all 4 years of their undergrad.
That's crazy. We talked about the chemistry from some other teams coming in that also have that experience together as a unit. That's pretty rare, and I love seeing in the collegiate scene. We see sometimes maybe a little bit too much jumping around between schools. If you can find somebody in your program that can be that dedicated to your program, you found a winner, and there's no exception here. Yellow has been exactly that for this Northeastern team. There's no doubt.
Yeah, and just following up on that Northeastern identity, we mentioned Yellow, we mentioned the demolition. Yep. Demoing is just a part of Northeastern's identity. Ever since 2017 with the OG squad with like Floms and Mercurial. Mercurial was just going around demoing everyone. And ever since, you have players graduate, inherently that's how college works. Someone steps right back up to take that role that Mercurial first started. And I actually did receive intel that it's not Yellow who will be taking that role, but it is Prosk, who is kind of slotted into that new, Debo-heavy role. So you haven't seen it a lot on the day. That'll be something that we have to watch in that game 1 to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about what Prosk has jumped into, not only from the demo standpoint, but also as his leader. Frazier was part of this roster when we were here last year. And so now moving in, you have to be that leader. You have to take over for demos. You have to really lead the charge and make sure communication is on point from the get-go. That's one thing that I did notice was a little bit light earlier in the morning. And sure, we don't like talking in the morning no matter who you are. But you got to get things going. You got to crank it up. And they're looking for their first win. So is Clemson. We kick off game number 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, and I really do think that looking at this first goal is going to just set the tone, especially for how both of these teams played. When Clemson had the lead, they were able to hold on to it and play a bit more comfortably, and the exact same is true for Northeastern as well.
Chosen trying to start this Clemson side, but a bit clear from Northeastern here.
Ooh, Yellow able to get the redirect. And does Northeastern hold on? You see the first demo from Prosk. The prophecy's been foretold, and it looks like Northeastern is listening.
Harrisburg tries to follow on it, but there is no angle for it, so Clemson's able to jump on it right off the bat as well. This will pop the back wall. And a place where it looked like Clemson could get to it, but the touch is there. He's really backed it from Clemson. They got to clean that up because that was a good look from Northeastern right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Yellow was actually expecting the ball to be, right there with that open net.
Yep.
Might have been able to get a better touch if they were expecting that. So looking at the back two rotate on Clemson's defense will be really interesting going forward. We see the first shot on goal. Yellow puts one up. Prosk is in position, and they're able to clear it out.
Yeah, he had the flip reset in pocket, but wasn't able to get back to it. A bit of mechanical breakdown there. And so Northeastern tries to get to it, but they march as far as midfield. Clemson's already on it as well. And they try to settle down, but Antibro should get to this one too. That one eluded the last man back for Clemson, but Keller couldn't quite get that pinch across the box. They'll try to settle back in. This one will pop high, but Canova's got this one. They've got numbers if they hurry. They're looking at an open net, but Yellow was back in time.
They're able to flip it back?
After the respawn, and back down the pitch they go.
Prosk was in position, but had a bad look off the goal deflection. And now we're back in Clemson offense. Open goal is not able to get there, and Chosen scores the first goal of this match.
Canovo thought they were safe here, and it's like, listen, I'm going to leave it for a teammate here. Just a breakdown from Northeastern to leave it there in midfield. And Clemson gets on the board here by a mistake of Northeastern. And of course, after finally getting some momentum like we saw right here on the side stage against UNC Charlotte, we need to see a little bit more of that come out because Clemson has been able to pick them apart defensively.
Ooh, and we are seeing a lot of this like midfield flirting so far for a majority of this game. I don't know if we're looking at time of possession, if there's really been that much of a, intick from team to team here. Pretty even matchup, but I do think we have to note the boost economy right now. Northeastern has just been absorbing all of it. I mean, if you're just taking a side look at any time, it's usually Clemson with like 25 boost max on one player, 0 on the others, and Northeastern just fully loaded up. And we're seeing it right now. They are able to get some good looks and hold, but they haven't been able to get anything off of those looks.
Yeah, it just seems like their positioning has been a little bit of an issue there. When you go for boost, what you're doing is essentially pulling yourself out of where you need to be unless you can make it as a part of your rotation. Look as Prosk gets a couple of touches. Northeastern, unfortunately, they've caught some bad bounces, not only in this series, but basically all day long.
And that's what it is. Oh, Angelo went right over the top of Chosen, I believe. Just is able to scoop it over, get the goal, and tie things up immediately. And that's what you need. You look beyond, oh, we got unlucky with that bounce. Oh, I was so close. If I just would have done that. No, you don't do any of that. You look past it. And Andrew is just able to say, I'm just going to out-mechanic you right now. I'm going to flip it over the top of you, dunk on you, get the goal, bring the momentum back to my team's side.
Yeah, in the quick turn as well, not taking yourself out of the play. We mentioned them being a bit of a boost-heavy, boost-focused, and they were able to just launch back in. You got to keep your head in the play, and that's exactly what he's able to accomplish here. But Clemson's trying to bring it back at you.
Yeah, and the offensive look has really just been Clemson gets a good position, gets, one deep pass, and they kind of just rotate back. I don't know if they're scared, if they're playing safe, but you're not really seeing that much of an offensive commit behind 1 or 2 shots and then pre-rotating back for, a safe defense.
Pushing towards the box here, it'll be Yellow. They settle down, but Clemson won't allow them to. They're pushing in the box as well. Now Chosen up on the back wall. No follow-up from Clemson available.
And that's what it is. They're just all the way back, and the issue with that is, too, like, you almost get in that weird position where you're in no man's land, where you're like, oh, maybe I should just come up, abandon the position, and then Northeastern had the opportunity to look at an open net, convert down quicker because you have, that weird 2-1 desync. And Angebro, once again, able to drop another goal.
There's been a no hesitation attitude from Angebro that I really respect because it can be very difficult, especially when you're trying to take that conservative approach to kind of get complacent. And we've seen it from Clemson now. And the fact that Angebro is stepping up and being the one to be aggressive, his team pointed him out as being that team player, and that's just one of the many examples that we have from him.
Yeah, and it's not like Clemson wasn't ready for that, but it really was that split second. If Angebro, waited one more tick of a frame, both players from Clemson are right there in the goal, ready to deflect it. It was just a perfect opportunity, and he threaded the needle perfectly.
Sidewall, good patience shown from Canovo, but the shot's going to be well high, off the mark. When you're given that much space, you expect the shot to be on target, but it was not to be. And Northeastern leave possession over here. Mossau, I haven't seen a lot of from him. The freshman coming in has definitely been dialed in. One of the only SSLs of this roster, if at all. Right now, it's been a little bit quiet here.
Yeah, the look has maybe been there. The execution hasn't been there. And with only 15 seconds left in this first game, you really have to be converting off any of these offensive looks that you're getting.
Now there's 10 seconds left. Last push for Clemson here in game number 1 if they can get to it. It'll be Masao. They try to drop it off for a teammate, but cut off in the process. And Yellow will kill more time to the corner. And Clemson trying to turn, but it's not to be. It's the ground. And Northeastern will take game number 1 here with a victory by the count of 2-1.
And I believe, don't fact check me, this is the first time Northeastern held a set lead all day. So they had never won the first game. Against UNCC, they won that second game and then had a really close map 3. I think it literally went to like 3 different goal leads in the last 3 minutes and then went to OT.
Yeah. I was up for that one too, and they really dug deep, and it was one mistake on the in the overtime sequence that cost him here. But now they're back to it as you see Frost, the leader, trying to draw you in. A little bit of his personality showing, and yeah, they're going to eat that up here and go on to the next one in game number 2.
Oh.
The grad student, Andrew Bro. We talked about no hesitation. Well, showing off, that counts as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta feed your brain if you're going to be making that many split-time decisions. And yeah, we were talking about the age gap for this group.
Yeah.
There is no size gap, though, because Yellow and Prosk are like... How tall are you? How tall are you? You are not 5'8" on a good day. He is 5'5" on a good day, and I don't even know if Yellow cracks 5 feet. They're tiny.
But they play big, all right? For those people watching on the stream and not live, we were asking Turning Prosk. But listen, he does play tall. He's the lead of this roster. Finally, they get a lead in the series, and we'll try to carry it into this game number 2. They got Clemson striking back at them, but again in transition, they'll need to come up with a big stop. Luckily, Canovo the one on the spot.
Yeah, it just is Northeastern's game right now with how this tempo is looking. You see Prosk flying across the center of the field to get a good look with all of that boost. If you're Clemson, you got to stop the bleeding. I don't know what the goal is here. Maybe you just play super hard defense.
Wow.
Oh, nope, don't play defense. Go to offense. Chosen able to sneak one in there to take the lead.
Chosen is clearly taking notes from Andrew Bro on the other side for Northeastern. No hesitation at all. And we call that a slam dunk. And for good reason in the Rocket League industry. That was brutal.
Oh, yeah, that is not how you wanted to start from Northeastern. You had such a good offensive push, too. Everything looked good. And then it's just that, that little peak of a deflection from Andrew Bro there. Wasn't able to get the good clear. And you're going to get dunked on if you do that here. I will say, if we're drawing storylines, which, as commentators we love to do, Clemson had the 1-0 lead early last game, so I don't even know if you're really feeling comfortable until you have like a 2 or 3 goal lead if you're Clemson.
No chance. Not the way that Andrew Bro's been playing, and the way that we know Yellow can play. And Frost there just leading the charge overall.
Yeah.
Confidence drawing us all in, we would say.
Yeah. Prost driving through. We do have the follow-up from Yellow there. Has a good angle, but Prost is on the rotate. Andrew Bro doing a barrel roll away from the ball. He's on a higher thinking level than we are. He's playing 4D chess out there. But we had the demo, and now Masao was able to take it to half court, past half court, and we're rolling back a little bit now.
They're going to be fought up from Canovo. This one will be Chosen all the way up to the ceiling. The chop at this one for Clemson, as he'll find some extended pressure here on the offensive side. Good pinch in. Canovo was up for it. Looked like he might be able to get that angle. Got a little bit too hard, left for a teammate, and that one's found by the Northeastern defense, and will hang out at midfield. Lots of time given up before Clemson's up for this one, but a couple of touches will clear past Andrew Bro, and Clemson finally on the attack. Pass to the Bucks, but it'll be read by Andrew Bro out to the corner.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of good demonstrations of Northeastern communicating with one another. You saw like that Prosk still went for the block, even though because you're communicating, hey, I'm in center goal, hey, I'm on right side, let's just both cover it. You're playing safe, and that's what you have to do when Clemson's thrown like 10 shots on goal in the last 2 minutes, while Northeastern, this is the first time crossing half court in a while.
Yeah, they've been trapped, they've been hemmed for a while. Finally, able to break through that here as Andrew Bro will play it high. Prosk back on it, but they seem to just be giving possession away every time they get it. Yet another example, but it's up in the air. Here's Yellow. Got an opportunity back wall, but it's going to be defended well by Canovo, but still not out. Northeastern trying to play relentless here on the offensive side and showing signs of how they are an aggressive team. But They've still got to fight this 1-goal deficit nonetheless.
Oh, had the good look over the pass to the middle to Prosk, but was just a little bit off target. We have a potential open net there. Yellow is creeping on the wall. A little bit of a threatening presence, and Canova wasn't able to get a shot off on goal.
Corner it went. Yellow was able to get a touch. Canova right back on it as well. Low boost. In fact, no boost. Was able to be chased off by this defense, but already up towards Clemson. Even had the demo out in front, but couldn't find the goal. And Northeastern get it now with their lives somehow.
Yeah, and that's kind of the downside of just stacking the 2 in the box right there that Northeastern's been doing this entire series of we're going to play it safe, we're going to set 2 in the box. I'm going to come up right behind you with my boost and just delete you from the game for a few seconds.
Been known to work in the past for sure. They've built an identity. Typically, culture can't be built off of demos and bumps alone, but, you know, sometimes you get that. Right now, you got Moss out trying to crash into the box, but Angebro was wise to it.
Yeah, and the stifling gameplay, it's if you're Clemson, you're happy with it. Slowing down Northeastern's offense while you're just infinitely applying offensive pressure, there's no way to give up a goal if they can't touch the ball anywhere near your net.
Prime opportunity. Casal was up for this one, fought up by Yellow. Now follow-up opportunity will press into the box, but no follow-up yet again. And Clemson, I mean, third man back, so it's very hard to commit in that situation, but it seemed like if there's going to be a time, that should have been it.
Yeah, once you get that 2-0 with a sub-minute left in the game, you're basically calling the game right there.
Yeah.
But I guess Clemson's felt comfortable for 4 minutes with a 1-goal lead. Maybe you just keep playing how you're playing. Don't overcommit, and opportunities will come as Masao flirting at the goal line, isn't able to push the ball through, but I believe they still have a little bit of an offensive pressure here.
Yellow was able to do just enough to keep that out. I mean, the physics didn't add up as to how he was able to chop that out, but he got it to a teammate nonetheless.
Ooh,
Prosk. The box he goes. That was the opportunity. Now kept in by Angebro. He's got limited time. Demo taken off the pitch. Here comes Chosen to try to step up in his place. He'll try to pop it past, but Prosk still on it. An opportunity developing. Masao only gets it that far. Now off the back wall. A favorable bounce here for Masao as Chosen will step up as well. Clemson back down the pitch. Yellow's going to keep it up for now as long as it's still up off the ground. They have an opportunity killed by Clemson, and they've got the win here to make it 1-1 here in the series.
Whew. Speaking of firsts, I believe this is the first time that Clemson came down from 0-1 to tie it up.
Oh, man.
So in the only match that they went to, map 3, they won the first game, had a tech timeout for like 10 minutes, immediately got in, and had a rough game too. So it's really good to see the adversity, you know, not letting the momentum take them over, being thoughtful. I mean, we see the smiles. That's my favorite thing that we get to see every single time we cut between a game is just the players talking with one another. Clemson's looking good, and now Northeastern's on the back rope. Yeah, we see the smile and the thumbs up. That's what you want to see here at a Rocket League LAN.
For sure, it's getting spicy here between the teams looking for these wins. Both teams did mention beforehand they're here for a good time for sure. It is spring break after all. Why not come out to the beautiful Myrtle Beach and put on a show for everybody? You know, 0-3 versus 0-3 is one that people tend to forget about, but that matchup actually makes some great Rocket League, and we see an example of this as we go into Game 3 momentarily. The do or die here. You want to be able to at least advance 1 seed forward, and that's what's on the line here between these two teams in Game 3.
Yeah, the winner of this next game will automatically clinch at minimum the 5th seed in the group. And with the next opponents for Northeastern and Clemson being WVU and Harrisburg respectively, you want this game now.
Need it. You give yourself at least a more manageable game in Championship Sunday whenever you get there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference between having to line up against the #1 seed or I believe like the 3 seed. And with how good some of these teams are at the very tippy top, you don't want to be going against the #1 seed.
No chance. Who gets off to the hot start in this Game 3? We're eyeballing right now, and Masao had room taken away by Northeastern. And they've been really content getting out there challenging before anything can develop. They've been the ones to really turn, be positionally sound. Clemson was hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And so Northeastern looking to at least get out with a W here in this one versus what happened to them in Game 2.
Yeah, and it really is unfortunate a lot of the time where both of these teams had really good, you know, positional awareness. They had a play they were going for, got the look, but weren't able to execute off the look, which is just that's the worst feeling. You do everything right up until the last step, and you don't get a single reward. And a lot of the time when something's almost perfect, you mess up at the last moment, the other team has the opportunity to make something perfect happen on their end.
Yeah, we see it all the time, transitional play, and that makes for some exciting Rocket League, there's no doubt. Right now, Chosen is trying to set up teammates. They trashed the box, but no shot taken. In fact, the next touch available, Dontel Masao was able to get to it only to the corner, but the pass across again. A big save from Andrew.
Yeah, and that's what has to happen if you're Andrew. They're going all the way, almost had the full court shot off the block, just bounced off the top bar, and now Masao is back on. Oh.
Pace continues to pick up. Chosen left here for Canovo. He's trying to fight them off in the corner, but the defense holds strong here for Northeastern. And now Frost will try to chase, but he was off the mark. Here's Chosen. Go for the back wall. Andrew the one he's dealing with as well. Go back out to midfield. Now Clemson trying to play some of that midfield pressure. They're going to fumble it here. Still no harm done as Frost just barely gets back, but not enough. Canovo able to break through. 1-0 Clemson.
And if you're a Clemson fan, that's what you want to see. It was just an unfortunate series of circumstances. We talked about the exact situation where Northeastern had a really good look. They had both Yellow and Prosk right there to take that ball at midfield to look for a shot, and the ball just went right between both of them. And right after that, Clemson was not going to let that get away, was able to convert, get that first goal, and now time is ticking. We are about to be halfway through the final game of this match. And Clemson is sitting pretty and sitting prettier with Canovo's goal right there.
God, that was spicy. Look at this pass set up by Chosen. The flip reset by landing all four wheels on the car, right, on the ball there, and then able to launch it over to a teammate. Explaining for everybody here in Myrtle Beach,
yes.
That is an impressive mechanical play that you only get at the top level, showing some skill and showing that Clemson means business here to close out the series.
Yeah, and now you're getting into the position where Clemson demonstrated some really sound defensive play. Why not even commit to it even harder now? You have that 2-goal lead. You can give up one maybe if you're playing too safe, but with how it's been going, Clemson's been playing sound defense and have been able to convert on offense with Northeastern's offensive mistakes.
Need to amp it up. Right now, Northeastern hasn't had a shot on net in quite a while. It's been a lot of Clemson working at it.
Yeah, they've been able to enter half court, but not really do anything from midfield afterwards. And that's fine with Clemson. That's wasting time. That's ticking.
Let's hear it. They're for it. Now it shows in back wall left for the corner, but that's going to allow Frost to jump in. Now Andrew missed it. Now Clemson back out as well. South just had to leave it as well. Northeastern trying to escape the zone, but didn't get much on that one.
Yeah, there's an unlucky or an unfortunate bounce coming out of Yellow's deflection there. Prosk is able to get that demo that we've been talking about, but it will not do anything for Northeastern as Masao is able to score and make the lead near insurmountable soon.
You know what? You know, storms were here early in Myrtle Beach, although it has cleared up around here. Sometimes when it rains, it pours. And right now for Northeastern, with the bounces that they have to continue to deal with, and sometimes, you know, it gets frustrating. And then you start to make those mistakes like we saw in that last sequence. And now Clemson's loving it. It's now a minute 30 left, and they're able to perhaps take this series. I mean, they've been super close throughout the entirety of this day, so it feels good to get justice, or at least, you know, a minute 25 away from doing that.
Yeah, and Northeastern has been here. They've overcome goal differentials of this amount, and we almost saw the goal differential increase. It really is just on, you got to score now. You got to play wild. You got to play reckless. It's almost like pulling your own goal in traditional hockey, where it's like we just need a man advantage. We got to do something. We're seeing some of the shots on goal, but they're just not able to get it past half court.
Pulling the goalie full court press, whichever sport that you can relate it to, it is very.
Yeah, they need a Hail Mary. Yeah, we're bringing out all of them.
Step one complete. One goal on the board for Northeastern as they inch their way back here. They're very doable. 52 seconds. We've seen goals going in bunches. Not as much in this series, but it's bound to happen here in this environment. Northeastern giving themselves the best opportunity to jump back in this game.
Yeah, now this is the opportunity where you bring out some of these kickoff plays where you're like, we were going to keep this one in the pocket, but, you know, down to a minute left, we got to go crazy.
Right now, it's do or die. Yellow's trying to dig it out for this corner. Canovo doing a great job to just kill time. They've been possession here, and Chosen doing the same. He's looking for back wall read, Maybe a bump in the process too. Add that teammate to the far side. Masao couldn't do much more than just that initial touch. Now back to Clemson as they kill even more time in this zone. Northeastern, they need to get possession. Andrews trying to jumpstart that, but a big clear out, and Chosen will follow up on it as well. Clemson will take down the clock even further.
And now it's just the name of the game here. You might get a goal here.
What?
Andrews able to sneak it in, and there's 10 seconds left.
They got a little bit too far forward here, Kenobo.
Yeah, just missed position. Maybe thought you had another man back. Just a little bit of communication. Hey guys, we have 15 seconds left. We got this. You might not got this.
Yeah, you had a tough decision to make there, and the no-look pass, not exactly the right time, but now there's 10 seconds left. They need the goal right now. Inchapro's got possession here. Pumps it over one, trying to get a touch off the back wall. Now this one off the side wall as well. Lined up for Prosky, trying to get it to Yellow. He'll keep it up on the hood of his car for now. This will play high. Inchapro wants it. The touch will keep it high for now. Kenobo trying, screaming for support. Across the... Oh, the equalizer! 3-3, and we head to overtime with a 0-second goal.
And if you are talking about a change in momentum, there's nothing more that can change it than filling out that three-step plan where all three steps are just score 3 uninterrupted goals back to back to back with only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. And you know that last step, let's just save it for 0 seconds when we got to keep the ball in the air.
And everybody in here was like, yo, it's just a cliche. Oh yeah, everybody has a chance. Like, we've seen crazier things happen. No, here's an opportunity. And right now, this is a high box. Nobody's up for it for Clemson. Tries to double. It's a cross. The shot taken, but a little bit wide. Look out. Numbers the other way. Clemson trying to launch it. Kenobo. Open net, but Yellow gets a big save as well.
The stakes are high, and I think the players are feeling the atmosphere. Even we got the crowd going into it with Clemson being near Myrtle Beach. It's crazy. We're in the golden goal situation. Anything could happen here.
Next goal wins the series, the first series for either of these teams if they get on the board. And although that one was falling towards the box, Clemson will have to go all the way back to their own end as Northeastern mid. Clear. Ball's back. Yellow tries for the sidewall, Timoed off it. And now launched towards the back wall. Andrew again a save. Another shot. Cleaned up by the captain and Prosk. And they're back out. Northeastern stay alive.
And Prosk is right there, gets a deflection immediately up on the ball. Andrew there for the rotate. And they're just gonna clear out, play back. You got sound defense. Defense wins games apparently, and it's kind of been the case.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Deep rotation as well, Andrew. Challenge with the 50-50. This will pass halfway. Half field here. Prosk now beats it as well. Back is Andrew. And Shadow here takes his time, good communication, but maybe waited a little bit too long, allowed Clemson the chance to get a couple of touches. But Yellow trying to beat the last man back. It's a 50-50 win. Elbow back to midfield. We go end to end. Now a chance. We'll collect it. The flick, but just fought off by Northeastern again.
Oh, we do see. Who is that? That's Masao taking it into Northeastern territory, but the deflection takes it right back. Prosk has just been deep in Clemson field position the entire time, kind of playing around that back right corner. And we see Yellow enter there right now. Andrew behind, puts a shot on goal.
Couldn't quite find it. We were here to entertain everybody in this restaurant, but instead what we're doing is making everybody so tense. For good reason. Yellow trying to break in through, but Masao will hold off for now. He's got room to work with. Finds it past Kenobo. Will push it one further past the member of the defense, but Andrew was wise to it. Back up the center, he'll go. Bit of a misplay there from Clemson too. Got to be careful on this rotation back. They do a great job. Finally, they will clear. Here's Masao. Shot taken. What a save. Follow-up is wide.
Follow-up into the demo just seconds late. If you got that a little bit earlier, Prosk wouldn't have been there, and that would have been Clemson game. And now we're playing the slow clear back again. Yellow had a position there. Andrew should be here to get a shot and just miss positions. You get a little 50-50. And now we're back in this little, stifling argument right here. Yellow is almost able to sneak it in, though.
Not like this. Not like this, Kenobo. 9-0 net. Prosk has got room. He's up for it. Flip reset once. An extra touch. Oh, a big save from Masao. But what an opportunity from Prosk.
And the pressure is not over yet. Northeastern is just applying over and over and over again. And the looks have kind of been crazy. If something goes just a little bit different, that might be a goal on Prosk, and that's going to be all over Twitter with that clip.
Back to Yellow. He's got room to work with as well. Now Woodford's head in hand. Pass one. Another big save. Canovo pulling up with it. Cross here. Chosen back down. This one will be across the box. Need a touch, and a big one was there for Clemson. And the pass a little bit too hot to handle from Northeastern. Now in transition, Canovo tries to work out to midfield, and this will be left there. Chosen again goes a little bit wide with it here. We'll try a passing play down to the box. Uses a ceiling to get back down to it. LEC players chomping at it. Shot taken. It's open. Canovo the hero. And Clemson will win in overtime 4-3 and take the series.
Clemson is able to secure that minimum 5th seed in their pool to advance into a way more favorable bracket tomorrow. They still have a few more matches, but you just needed that one, and they got that one.
It. That's 100% right. So able to at least dig deep when Northeastern again was on the prowl, on the march, and they are happy with that one. Of course, you know, when you get the first one of the series, the rest of the day didn't quite go as well, but to hold off that push was impressive because Northeastern, the Huskies, they were working in packs, and yet they still got it done.
Yeah, I mean, it is almost Shakespearean, the way that Northeastern has just been this close multiple times today. They just needed one goal. I believe they have had like over 8 minutes of overtime so far in this tournament.
Which is insane, and a lot of that was in both game threes that we just got to see. I mean, the pressure has been on them, and they've been handling it pretty decently. It's just that one or two mistakes, and I mean, that is a really tough pill to swallow now at this point. You got a winless record ahead and a tough matchup on the schedule for tomorrow, so they're going to have to regroup, get back to it, and everybody has an opportunity to surprise in day 2. I don't know if you know this, Bear. They did it last time around, too. Northeastern, they dug out of a not as great group stage, and they were able to play second in the tournament, so not all is lost here, at least not yet.
Yeah, they were on the losers' run of a century, I believe. They themselves eliminated this very same Clemson team. They eliminated University of South Carolina, and I believe there might have been Syracuse as well. So they had a run. And kind of the cool benefit, I believe, of this group stage being split between 2 days. So both of these teams, once you play 4 games, you're done for the day. You return tomorrow for your final group play. You kind of have time to, you know, recuperate, talk about what went well, talk about what didn't go well, and probably think of a game plan specifically for that game where, you know, the past 4 matches is just one after the other. You can't really make any mid-set, mid-game adjustment. So you might be seeing a very different Northeastern team come out tomorrow in terms of their, you know, play, what they're going for, and in terms of identity.
And Northeastern quote that they had prior to this event kicking off was that they were going to dominate Clemson. Apparently Clemson heard the rumors here and said, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to come back out here, and we're going to absolutely take it to you. And sure, it was close, but Clemson getting the job done here to at least prove them otherwise. For now, unless they run into each other in day 2, which will be a story and a half, of course it'll be a series basically just like this one.
Yeah, I mean, talking about rivalries that are formed at LANs, lifetime, Clemson never won a single game. Or actually, they might have won 1 game. They never won a match. It was just, we have to face Northeastern. This thing's going over. And now, new team, new players, new identity, clean slate. We're now better than Northeastern. Our lifetime record, let's just say it's 1-0 because we weren't there for the last one, right?
Yeah, what's the most important match? The next one. That's right. Let's take a look at the stats right now and see how this match ended up here as, again, Clemson just barely holding on. And, I mean, overall, the 7 shots and 8 shots respectively from Chosen and Canovo. Canovo not being at a LAN at all, not as a spectator, not as a player, and showing up, putting that pressure on that eventually broke Northeastern overall.
Yeah, and in the end of the day, if you have more shots than the other team, you're probably going to have more goals on the team if you have enough good looks, and Clemson found enough good looks. But you can't understate how important saves are. I mean, there were so many close little nudges there, stuff off the top bar, and both Northeastern and Clemson were able to be there, but ultimately Clemson was able to save enough and take away a victory.
Yeah, for sure. You saw the most Sal had 1 save, but it was in spectacular one. The game was on the line, so like sometimes numbers can be misleading to some degree. Not to mention the saves on the other side were pretty heavy too, but that's what happens when you're playing defensive and having to dig out of your defensive end pretty frequently as well. So Bear, you know, obviously we want to hear your last kind of roundup as far as what we've seen from the 2 teams and how you expect Clemson to perform after finally winning a game in this series very briefly before we hear from an interview.
Yeah, I think you have to edge your expectations a little bit, knowing tomorrow morning you're coming here immediately playing Harrisburg, which is a tough opponent to beat if you are any team in the country. And so I think you got your one win. We know at least we are 5th seed.
Yep.
Let's plan forward for the bracket. I would probably recommend, making your own little bracket with all the teams, running through all the different options you're going to be, and probably planning for that first bracket match over preparing for this last group match.
Well, we mentioned that Canovo, it's his first time ever at a LAN, so let's go ahead and put him on the spot, why don't we? As we've got Kyler with an interview from the winner himself, Canovo. Kyler, take it away.
Fellas, thank you so much. And correct, I am here with the man himself of the hour, Canovo. Congratulations, brother. You guys got it done, man. I know it was tough. Rough first day kind of coming into this, but you guys managed to get it done. Kind of tell me about your thought process, what you guys were thinking coming into this game.
So we pretty much came in, we were really like, we didn't know how these teams would perform against us since like it's the first time we ever played against them. But I mean, honestly, through our mind, we're just going through like our practice, our training, like how we're doing in all the other leagues, basically pretty much how we're just staying. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it.
For sure, man. I mean, as Bearlight mentioned, you were telling me right before this as well, this is your guys' first LAN. Tell me a little bit about the experience, right? The nerves. This is a crazy environment here at the Hangout. How have you guys kind of been adapting? How's the experience been for you thus far?
Yeah, so honestly, the nerves are obviously a big part of our gameplay right now. Like, I feel like that first UNCC game, we had that big mix-up with Chosen's controller. Like, he had to go out and get like a brand new one. But pretty much, it's a wild experience. Like, there's people just cheering all around you. Like, yeah, it is my first LAN, so I do have kind of some nerves, but I just lock in, only focus on the game. But yeah, pretty much nerves, big part.
Nah, man, I mean, again, you guys adapted super well. Managed to get the first win of the day, set yourself up well going to the bracket tomorrow. Congratulations on that win. Good luck as you start to move forward again. Guys, make sure you tune in tomorrow again to keep catching Clemson and everybody else competing. We thank you so much for being here with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back for you.
We're children of the sun. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the day so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the day so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Boost on the Beach 2024. My name is Zombie Xander. I'm joined by DJ TJ. DJ, we've had a crazy Group A so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's
so many close games.
An understatement. Group A has been insane, and that's exactly what you come to expect from Boost on the Beach. I mean, this year it's bigger, it's better, and Group A, I mean, it was a mess.
Absolute mess. There was a lot of teams that we weren't quite expecting to get a couple wins, but it's amazing. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings so far for Group A, because it's been absolute craziness. So we've got Harrisburg at kind of the expected 4-0 after they took down WVU, right?
Yep.
Syracuse now at 2-1, UNCC at 2-2. WVU still sitting at that 2-1. Now I want to mention that Group A is not done yet. They are done for today. But tomorrow we've got a couple more matches for Group A and Group B to finish off the groups to get our seedings going. But it's looking pretty good for Harrisburg so far.
Yeah, Harrisburg has clinched the first overall spot. They're the only team that has gone the entire time without losing a single series. And then you have 3 teams in the middle who we have no clue how they're going to end up. We will see what happens tomorrow morning. But now we find ourselves, we're done with Group A for the day. We'll let it sit, we'll let it be. Now we go right into Group B, which is almost even a better entertaining group.
I mean, I don't know how I got so lucky to get 2 of the craziest matchups we've got so far. But before we get to that, here is our Group B. Michigan State, USC, George Mason, Georgia State, and the matchup we're going to be watching here in just a minute, Ole Miss versus Maryville. I mean, what a stacked field we have over here.
Yeah, it is for sure the harder group of the 2. I'm willing to die on that point. But looking at this group, it's Ole Miss and Maryville. I think there's a fair disconnect. But, I mean, in classic esports land fashion, it has not been perfect. Ole Miss had a plane to catch and then ended up driving 12 hours to make it here today at the hangout for Boost on the Beach. So I think they're still going to be their same strong selves, but it'll be interesting to see if that 12-hour trip might delay them a little bit.
I mean, they just had that much more time to let that fuel burn inside them. We're ready to show up for LAN. So let's talk a little bit about Ole Miss, right? Tell me about the squad.
Yeah, so looking at Ole Miss, this roster, they are a little newer than what we're used to seeing. So Lunar and C-Money, those are 2 players that have been on this roster. As there's C-Money right there, jamming out, having a good time. He is the glue to this roster. He sits dead center and is the merging of all the personalities on this Ole Miss roster. But Lunar has RLCS experience at the highest level, is very well known for his success over in APAC, and they leave Wanda Mike and they replace him with Stealth. And so many people, a little controversial, I think it's an upgrade. Now that might be a crazy point, but we will see.
Absolutely, and man, what a great squad. Obviously, both teams at their highest level. This is an incredible squad. They are ready to fight. I'm gesturing down here. You all can't see, but the teams are right below us on either side. But across the stage, Maryville. What has this team done so far, and why are they deserve to be a #1 seed coming out of groups?
Yeah, so Maryville is arguably a lot of our favorites to win. You're looking at Buddy, Adam, and Knight. Those are 3 RLCS players and also players with CRL National Championship experience. Buddy and Adam both coming from Northwood, the the best program in collegiate Rocket League. And so this roster is dangerous. And not only do they play in CRL together, they are all on deleted XD with Oath. So that is incredible experience that they get. They are very good. And also just 2 extra little fun facts. Both Adam and Knight are avid sports fans. Adam's a big basketball fan and Knight's a big baseball fan. So they're very familiar with success and balls.
That's perfect. Perfect thing for Rocket League. The perfect crossover to have in this sort of venue. Again, it is absolute craziness here. People dancing on tables. It is absolute excitement. We just had a bunch of kids running around in a scavenger hunt. It is an amazing venue to try and bring esports to the general community, and we couldn't be happier to be here. But speaking a little bit to Maryville, actually, you know, there was a recent show match, right? And I believe I heard that they lost to Harrisburg 4-3. They're not going to play them in groups, right? Harrisburg's already pretty much sealed their fate and where they're going to wind up in the bracket. But something to maybe look out for once we get to Championship Sunday in the single elimination tournament. If these 2 end up matching up against one another, Whoa, look out.
Yeah, definitely something to think about. So that was done on Seb.'s stream. Big shout out to Seb on the gym show matches. So it was extremely close, came down to the wire. I do want to say, and maybe this is Maryville copium, but Buddy was on 200 ping. And he's the leader of this team. He has the most experience both in lands and out. And he is the key to this roster. And with him on 200 ping, I don't know how well we can read into that, especially since it was a virtual show match. But hey, tomorrow it's going to be close. But today, it's a heater to kick things off. Of course, is Ole Miss and Maryville. And this very well should determine the #1 seed of this group.
Well, TJ, why not get into it? Why don't we settle this?
Why not?
Why stop? Let's just stop speculating about who the better team is today, which one showed up. Let's find out on the pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, we're kicking off Group B, Ole Miss versus Maryville, coming up next.
We are at a beautiful Rocket League pitch at an even more beautiful venue here at the Hangout in Myrtle Beach. And it's just a perfect combination of talent and focus. And this right here is going to be arguably one of the top games of this entire thing. But there's only one way to see if it's going to live up to the hype, and it's going to be right here with a close kickoff.
Absolutely. And it goes in favor of Maryville, but quickly scooped up and trying to get the clear out is Ole Miss. I expect this, and we've talked about this in earlier casts, right? This is a best of 3. This is not much at all. They don't have time to figure each other out. They have to come out swinging. So I feel like an early goal or an early demolition might set the tone for the aggression they're trying to bring. And here's an early shot from Knight. It's not going to land, quickly swatted away. And here's another one, the aggression from Maryville coming early.
You don't want to do what West Virginia did. They started slow. They tried to play the, hey, let's figure out what this team is. But in the best of 3 at this level, you simply don't have that time. You must attack every opportunity you get, and you must be so consistent, just like Lunar off the backboard, and it almost finds the back of the net.
Incredible stuff from this team early so far. C-Money going to be coming off the back wall here. He's going to have one to beat. He's got help in stealth. A nice pinch over to the corner. This one's high up for Knight, though. Going to win that one at midfield. Back and forth, these teams are going. Still scoreless, 1 minute and 15 seconds into game 1. We talked about defense, and these teams are bringing it both ways. We haven't had too many crazy shots that people have really had to come through and make saves on just yet. But I expect that to change as these teams get comfortable.
You will not see these games be high scoring, but they will be high octane, high energy, as now C-Money gets a 1v1 in a demo, but it's gonna have to end up being a 50 for stealth, cloaking his way through the midfield. Team pinch the backboard. Nobody's gonna touch it yet, but somehow Maryville gets away with this one as Adam gets a dunk. Is there a second man inside? He's waiting patiently. Stealth, soft touch, can't beat Knight. Knight going middle, but nobody there.
Now over to the side, Adam. Beat out by C-Money. Now Buddy, only one to beat here, pinched to the middle. Adam not going to be there in time, but there is another back in Knight. Now high around midfield. C-Money with an opportunity, swatted away by the defense of Maryville.
So far, it is exactly what we expected. It is neck and neck. This is not going to be like the top seed of Group A. This group is dangerous top to bottom, and these two teams are going to give you a taste of what to expect for the next couple hours, but we can't look that far ahead. We got to look at the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A full half has been played, and no goals, but now Maryville, last man back. We'll see if he gets 50'd, and he will. Ball's going to go off ceiling. Is anybody in the area? It's C-Money waiting patiently. Gets a 50, but that's a massive win for Buddy.
And now Lunar having to get back with stealth at his heels. And now C-Money going to rotate. They're getting this ball away from their goal very effectively, but they're not able to quite get the clears needed to transition that into an offensive possession. As I say that, stealth attacking, punched way out to midfield, going to be collected again by C-Money. Seemingly no team able to get a real good stronghold on this pitch.
And that's a massive dunk, and now Stealth's got a chance to find a teammate middle. It's a wide open net, and 2 blue players stare at it, and Maryville will just simply walk away with that one.
Caught him sleeping.
We'll see Adam and Buddy get out of their halves. Now Buddy looking for the counterattack, but nothing yet. But Adam's got a shot. Bottom left, but it's going to be pushed just a little wide.
Now Lunar going to be meeting Knight. around the Marville net. This one's over in the corner now, Buddy. A nice clear over to Knight, beat out by C-Money.
Knight with no boost. There's only so much he can do there, and Ole Miss doing a good job at controlling the pace. When they're on, they are on, and Maryville looks a little slow to it, but now they're starting to pick up the pace. 1 minute left, a chance at a shot here, but it's a rip downfield instead. Now Stealth off the sidewall, looking for another, will be met by Maryville, but Lunar right back on it. Ball's going ceiling. Lunar's got a chance to put one on. It's not gonna be a shot.
Been really impressed so far with C-Money's performance and how he's kind of leading this team. Obviously, you said that he's sitting in the middle of the three of them, right? Being able to communicate and make sure that the entire team is staying calm, especially opening up Group B competition in a packed venue.
Now Stealth gonna try and open up the mechanics in this game. It's a flip reset on the long dominance. And after a longer battle, they take the lead.
And what a time for a goal to come through for Ole Miss. 28 seconds left on the clock, and they have the score lead, 1-0. This would be a fantastic way to close out game number 1 for Ole Miss.
The less room you have in a series, the more important each living second gets. And now Ole Miss looking very confident to take game 1, but they must survive another 15 seconds. And right now, Ole Miss keeping the pressure on. Ball's gonna roll to the other corner. Stealth trying to keep the pressure over one. Will have to trade his life for that beat. Now Lunar beating one again. And with 5 seconds left, the Sharks swimming in the water, suffocating the Maryville defense. And now it's gotta come down to this. 0 seconds left, ball still in the air, player there. Ball still up off the ceiling. It's gonna be a slight double touch, and Ole Miss takes game 1.
I want to make more shark puns.
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for the right time, but...
Well, now they've drawn blood, all right?
There you go.
So they might smell blood in the water. Here we go. I snuck it in. We got it. Fantastic opening from Ole Miss. They fought hard. It was a 0-0 scoreline for 4 minutes and 32 seconds out of that game. Finally coming through with the last goal of the match. And now they're going to sit comfortable in a 1-0 against a very scary Maryville team. But if we know these teams at all, they're coaching up. They're going, okay, settle down. As you had mentioned earlier today, goldfish mentality. Forget what just happened. Play to the task at hand.
Yeah, I mean, they are razor focused right now. But the biggest thing that we talked about in some of the earlier games today is the meta difference in teams. Some teams, they'll laugh, they'll crack jokes, they will smile and have fun. And for some, that's what it takes to reach the next level. But Maryville, they've won national championships. They've been a major part of our LCS teams. They've won hundreds of thousands of dollars combined. They are absolutely locked in right now heading into game 2.
Well, we'll see what prevails, the stoic Maryville or the joking around having a good time at this point in Ole Miss esports.
And they're having a fun time, but there is absolutely no joke about that game 1 coming down to the wire. And this is, again, this is the show that we came to see. This is what we travel here for. And Ole Miss gonna try and keep the momentum heading into game 2.
Back and forth. Remember, folks, Ole Miss, only goal in this series so far. We're just starting now game number 2. But once again, back and forth. Maryville applying a little bit of pressure or attempting to get it out of their side at least. Having a little bit of trouble as Lunar and C-Money continue the onslaught. But
wait a minute.
Maybe that might help. A pair of demos to try and reset the tempo of the match. And hopefully Maryville be able to get that in and reset their mentals here.
When you have 6 players who are all so extremely talented, you wonder who's going to be the X factor, who's going to rise above the rest. For Maryville, I feel like it has to be Buddy. He is the center of this team. He's got to play probably a little more aggressive, maybe get a few more shots on. But Ole Miss, I mean, it's C-Money. He is loud. He's energetic. They're having fun. And right now, they're still keeping that pressure. But Maryville got a chance to drop one on the Ole Miss head. 1-0.
Well, I was talking to Buddy before the matches, and we had some pregame interviews, right? And he was absolutely saying, well, I'm not one of those people that can actually take over the game so much anymore. I really rely on Buddy and Knight to recognize what needs to be done in a match. I step back from my IGL perspective, and I'm more of a facilitator, so these guys can take over. But look out, Ole Miss reply almost immediately. We've got a 1-1 scoreline.
It's an instant return for Ole Miss, but I will touch on the Maryville point. Originally in that interview, I thought that it was going to be Knight in the middle of the team, but it seems like something changed while they they were traveling. Something on the flight over made them realize that they're going to stick to their guns and what they're used to. But what they're not used to is Lunar flip resetting, looking for a bump. What a save from Adam.
Oh man, Ole Miss is bringing it right now. And Maryville finally starting to apply a little bit more pressure. Adam off the sidewall, looking for a pass to Buddy. Buddy's gonna have to get back now. Knight waiting in the wings against the net. And he's gonna be able to move this one along the side, beating out C-Money there at midfield. An opportunity, another opportunity in Buddy off the back wall. Now Adam, all three taking chances, but neither one of them sinking. But they're not done yet. Buddy here in midfield, now finally going maybe in the way of Ole Miss, but no. Buddy continuing this onslaught as the pressure is applied. The possession in Maryville solely.
But now Ole Miss already looking to leak out, and that's what is dangerous about the Sharks, is that it doesn't matter how many players. You can have 3 Maryville players shoot, it'll all be saved, and then Lunar will still leak upfield, and that's a close shot from him.
Moving over to midfield. Lunar with a touch, pass to Stealth into the corner. Now maybe having a bit of a miscommunication there. And finally giving Maryville a bit of room to breathe, and they punch it down to Ole Miss side of the pitch. Now Lunar gonna go coast to coast perhaps.
Off the wheels of Adam, and now there's 2 Ole Miss players. Ceiling, Lunar gets a dunk, but there's another Maryville player. It's Buddy getting one out, but now it goes right to Stealth, who's got not a lot of boost, but enough to dunk it middle. Now Lunar, quick touch towards the net. Ball goes off the corner. Here comes C-Money, won't cash out.
Adam looking for some boost. Buddy both starved at the moment. Going to be trying to replenish those, and now on the side of Ole Miss, they're going to be looking to get a little bit more boost because they are the ones in trouble. As Adam looking for one, a double touch off the back wall, and Adam taking the score line to 2-1. That's a lead Maryville sorely needed late into game 2.
It's a double touch with 4 wheels, and it's a flip reset that gives him the power needed to sink it right side and give Maryville their first lead of the series.
Unbelievable stuff here. Adam looking to clear this one, basically off his goal line there, off the kickoff. That's something that Ole Miss was able to do earlier in this game, even off kickoff, strike back immediately. So just being able to avoid that one.
I gotta hold my horses here. We're sitting here trying to analyze, but they keep on scoring, and that's what you love about high-level Rocket League, is that the action simply never ends. And Ole Miss trying to keep that going by picking up a goal, but it might be Maryville finding their third. Ceiling, ball coming down, double touch, not gonna find the bottom corner.
And you were saying Octane is picking up. Boy, is game 2 looking completely different from game 1. We've got 3 goals on the board so far. Minute and 10 left. Knight back to swap this one away. Gonna beat out Ole Miss here in the corner. He's got to go to the other side. A little bit of help with the pressure coming from Ole Miss. Now Adam off the back wall. Lunar goes up for it. A nice 50-50 in favor of Ole Miss, but Buddy there to clear.
That's Lunar from behind the Maryville player, and now it's Lunar immediately taking a shot. He is on both ends of the pitch, and that's what it takes to bring your boys in. But now you got to watch out for the 1v1.
Hello.
What a save from Lunar. Now, quick counterattack. Passing over. Teammate will have to wait. Takes a soft touch. Now going middle. Knight going to get bumped out. Is there a player there? No, and now Buddy back forward, but Lunar blocks it out.
30 seconds left on the clock here for Maryville to hang on to push this to a game 3. Ole Miss, knowing they have 20 seconds, can easily get this done and send us to an overtime. Will they be able to pull it off? Currently needing to get out of their own backfield, but Adam having none of that. Stealth punching it up, and this is just dropping right in front of the blue goal. Ole Miss running out of time. Here's an opportunity, a 50-50, but Maryville might have survived this one.
Oh, don't say that yet.
Ball is not down, though.
Now it is. Oh, I thought you were about to cast or curse it, but wow. It's almost a complete flip from game 1. Maryville suffocating Ole Miss this time in the last 30 seconds, and an incredible turn for them.
Yeah. I mean, to get that, and this is the first LAN win, right, today. And actually, this team, as of this roster, has never been to a LAN together. So this actually is their first LAN win together.
Okay.
Pretty exciting.
Well,
but it's just one game. Job's not done, right? This is just one game of one series that's got plenty more to play. Boy, oh boy, but just getting that first one off, that monkey off your back, especially against a great team like Ole Miss. I don't know what's going to happen in Game 3. Bear Light and I said this earlier. Like when two teams are just smashing each other's faces in, what's going to happen in Game 3?
Well, momentum in going into Game 3 is shaky, but the setting and the absolute odds and everything at stake is firm as can be. We find ourselves heading to Champions Field once again, and we said this earlier, so I'm going to say it again. A storied field contributing to these stories of these teams. They have never played head-to-head before. This is their first time playing against each other, and now in Game 3, it's dead even with one more.
And what a place to settle it. Championship Field.
Champions Field has been the setting for so many incredible stories, so many incredible plays, and so many players have graced it with their axles. But we'll see if Ole Miss and Maryville can grab some of that championship or Champions Field magic. You got me messing up now. And now we'll see Lunar getting one middle. Yeah, a little bit of a test. And now Ole Miss is going to try and test Maryville here. But again, it's a matter of which defense was actually going to be consistent. Because in Game 1, it was all Ole Miss. Then in Game 2, it was all Maryville. So it's an absolute toss-up right now, with Maryville looking good.
Yeah, Maryville already applying the pressure, but Lunar maybe single-handedly running this coast to coast. Adam needing to get in the way of that one. And Knight backing up out to the corner, over to midfield here. Once again, back and forth these teams are going. And the rotations have been really solid from both squads to make sure that nobody's out of position at any one point. But if the moment that they are, know for sure the other team's going to pounce on that opportunity.
And teams are so consistent, but what makes the difference is what do they do off the ball? Where are the bumps? Where are the demos? We obviously haven't seen that many, and that is the key to RLCS and CRL right now, is now Ole Miss finally starting to create some opportunities. It's a double commit, but still Maryville's alive.
And what a time to come together. And we're back to kind of Game 1 vibes, right? 0-0 scoreline, a minute and a half in. But you can already tell it's starting to pick up. And what a save from C-Money, sitting right on the goal line with both a player and a ball flying right at him. Perfectly played there to survive into a 0-0 continuation.
And both teams are so close to scoring. What we're seeing as a difference in Game 2 versus this game is now we're starting to see everybody get cut. We're starting to see players up for the same ball. Every shot, every pass is contested. As what a dunk there from Stealth.
And do you think communication is staying at an all-time high? Do you think that panic starts to set in for either of these squads as the tensions build?
You can take any other school's name other than Maryville or West Virginia, and I'd say yes. But these schools experience, these players ready to step up to the occasion. That's a nice redirect, but it's not going to make a lot of space. Now Maryville with once again another late flick into a counterattack. Now ball goes middle. It's a backboard pass, no double. Third man, top ends, not going to find the back of the net.
Wow, what a shot from Adam. No defense needed to help that. The goal was the fourth player on the field, the crossbar, as it oftentimes is. But using that momentum, using that aggression, those shots, you know that you can continue to pour them on, and that's what Maryville's going to continue to try to do. Now, here at midfield, C-Money going for it. Oh my God, can you believe what we just watched?
The pass coming from the stars, and Lunar out of this world getting there to that one. Dead center, uncontested, beats Knight. 1-0.
That was insane. It came down so fast, and the perfectly timed collapse on the goal gives Ole Miss a 1-0 lead. 2 minutes left in Game 3. This is exactly what we're talking about between Harrisburg and WVU. This could very well determine who comes out the number one seed in this group based on general vibes.
Well, unlike Game 3 of that series, this one's coming down to the wire. It's a 1-goal separation, and now we're starting to see teams get a little anxious. A few double commits and a few players out of position, but Buddy is not. Goes middle, but Lunar reads it. But wait a minute, it's another player. Actually, is going to be Ole Miss getting the counter. Dunk comes out. Ball staying in the Maryville half. Lunar looking to get one middle, and will. There's 3 Maryville players there to stop that one, and now the counter off the ceiling, coming down. Flip reset, down to a player, but he opts not to shoot. He tries to give it to another, and Maryville will not score.
Ole Miss is doing a really good job turtling right now, getting back to the goal line. You see at least two oftentimes sitting there when an assault from Marville is coming through. And it's especially with that last assault. Oh my God! The pass from C-Money over to Stealth. Let's have another look real quick. A beautiful pass into the bump to open up the net for Stealth. What a play. The facilitation from C-Money.
I'm speechless. I believe Buddy was trying to backflip to avoid the bump, but then he actually got kind of put into it as now, I believe a fake kickoff was the goal there of Maryville, and it might work for him as now the counter, very quick, backboard's wide open. What a save from Lunar.
Wow. If you wanted one fast, that was the way to get it, and Maryville unfortunately not going to secure that one. Still 45 seconds left on the clock for Maryville to pull this one out, but no goal to their name so far in this game just yet. They have been hard to come by for either team.
And Ole Miss just fighting even though they are most definitely not an underdog, out of the top four, many of us had them finishing third or fourth, and this win is massive, but they're 30 seconds away, but Maryville not letting up just yet. Foot is still on the gas, pass is still going middle. Is there a player? It's not a Maryville one, and now the Ole Miss counter looking for a third, a dagger into the hearts of Maryville, but will not land.
And if you're Ole Miss, you can start to check this one off. The big mountain needed to climb early on in Group B. A 2-0 victory in game number 3, and they're looking for a third. Not gonna get it, but the score line stays the same. The victory going over to Ole Miss. And we got some chirping here at the land.
It's getting a little heated in here. I'm starting to feel it. I might have to unbutton another button of this shirt, but these players, they know what's at stake. There is 12 teams and $5,000 on the line, and hey, if that's how people want to do things, then I mean, hey, Lunar getting up and being excited, there is no problem with that.
Well, I mean, let's talk about Maryville, right? They're a team that has the ability to step right back into the ring. They've suffered a loss early on in the tournament, early on in the groups. The groups aren't everything. What is everything is Championship Sunday, right? And this is a squad that is going to regain, and they're going to probably more likely than not get some wins down the road, right? They're a really, really good squad. But congratulations to Ole Miss. Early win here to make a statement in Group B to go, we are the ones that you need to be worried about. We are the Sharks.
The Sharks just sharp as the fins on offense. They just simply were precise with every maneuver, every endeavor, every pass, every demo, every single aspect of car soccer. They have mastered to a T, and Maryville puts up an amazing fight, but unfortunately, they just can't find that last-minute goal. I mean, that second one really seemed to drive their momentum as the team seemed to slow down, and they couldn't get back to where they wanted to be. But again, it's a very long tournament. There's 2 full days, and how about a full stat sheet from Ole Miss?
Wow, and let's take a look at this. The shots from Lunar, absolutely unreal, and you see the assist coming out of C-Money as well. They're going to punch that and kind of elevate Lunar to what he was able to do to set Ole Miss apart from Maryville. And taking a look over at Maryville, of course, you've got Buddy putting so much pressure on the goal. And this is honestly a tale of 2 very different styles of teams. Buddy looking to get some help from Adam and Knight, and we didn't really, I personally didn't expect Buddy to take such a command of the offense. To more be a facilitator. But in this particular matchup, he ended up being the one that said, all right, come on.
Yeah, that is Buddy's Rocket League history. He's always been an enabler. He always makes his teammates look great, and they still did look great, but 2 goals in 3 games, that normally just simply won't put you in the right spot to succeed. And Ole Miss not getting that many more, but again, and we say this so many times today, it all comes down to such thin margins, and it's an incredible game to kick off Group B.
Fantastic. Well, we have an interview with Ole Miss with Kyler. So, Kyler, take it away.
Thank you, fellas. I am here with Lunar. Yo, congratulations, man. You were hyped up, man. The story with y'all, we were just talking about it. Flight got canceled at the last minute. Y'all drove 12 hours and still made it. I know y'all gotta be exhausted, but tell me a little bit about what you're doing. You were hyped up for this match, man. How are you feeling kind of coming into this?
We ended up losing to them online the other day, so it was like iffy, but we knew we were LAN players, and Stealth was at Maryville last time, So we had to beat him because it was his old teammates.
Bro, I mean, y'all didn't miss a beat, man. You guys got right into it, got the job done. I mean, like you mentioned, you guys are land players. What's it like being in an environment for like how does it bring out the best in you guys?
Feels great. It shows who's better with their nervousness and who lets that feeling flow through them. And apparently it doesn't for them. But, it just shows land is the most important. And if you can't win on land, online doesn't matter.
Yo, you're real, man. You guys got off to a hot start already. We're going to be excited to keep following y'all and see how you continue to do, man. Guys, we will be right back for you.
Welcome back to the beach, where one super-powered father gave a whole new meaning to SPF.
Here's Vacation Dad Tommy No-Tone Jones setting a daily record for sunscreen application.
He's got reflexes like a cat.
Amazing speed.
Let's take another look.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. So long and beach easy. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Welcome back to the beach, where we join Charlie Chew Baker and his grandpa for lunch.
Here we have some delicious boardwalk classics.
Wait, what's this? Who ordered the seafood tower?
And a perfect plate call by little Charlie Chew Baker.
The rookie takes it.
How's that shrimp?
What did you call me?
Now that's how you beach with the best here at Myrtle Beach. Until next time, stay beachy. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Legacy isn't just about where you're from, it's about where you're going. So where are you going?
I'm going to be the first in my family to graduate.
I'm going to make a difference.
Just like my granddad.
I'm going to the library.
Us too.
I'm going to make the New York Times bestseller list.
And I'm going to help him get there.
I'm going to do more than put points on the board.
I'm going to win a championship.
Again! I'm going to lock the vault! Hotty toddy!
I'm going to take the next step.
I'm going to bring them to their feet.
I'm going to Ole Miss.
I'm going to Ole Miss.
I'm going to Ole Miss.
Ole Miss. Build your legacy.
like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Boost on the Beach. I am one of your co-hosts, DJ TJ, and with me, of course, is Tiny Shiny.
And TJ, we are so good to be back up here on the stage. Our Group B is off to a banger of a start. We are far from done with our Rocket League group stage action today. Our next match coming up, USC versus Georgia State. We have a ton to talk about here.
Well, and even before we hop into that, the group has been absolute chaos so far. I mean, USC fresh off of a 2-0 over George Mason, the defending Boost on the Beach champions, and that was no easy win at all.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we got to see a little bit of a glimpse of that series behind the scenes. And in fact, USC, they're coming into this hot. GMU was one of those squads that was a wild card that can contend for the top. But USC taking that 2-0 win, that certainly is going to put a target on their back and make them confident heading into their next game.
And the middle group is an uncertainty, but we're very confident about our top two in Ole Miss and Maryville. And, I mean, Maryville just had an incredible series last time, but they could not put the pieces together to battle with Ole Miss. And a little bit of chirping, a little bit of trash talk here and there, but, you know, it wouldn't be Boost on the Beach in your average collegiate land without a little bit of instigation.
Absolutely. We like to have fun. We're out here at Myrtle Beach in a very fun venue at the Hangout. So, of course, we're going to have fun while we are at it. And, you know, you want to touch on that. We've had a ton of big playmakers today. We always talk about the goals. We always talk about the people that are in your screen like, yeah, they scored a point. Cool. What about the guys that are keeping you guys live in the back line? Who are these save leaders, these goalies, the guardian angels of the day? We're going to go ahead and take a peek at that average stat. Bolte from Michigan State leading the charge after our first round.
I will say that these stats, I will say Group A had the entire early morning and kind of lunchtime to get these stats in. So we still have yet to see Group B really kind of get their stats configured. But Adam has played one game and has 1.2, already over everybody other than Bolte. And so the defense is so incredibly important. We, again, like you mentioned, we always talk about our mechanical players, our leaders on offense, but, you know, defense wins championships, and so far it's been the case.
We've had a lot of low-scoring games. It's very rare that you're getting anything above 3 goals. And even in our last series that we had with Maryville and Ole Miss, that was down to the wire for the vast majority of that game. And those are kind of almost our expectations heading into our next match as well. I want to talk a little bit more about Georgia State coming in to this event as a team. While they didn't quite win their first game today, they have a lot of talent in their roster.
Yeah, so Georgia State, the most southern team at this tournament. So a long drive to come here and compete for the $5,000, and it comes off of this man right here with the smooth hair. It's shady, but you cannot forget about that middleman right there in Dylan. And of course, one of the most consistent pieces of this team is Monk JR right here. This team is a blast to watch. They have a lot of fun. They like to get loud, and they're so impressive to watch, but they have a very tough opponent in USC.
USC, as we said, just took GMU down 2-0. They're coming in hot, and they are ready to take that second win. Talking a little bit more about their roster, of course, you have Katz sitting in that captain position, is one of the best coaches that you are going to find in this event, and is now playing, of course, on the team, has plenty of experience within that pro scene. Og, that star player, your mechanical guy, that's the one you expect to get things done. It's playing around Og and Solar with nearly 5 years of experience playing on this roster. USC, they're coming in. They feel confident, and after taking 3rd place in Boost on the Beast last year, they feel they can prove themselves here.
I will say that it is Og in the middle this time. So this team normally kind of likes to switch between its leaders. Obviously, Og, a rank A Rocket League player, which is at a very high level for those of you who are unfamiliar. And Katz, though, has the experience, like you mentioned, as a coach, very, very experienced with years to go on and help his boys hopefully take a win against Georgia State today. And this game, especially after USC's win over GMU, the middle of the group is wide open. And Georgia State, it almost feels like this is a must-win game for them, and we'll see how close it ends up being.
And we're going to find out here as these players load in onto the pitch momentarily. And I think the big thing to point out is you particularly were very excited about this matchup. These are two schools that have been wanting to play each other. They both participate in the SEL, the Southern Esports League, and have been at the top of their respective divisions. Yet, this is the first time, TJ, that they're going to be facing off against each other. Speaking to the players, this is the matchup they wanted to have, their first time getting to know this opponent in many potential future meetings.
And these are schools who have been playing playing in the Southeastern Esports League for the last year and have yet to see each other. And it's not even in the SEL that they play. It's here at Boost on the Beach. We continue to write new storylines, and this right here could be the start of a storied rivalry. But there's only one way to see how we kick off this novel, and it starts with the teams hopping straight into game one. But we're gonna wait a second. Now we're in, and now the action begins.
And we're getting right on into the action. Kickoff going the way of Georgia State with that first initial possession. It's a dangerous game in front of the goal. Solar quick on the react. Georgia State now attempting to keep the ball within their control. Yet it's Cats, that big leader that we're going to see from USC, buying them that time and space before Georgia State will once again get their paws on the ball.
It's a battle of experience. Georgia State does not have more than one LAN. They've had one LAN together as a team. And now, again, Buddy RV subs out for Dylan. This is now his first LAN as a player, but you cannot underestimate him. He has the mechanical ability, but USC's got the same. What a save from Shady.
USC right now, you can tell that they're just coming off this game. They had to rush back down here to get set up. And they're still in that adjustment period, being on this main stage area. Solar now getting a dangerous pass towards the center. Monk was waiting to receive it, but ended up getting bumped into the net himself. Unfortunately, Cars do not score the goals. That is the ball. Dylan with the first shot, though. Straight under Solar to get Georgia State on the board.
That is Shady and the substitute Dylan coming in for this pinch. Dylan off the ceiling. You cannot be underestimating his skill. He may not be the starter, but he's earning his role today.
Absolutely. I mean, Georgia State, they're coming into this not only to prove to themselves that they can be here, they can be one of those teams to beat, but also to all of the other squads that are at this event and to their own university so far. They've been doing an excellent job. It was a nice carry from Shady to get them into the USC defensive end. Yet the follow-up is rather limited. The Gamecocks desperate to get their shot at an offensive opportunity.
USC normally regarded as the more consistent team and one of the most consistent teams in this tournament, but so far they're not used to this GSU playstyle. They are all over the place. They're just sitting there looking for every bump and demo and shot on net. They will constantly be annoying you, as that right there is almost USC's tying goal, but so far GSU gets another counter.
USC have been playing into Georgia State's hands so far, deciding what strategy they want to play on, and it's going to cause them to fall behind once again. They're playing this reactionary game, but Georgia State are way too fast for them to get there.
If you've been following the Southeastern Esports League, then you know what I'm about to say. It's Monk with a dunk over one to make it 2-0.
Monk with the dunk. Certainly not the first time or the last. We will be seeing that throughout our day today. USC now down 2-0. What happened in these past couple of minutes for Georgia State to come back, and they're just going to get another one? You said it was Monk with the dunk, but how about Dylan, TJ?
I mean, this is a goal apiece for everybody so far. Georgia State playing total Rocket League, and I didn't see a single USC player in sight, and this might be the first team to push them to the edge today.
And this is only their second match after all. I mean, I mentioned, yes, USC, they did just play a game and won, but they also played Rocket League for the past week before that. They've been on spring break. They haven't had access to computers to properly practice, and it seems like this is one of those moments where it's coming back to bite them. They're very slow to get started within this match, and Georgia State are 1,000% taking advantage of that in this first half.
Georgia State is fresh off of a 6-1 Game 2 loss against Michigan State, and that hurts. But what hurts even more is if you're USC getting these shots peppered onto you, and Georgia State, it's almost like they haven't even played that Michigan State game. They look like a brand new team, but USC, you cannot count them out. But Dylan, count him in, trying to find the bottom right corner.
He's not going to get there, but Monk is keeping the ball alive. Georgia State putting it in front of the net, but no. It'll be a long bang of desperation. The Gamecocks desperate to make some sort of offensive play happen. Because of that desperation, there's very limited in control. That possession only lasts for so long, and it requires players such as Solar to clumsily get back to the line. Doesn't have any boost at all. USC narrowly avoiding tragedy. It's Cats to keep Dylan out from scoring his second.
Cats and Og, two people that we know can be calm, cool, and collected, and Solar, that final piece of the puzzle to maybe help them start this comeback. But with 2 minutes left, every second, especially in a best of 3, is just one more closer to a nice victory than one that could keep Georgia State in the running in this group.
Georgia Georgia State. They have more to play for right now. This is their idea of, if you don't win this, you may end up getting that bottom seed, and that is the last place any team wants to be in right now with that dominant 3-0 lead and only 90 seconds on the clock. USC yet to show any significant signs of life, and a lot of that is coming from the sloppiness of defense to offensive transitions because they're just struggling to get the clear, and they're not even going to get it again. That's a fourth now on the board.
Monk is simply the bigger player. A massive dunk over one, and like you said, we actually will hear this plenty of times. It's the second call. Monk with a dunk, 4-0 with a minute left in game one.
4-0. I mean, if you're the Gamecocks right now, even if you're not going to end up winning this game, get something. Get a point. Show me something that this team is still alive, that they are here to play, that they are here to fight. This is a brutal way to start your second round. Georgia State have been outpacing them in so many manners, and because of that, they're running out of area to play, and you can just see they're choked up in their own defensive end. They'll get a nice pass up over to Solar. You lose that so quickly, though. Monk just contests it, take it off the board, and is able to get it right over the heads of USC once again.
And that's a fake.
No.
Pass one. It's a demo two, but now Dylan very quickly on the counter, but that's Og already up dunking one. It's an open net, but it's going to be a bang for USC. Shady. Awkward touch going to leave it for Monk, who might try and find Dylan, but he's too far from that one. Last 30 seconds, and again, USC needs anything.
Anything that you can come up with right now is going to be something. Georgia State basically securing themselves that win each second. That dwindles. The possibility of a comeback follows as well.
Georgia State's still trying to keep this on. Dylan, a little awkward. It's going to end up being a pass from Monk, but to the wrong player. It's a USC offender, but there's going to be just nothing. This GSU defense stays strong until Solar will find one goal to maybe reset the momentum.
And they needed this. As you said, momentum reset. If you're getting hit by that wave that's now about to become a tsunami, you just downgraded that. USC have shown, all right, we can score on them once, we can do it again. Are you going to do it 4 times in the next 9 seconds? Probably not. But you have still plenty of this series to go after these last few ticks go down.
Ooh, Dylan might make it number 5 from the top side. And Dylan might not be credited with it, but what an incredible read from him. And Shady kind of does steal it, but it's a great team play nonetheless. An incredible read from the ceiling.
I mean, that's a message. Georgia State are sending a message to USC. It's like, hey, you might have been one of the better teams that we are going to have within our group today, but that doesn't mean you're going to take down the little guy. A true David battle that they're playing out right now. A 5-1 victory starting out their series. And TJ, you have to be impressed by what we just saw from this young squad.
I mean, how can you not be? Georgia State, they are loud, they're thrilled, but now look at this. No smiles. It's back to business as usual. It's a best of 3. You simply will not get the chances to make mistakes. And how about a few more mistakes from USC that makes that scoreline so wide? But USC gets the reset. It's a best of 3. There's still plenty of game left to play, but that's a really convincing Georgia State win.
Wow. And this squad is young. It's one of the youngest that we're going to have in this tournament. 2 freshmen and a sophomore is what their roster is comprised of. And the fact that they're able to show this much competitive discipline, I mean, they're taking this seriously. They know that they can't get ahead of themselves. Realistically, USC is a team that if they smell weakness, they're going to come in and strike back. But I want to talk a little bit more about USC, what we notice, how they can start to take down what Georgia State just set the bar at.
Well, it starts with the offense. I mean, looking at the stats briefly, USC has 5 team shots in game 1. Well, Shady had 5 of his own, not even including the other 10 that his teammates contributed to the cause. So for USC, you need more possession. You got to move quicker. This Georgia State team, they run off of surprises. We're going to surprise you with the start of game 2.
Move on in. USC heavy loss taken in game number 1. Are they going to be able to change the story for our second 5-minute period here today? It's an early offensive opportunity, bouncing in front of the net. Will be volleyed on out. Starting off in the offense, yes, that is great, but we're still get to see that clean transition. And even when they're on the offense, where's the defense?
I was just as shocked as you are. I have no idea where third man for USC went, and there's not even a tech pause. So maybe a miscommunication in rotation, and nobody is there. 1-0 Georgia State.
Wow, and USC, they really invested in it, right? It was like, okay, we haven't had many opportunities to score. You over-invested. You completely forgot about this quick turnaround. Georgia's strength is their pace, their ability to turn around and surprise you. USC are yet to match that.
USC, they are picking up the pace, though. That's 2 players combining in the midfield, and that's an awkward play from Dylan. Shot will not fall. It's a passing play coming out of that half, and now Dylan trying to keep this pressure going off the corner. It's a miss, and it's an open shot, and it finds the back of the net. 2 goals in less than a minute.
I'm going to just throw this out there. Dylan is labeled as the substitute player right now. Dylan is the substitute that is coming in here with his 3rd of this game alone. I mean, he is absolutely having a game of his life. And if this is what Georgia State is going to look like for the remainder of this tournament, I mean, other teams that are watching, you better be scared.
And it is such a long day of group stage games, but you'd much rather be fighting downhill than up. And a win here and a 2-0 convincingly would be a massive way to start. As now Og is awkward, but that's a great touch from him. But now, even this time, there's 3 USC players on one side of the field. It's going to give Shady a chance to find Dylan with no boost, but a slide drop, bottom left, bang, 3-0.
Wow. Georgia State, they're in it. They're in it to win it. And you're scoring 3 goals in, like, what, just over a minute? Like, this is absolutely unheard of. What happened to USC between their first 2 games? Is it just like a nerves thing being down here in front of all these people? I can understand it. At a LAN event such as this, is it the fact they were unable to practice for the last week? Whatever it is, I want to see the Gamecocks get back on track. We know they're capable of incredible things, but Georgia State have just looked so much better in this series.
And that's a massive double commit from Georgia State, but look, it's still an attack for Georgia State. USC, a very mechanical, a very calm team, but you cannot be calm against Georgia State because even when they double commit, they're already right back to business. As now Dylan trying to give Katz the business, but not gonna find it. Katz going corner, gets beat. A massive touch over Solar, and demos are traded in the back half as well, favoring USC. Now offense, building. Solar looking for a shot, he fakes it. Og trying to get it past one, top fence. Og will make it 3-1.
It took a lot for USC to get that point. It went off of Og, and realistically, it was less of USC, the limited defensive capabilities that Shady had, just retreating back, barely had enough boost to get the contest and could not react. But USC, this is an important point for them. We saw it before. You got it, 5 to 9 seconds, 3 minutes, plenty of time to match Georgia State.
A lot of Rocket League left to play, and if you're Georgia State, you cannot calm down. You cannot even breathe. You've got to stay in this as Katz. That attack going to be felt short because of his messed up wave dash. And now we'll see Dylan trying to find somebody middle. It's actually going to be himself. Corner, double touch though, won't land. And now USC counterattack, searching for their second. Not going to find it just yet, but now it's close. But the second man goes for the demo instead of positions for the pass. But don't worry, third man Katz back on it again, but won't find it. But the USC pressure going middle. Nobody there yet though, and they're so close, but the positioning's awkward. Now, is that Monk? Yes, it is. Off the top side, backboard, not gonna land though.
Absolutely beautiful turnaround from Georgia State. I mean, USC, you're breathing a sigh of relief right now. They could have easily gone in. They heavily committed to that offense, and they're still not out of the woods yet. Shady playing off at the corner, waiting for Monk. Katz keep up, though. If Shady was in position to follow that up, we could be seeing a 4-1 current as our scoreline. Georgia State remain heavily in control of this possession, of this offense. And USC, the limited opportunities they have, can only go so far.
And now it is ping pong in the midfield. Teams are starting to get a little more nervous. That shot will not go over Shady. And now Shady, he is the most dangerous player on this team and trying to make a case for being the most dangerous in the lobby. Delayed pitch going middle, but it's a great save from USC. And now Monk up quick, has to take a bump for it though. And Dylan trying to get a 50, will find it. That's a great one from Og. It's going to give Solar a quick counter attack. He beats one. Monk awkward, but makes a good touch to the corner.
Touch out to the corner though. For the center, Katz diving in, but goes a little bit too far. USC, Solar trying to keep this one alive. Katz had to reset to get the boost, and that's going to be the end of what was put up. And this is where Georgia State, this is where they caught them by surprise. They're able to do it again. Dylan going for the top rope. Zed Katz on the intercept. A great leader, but also an incredibly mechanical talented player.
And again, this is what Georgia State does. They will get up early. They will surprise you. And now they are a stout defense with a wide open net. Dylan won't get it though. The dagger ripped right out. Not going to land.
See, it's the easy ones that they miss. They want to make it as hard for themselves, like, hey, we're cool. We don't need the open net, you know, no problem at all. I mean, USC, you're down by 2. You have less than a minute that are remaining on the board. You are the home team being here from South Carolina. You're on the brink of losing their very first match.
And Georgia State finds another open net, but they can't convert it. Now Dylan picks up a demo. It's going to make USC a little awkward, but don't count him out just yet. Backboard is in the sights of USC, but a good touch from Monk's going to stall it. Shady backwards, and Cats has us on the edge of our seats, making it 3-2.
USC, they're not down and out of this yet. We've seen it from several of our matches today. Is this desperation hour? These teams are fighting for their lives, fighting for survival. USC, they're finding themselves in that exact position now. 32 seconds. All they need, 1 point to push this game to an overtime.
USC is no stranger to stepping up in the moment. All 3 of these players with years of experience as a team, but Georgia State, the new bloods in this tournament, the young roster. I mean, them and Clemson share actually for being the youngest rosters at this tournament. So a win over a veteran team would be huge, almost as big as the Dylan double tap, which just barely gets denied.
Just barely, and this is going to be USC's last leg. This ball busted up in the air. It's Cats with an opportunity going for the hit, but read perfectly. Shady pushing the ball as far as they can from any sight. The USC player is going to hit the ground, and Georgia State are going to take the series 2-0.
Now we can breathe. Now we can breathe. It is so close, and it comes down to that mistouch from Dylan where it almost gives them a wide open net, but I believe that was either Cats or Solar who could not find the back of the net. And so it was unfortunate that they couldn't find it, but nonetheless, Georgia State very happy with that result and a major one for their lives at Boost on the Beach 24.
As we said at the beginning of the series, this match win much more important for Georgia State, especially after losing game number 1. You take USC down here, this is your chance. Make that run through the group stage, get up into these top seeds because that's going to help you so much. The top 4 teams will get a bye heading into Sunday. It's single elimination at that point. You lose one, you're done, you're out. So if Georgia can continue their run as we saw today, I mean, they were setting themselves up wonderfully for the future of the competition.
And the seeding is so important. I mean, the top 4, at least projected, is Harrisburg, West Virginia, Marville, Ole Miss, all schools that arguably could compete at the professional level. And so every win, every goal you get can contribute to you maybe playing an easier one, but it's going to be a tough road no matter what. But at least Georgia State widens it out a little bit.
And they need to be happy with that result that they have. I mean, they had expectations like, hey, we're going into this with a positive mindset. You took a devastating loss just coming out of this. 6-1 was the final result on the losing end for them before they played in this matchup today. You never would have known. There's so many teams that would have just been devastated by that. They managed to bounce back as such a young roster. I mean, having just less experience within the competitive scene or even in life sometimes, like having this ability to bounce back. I mean, this is what makes some of the best competitors that we have.
But this is what makes them special, is that they play as a team. They are all aggressive. They are all shooters, and you can see it in the stats. They are almost dead even across the entire board and holding USC to 3 goals in total. It is stout defense and even better offense, and Georgia State, it's a fairly easy 2-0 for them.
There's not a single stat that doesn't go into their favor, but of course we need to shout out Dylan because my goodness, look at those numbers. 8 shots and half of them went in. That's a 50% success rate on every single tap. And for a guy that's not normally on the roster, that is a freshman. I mean, think about the future for this team. This is only year 1.
Yeah, and for my Southeastern Rocket League fans, Georgia State has normally never had a certain player who leads the way offensively. Normally they balance that out, but Dylan comes in his second series as a player at a LAN setting ever and goes 50% against a very impressive USC team, but just incredible from him.
And absolutely, not only does this mean a lot to the Georgia players themselves, but also to them as an organization. They're really looking to establish themselves as one of those big teams at their own school. And I really hope that they are watching today to understand the prowess and mechanical ability that they have. They have so much potential moving forward, and I can't wait to see more from them in Group 2.
Yeah, and they still have so many more games, and we still have so much more action coming your way, as I believe we are waiting to get an interview with Georgia State. But one thing that's special about this roster is how loud they were roar. I'm
Oh
sure.
my, yes.
I'm sure Stream could hear it. I know the Hangout heard it here. They are loud and they have fun. But then, as soon as it matters, as soon as it comes down to the business, they're locked in. They're ready to go. They are just simply ready. And for being such a young team, it's extremely impressive.
The ability to just have fun anywhere you go, even in the toughest competitions, is such an advantage. You're maintaining this positive mindset throughout an entire series, and I mean, come on, hearing them stand up and cheer and high five and like hype each other up. That is what this is all about, is having that support for your teammates and having fun nonetheless. And speaking of fun, we are far from done here at the Hangout today. We're gonna go ahead and send it to Kyler, who has an interview with Georgia State.
Yo, I am here with the boy Dylan. Yo, congratulations. Georgia State, you guys pulled up, man, and you showed out. A great job here. You guys moved to 1-1 in the group so far. You were telling me, this is your first land. You're the sub for the team. Tell me a little bit about, I mean, just like what you were thinking coming into this. How do you prepare for something like this as your first time?
Well, I mean, honestly, the team kind of looks at me as like the mental coach. So I'm always, hyping the boys up, keeping us in check and all that. And going into it, I'm not gonna lie, I was fairly nervous. It's first land, but the boys are, they're letting me know like it's all good. We're here, we're playing, we're doing our thing, and we're keeping the energy up. And y'all just saw it.
Yo, I mean, expectations are going to be high after a showing like that. You guys were dominant from the jump. I heard you say something in the middle of the game. You turned to Shady on your side and you said, Shaq and Kobe. Where did that come from? I think it's apt, yo. I think it's spot on. But tell me about how that got started.
So we were playing in a Georgia Esports League game, and one of the casters saw me and Stevie do a good passing play. And he's like, it's like they're Shaq and Kobe out there. And since then, we've been running with that duo mentality. We even got the profile pictures and all that. Like, we're locked in.
Bro, I could tell from the jump again, you guys looked fantastic. I'm really excited to see how you guys continue to perform, and congratulations again on the big win. We'll have our eyes on y'all moving forward. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with you.
One beacher leveling up in her hero's journey.
This is Bridget, paperback writer, finally with a moment of peace. And she is locked in on her beach read.
Looks like paper beats metal. Do I smell bookworm?
What a leap!
Dusty. I don't think she noticed.
Is that a mime?
I believe that's a Frenchman asking for directions.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Stay beachy, everyone. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Welcome back to the beach, Myrtle Beach, where the best beachers come to play, including Henry Gotta Catch 'em Hall. Grandma with a cannon of an arm.
Woo! Now that's what you call Rocky Road. Ooh la la, what a juke.
Don't try this at home, kids. He's on the boardwalk.
More like the board run.
He jumps, dives, and pod! And the home team wins. Go Beach!
That's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
The will to make a difference, to lift up, to look forward. It's been at our core since day one. As one of the nation's leading research universities, Michigan State is driven to pursue excellence for the common good. Our will is what unites us across cultures, disciplines, decades, working together for a better tomorrow. Spartans will.
As South Carolina's flagship university, we are committed to the people and progress of this state. It starts with locations. We have 20 locations spread out across South Carolina, from the mountains to the coast to the capital city, collectively contributing over $6 billion to the state's economy. We have a dedicated team of nearly 14,000 employees who teach, research, and serve, helping to make this university a home for more than 50,000 students. Year after year, our graduates are sent out from our campuses and into the world, building a global network of over 340,000 alumni, representing every county in South Carolina, dozens of states across the country, and nations from around the world. With 60 nationally ranked academic programs, over 300 areas of study, and one of the nation's leading research enterprises, the opportunities to learn, discover, and grow are unmatched. We are leaders, constantly in pursuit of new heights. We are healers and innovators. We are champions. We are the flagship university of South Carolina, and we are remarkable through and through.
She holds, it's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. 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 We've all been here before.
We've been riding the wave through Group B for the Boost on the Beach competition here at the Hangout in Myrtle Beach. And we are back ready to go for round number 3. I'm Tiny Shiny, joined by Exil for our next matchup that we have going on here on stage. But before we get there, we need to break down all of the action that we've had here within our Group B, because I gotta say, there's some pretty shocking results in there.
Yeah, wrapping up day number 1 here, coming to a close very shortly with the last few matches to go today. We can take a quick look at the standings here, possibly. Yeah, Michigan State sitting at 1-1, playing this game up against USC, sitting at 1-1 as well. Michigan State trying to bounce back here after a tough loss against Ole Miss, looking very positive against Georgia State earlier today. Mara dropping 4, and in game number 2, the squad dropping 2 apiece to win 6-1 in game number 2 against Georgia State. So hoping to bounce back, get that momentum back in their favor, and win here against USC.
And absolutely. Group B shaking out how many anticipated it to be. Ole Miss standing on top, the only undefeated squad remaining. Many coined Maryville to be that second, which they are in a big 4-way tie for second currently. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how that progresses moving forwards. But as you said, our next 2 teams that are going to be up, Michigan State and USC. We got to touch on them just a little bit earlier. We're going to revisit the Michigan State Spartans. They're joining us from the farthest team from the north side of the country, I believe, today.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they keep this kind of cohesion going, right? Because they did fall a little bit short there against Ole Miss. Very close games, though, falling 2-0. So it didn't really feel like a 2-0 per se. USC is one of the schools that kept their rosters over the last year, so trying to keep that going for them as well. Looking positive, coming up in 3rd place here, but looking through Michigan State, looking strong, looking confident, ready to bounce back.
Michigan State have taken their time to build up their own roster to be prepared for today. Had some tough matches earlier on, and now they're going to get ready to take on the USC Gamecocks, who we've now had on stage for the 2nd match in a row. Yep. If you've been around for a bit, you got to see them face off against Georgia State, and that was a very tough loss for them to go ahead and take. They started out strong. GMU made them look like nothing, and then they need to prove that they can come back, they can bounce and recover. They've had a long break from Rocket League, over a week without playing the game as a whole. That can help you get cold. You can lose your feeling. And now that you're fully into the tournament, we want to see this team perform. Arguably one of the most experienced as a group. This is their 8th LAN as a team, which is absolutely insane to say.
Yeah, USC definitely has a lot of experience in this in-person environment. Hopefully that comes back to them and they're able to take a step forward here. Getting a huge win against Michigan State would be the way to do that, to advance to 2-1. Hoping to contest this top spot in Group B here as we will jump into game Michigan State USC.
Starting off strong, the Spartans on the blue end. They're the ones to start with the kickoff. Rocket Man with a nice carry. Will be interrupted. Cats laying on that crossbar. That captain, that leader, has proven to be incredible in the defensive category whenever needed. And now we need to turn our sights around. One of the biggest struggles we saw for USC before was their transition between offense and defense. And they're not even going to try to. They're going to bang these shots in from midfield.
Yeah, USC getting aggressive with the long ball, trying to get a mid-range shot there on goal. The demo comes through as well there. But right now, momentum kind of swift shifting back and forth between 2 teams. No one really able to maintain possession of this ball just yet. A clear coming off from the side of USC, caught there by Mar. But Cats, again, trying to wrestle that ball back into USC's favor.
I mean, Michigan State, though, they're playing an incredible game. Look at this ball control that they have. They have these incredible carries and a pass from Moore out to Knock. That's the guy you want to set it up to. It's just a little bit wide off the crossbar. Michigan State are firing on all cylinders. It's only a matter of that accuracy that we've seen. Now, Cats wants to find a pass, looking for Solar's gonna get the tap once again over the crossbar, not willing to overcommit. And that's why you leave Cats in front of the goal line. Just tip right in.
Yeah, off the crossbar there, Cats remains in position, unable to get that touch there, but the touch there from Og, the pass to Cats, able to knock it just above Mar and Knock. They're able to get the lead in favor now of USC 1-0, 30-40 left to go on the timer in game number 1.
And this is what we expected from USC. They're a team that, again, has been playing together for the longest out of most of our rosters here. And when you have that level of synergy, we expect to see these high-level passes. Yeah, Michigan are doing the same thing. That was a demo on waiting to strike.
Yeah, Knock with that huge demo. Mar is in position. Rocket Man pushing it off of that corner there, that left corner, setting up Mar with the goal, striking back within 12 seconds of kickoff there, tied up at 1. Still a lot of game time to come here. USC winning the kickoff there, trying to get a flip over Michigan State. Is Solar unable to do so, as Michigan State now tries to launch their counter attack so far, trying to get it out of this corner, but USC playing good defense.
USC, they just got that lead stolen away. Now, essentially, for steadying that scoreboard, are they going to manage to recover? Was Rocket Man trying to get the shot up from Mar? It was an attempted double tap. It wasn't the angle necessarily that you wanted. Knock has been the demo guy, the aggressive player, and it pays off in dividends. It's the second time we've seen a play like this happen, Ben.
Yeah, Knock with the demo onto Cats there. Really opens the door for Michigan State to really put on the Jets. Solar not able to get back to contest that shot. And 2-1 lead now for Michigan State in game number 1. Good team play coming out from the Spartans.
When I had the opportunity to talk to Michigan State earlier, they were so emphasizing their importance of being able to work as a team, working around Knock. And Knock has been the person to initiate with these demolitions. You're playing aggressive and physical. USC, that's how they like to play. They move like clockwork. You suddenly remove one of those gears. What do you end up doing? You fall apart. Michigan State have shown picture-perfect plays twice in a row now, and USC now lost their lead. Half of the game still remaining and plenty of time to get themselves back on the board.
Yeah, but right now, Michigan State with good possession of this ball here. USC able to wrestle it back. Ogg trying to make something happen off the crossbar, but Knock is there to get the clear in favor of Michigan State, trying to get this cross set up. Solar able to make contact. The aerial from Mar will not connect in favor of the Spartans. Now Catron makes something happen, will have the angle and shoots it right to the back of the net, tying it up at 2.
And that's one of the points that you're like, Michigan State should have been there. That was a heavy commit. Knock did their best with the speed boost, just ran out of it as the ball crossed the goal line. And that's where somebody like Katz, who has some of the biggest experience in RLCS as a coach, an intelligent player, recognized the opportunity and took advantage of it. We once again find ourselves at an even scoreline.
Yeah, kickoff going in favor of Michigan State here, able to wrestle that one back. Knock trying to get the double tap off of the back bar there, can't commit to it as he runs out of boost in the air. Solar now trying to make something happen. Rocket Man winning the 50-50 in the air, able to knock that one back. Good clear from the Spartans, regaining boost hopefully here. Ogg with the demo, possibly setting something up for USC, but unable to do so as Michigan State will find the clear.
Michigan State now on their own defensive end. I mean, Knock has been so good at controlling these corners right now. And even if we're not seeing him as much on the offensive end, after this game, we need to check out the assists, the demos. I mean, this guy has been contributing so much to Michigan State's current success. But USC, they're not going to let him sleep. And no, a critical error. USC got too far out, and it was up to Mar to just escort it right home.
Yeah, Rocket Man finding that cross from that corner there. Mar in perfect position. This is the team play that we wanted to see from the Spartans, coming back to their Georgia State game, I guess, sense, their mindset coming back, but off of kickoff again. Knock. 2-score lead now for Michigan State.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. It was a dead even shot. Next, like, let me get right in there and boink right into the back of the net. And that's the last thing that USC wanted to see right now. You're down by 1, but now being down 2, that's that extra insurance goal with so little time remaining. USC need to pull out all of the stops. We need to see this teamwork that we saw in the beginning of the series to pull it back.
Yeah, 2-score lead now for Michigan State. The cushion is certainly there. Michigan State now trying to find these clears. Knock got demoed on the kickoff there, but doesn't surmount to anything for USC. Rocket Man with the tap, unable to get it. 0 boost to their name. And right now, USC with 40 seconds left, down 2, need to try to get a good clear and a good counterattack if they want to try to stay in this game number 1.
Michigan State, they know that they're in control. They feel good about it. If Cats isn't going to let their team go away, tempted to get there in time, but Gamecocks were just too slow to react. They weren't willing to commit that second player in fear of Michigan State getting a second turnaround. The problem is you're running low on time. It is all or nothing. USC, they need to commit here and now. Or to change their current fate. 10 seconds on the clock. Knock looking for a clear, not gonna get it. Og interrupting it. Can they find the shot? No! It's just off the post. At this point, this game is as good as one, but Knock wants to get one more style clip. Is the flip reset going off the sides. Cat isn't gonna let it happen if the result is still gonna be the same. 4-2 for Michigan State.
Yeah, a commanding game, number one there from Michigan State. Able to get that momentum back in their favor. Lost it a little bit against Ole Miss, but able to bring it back 4-2. And Knock with the demos really solidifying two of those goals for Michigan State. And that's something that USC hasn't been able to find just yet. Unable to get these counterattacks to fall in their favor. The clears not quite being able to be followed up on by the Gamecocks here, and the Spartans are running away with this one so far.
And what we've seen a lot from the Spartans is that team play. As I said before, they know that if they can work as a team, I mean, being in a LAN, yes, it's so distracting. You got these fun lights, you got the colors, heck, they can see us up here, right? That's distracting. If you're able to lock in, you can communicate with each other and be on that same wavelength. That is where the Spartans are going to find their most success. And it is arguably some of the most impressive teamwork that we've seen all day long. Coordination, Knock on the demos, and the synergy between Rocketman and Mar. Absolutely picture perfect. It's going to be up to USC to find their rhythm once again, because it wasn't a game that was completely decided off of just one shot.
Yeah, and on the side of USC, you got to look at Og to try to get some stuff going, right? Being the star player on the side of USC here, trying to get some momentum and really build that confidence back on the side of USC to kick off in favor of them for the moment. Solar with a good tap over Michigan State. First 8 seconds, 1-0 USC.
You wanted something different? That's different. Thank you, USC. They have been listening to this. Solar, a player, been on the team nearly 5 years. This is going to be his last hurrah on the team, and he's going to make sure that his impact is felt. That's the first time the Gamecocks are going to be getting the lead here today. Last time this happened, Michigan State immediately answered back. They do not like being down in terms of that scoreline. You could see that with the current positioning.
Yeah, trying to find the clear Knock.
Okay.
Able to follow up, getting that aerial punch to the back of the net again. It's only been, what, about 18 seconds when we only have 2 scores in game number 2.
And I hate to say it, but I called it. I called it. I'm like, Michigan State, they don't like being down. You hit scored on. Well, be prepared for them to fire back. Absolutely dunked on Knock, the one to do it. Now we've been 20 seconds in, already 2 goals on the board. This one, sure, to be a fiery game. Michigan State, that momentum now back in their favor, and they're going to continue to run with it. A beautiful pass from the corner to the ceiling to Mar, sitting, waiting in the center.
Yeah, you can see Rocketman passing it over to Knock. They're not able to get in position to get that cross over to that mid aerial position there for Mar, and that's just communication at its finest, right? Everyone knows where that ball is going to go, corner, mid, net, and they executed it to perfection.
And we're starting to really see the patterns that the Spartans are going for. They're not even changing too many things up. It's Knock on the aggressive, these more big demos that we're seeing, right? And it's the setup passes. We're seeing the major commits. Players like Rocketman with the carries and the defense. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. Michigan State know exactly where they need to be at all times. Knock, I mean, that demo onto Solar. USC gonna struggle to maintain this presence. And it's Og gonna nail it to the back. And take a peek at how this actually ended up playing out. This was Katz. It was an aerial pass. That read is incredible.
Yeah, Katz able to get that touch, winning that 50-50 in favor of USC there, and just Og in position, able to recognize the ball trajectory and really where this is going to be placed for him to be able to capitalize and tie up this series. Kickoff going in favor of Michigan State now. Mar mid trying to clear this back over to USC's side of the pitch. Crosses coming back and forth.
Wow.
Knock again though, able to punch it to the back. I mean, Michigan State just answer everything that USC is trying to do.
And this is the definition of get treated how you want to be treated. I mean, Knock, this is the 3rd time that he specifically has scored in less than 10 seconds after USC does the exact same thing. I mean, their leads have lasted so few times, and it's not a feel good. I mean, USC, you go through all of that hard work to get that score evened up, and Michigan State's like, I'm gonna, too bad. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's my turn now.
Yeah, exactly. Just snatching the lead back 3-2 now in favor of Michigan State. Marr trying to get that shot towards that goal, unable to sneak it through the defense of USC. Now Knock looking for a clear. However, Solar is there to try to scoop it through that right corner, but unable to do so. Back and forth gameplay so far. Knock finally able to find that clear for Michigan State. Rockman trying to follow up the demo onto Knock, however, might slow down the aggression coming out from Michigan State, and it will, as Og is now going to reset this ball, try to carry it back over to Michigan State's side.
Haven't managed to do it yet. And Rocketman looking for Marr in the center. Not gonna get the angle they were searching for exactly, and Michigan looks excellent on their offensive rotation. Just one player after another. You're not too afraid of overcommitting, and then you have the demos on the goal line to make it happen. Except for this time, it's Rocketman on the explosion and Knock with the goal.
Yeah, Rocketman able to find that demo there, and Knock just again in position to wait for that ball just to fall right in front of that net and able to capitalize on the play coming through from his teammate. 4-2 now for Michigan State. 2:46, however, still left on the timer. Plenty of time for USC to claw back these 2 goals and tie it up.
But how are they going to be able to do so? I mean, Michigan State have been so dominantly control of this game. Look how USC has to play all 3 players in front of the net. You have to get a big boom down the other side, sure, to get some pressure off, but we're straight back into the orange half. And that's one of the biggest challenges that we're seeing USC face. They're continuing to play reactive, and you just can't keep up. Another beautiful shot. Marr doesn't find the mark. USC just are so struggling to get solid control on this ball. If you can't get a pass, you can't get it clear, how are you able to score?
Yeah, Michigan State really is just suffocating any ball control that USC is trying to maintain, right? Another demo coming out onto Og. Marr finding that one, the pass to Knock, trying to redirect, try to find this cross back over, waiting for Michigan State to get into position to try to get a 3-goal lead here. But USC defense coming up huge, able to stop the forward momentum from Michigan State, but not for long as Rocketman is finding another clear back over to the USC side.
They're going to manage to get a little more control. I mean, Cats doesn't have a choice but to play rather passive here. Michigan State, though, rather clumped up. With the opportunity, Og, the tap down to the back end. Just straight back to Knock. I mean, Michigan State are great at redirecting these balls right where they need to go. And even when USC do have that control, aren't able to connect, Michigan State will meet them where those passes are able to go. It's like they're reading the playbook before it's even unfolded.
Yeah, Rocketman with a shot on goal there. Og able to keep it out of the back of the net. However, Rocketman's going to find the demo onto Cats. Knock trying to make something happen, unable to do so just yet. But Rocketman now with the double tap, the pass off the backboard, over to Knock will not connect, but the aggression is just overwhelming USC right now.
This is absolutely disgusting from Michigan State. I mean, they're making players like Og, who is an incredible player who's had experience at the top levels of RLCS, the professional league, and he just can't do anything. Michigan State have it all over the ball, and they're going to get their 5th and potentially game-ending point.
Yeah, Cats unable to make contact with that ball. Marr reading it off of that corner, able to solidify this game number 2, most likely 34 seconds left, 3-goal lead. Looking almost done and dusted here for USC. Michigan State playing with such power and speed right now that USC is having trouble keeping up. Solar now trying to catch up to this ball, trying to set something up for USC to try to crawl back into this game, but with 20 seconds left, it's not looking good as Knock again will find the angle from the clear. 4-point lead now for Michigan State.
They're just bolstering stats at this point. Michigan State, they know they've won. They feel good about it. I can see them starting to smile over there. Only 17 seconds left in the game. I mean, this is a team. When I spoke to them earlier today, they're like, all right, we can clear this. Any other team, maybe Ole Miss and Marville will give us a run for our money. But everybody else, we are confident and we can win. And while I might have doubted them earlier, I'm never going to do so again. What a showcase that they put on for us here in the series. USC, one more consolation point on the board as we're getting ready to close it out.
Yeah, Cats able to finish that one off. The pass there from Og is able to connect, but it's too late, right? There's 4 seconds left in game number 2. Michigan State already taking game number 1 off the board in commanding fashion. And like you said, Michigan State was confident coming into this series, looking at Ole Miss, looking at Marville as their top competitors, and right now it's looking that way.
It absolutely is. I mean, Michigan State will be taking another series 2-0, now with a 2-1 record within the group stage, only falling to our undefeated squad. Michigan State, they came here to play, they came here to win, and Exil, this is a squad you need to be watching out for going forwards. In my opinion, of the games we've seen today, this is the team that has impressed me the most in terms of their ability to find each other on the field, to coordinate with players such as Knox, assign somebody to a demolition similar of what we've seen in past shades of Northeastern. Michigan State are managing to do it here on the stage of Boost on the Beach.
Yeah, and Michigan State is one of those teams, like, if they're clicking together, right, it's very hard to stop that kind of team play and the momentum that they had with Knock, Mar, and Rocket Man. The demos coming through in game number 1, still coming through in game number 2, right? Not as impactful as it was in game number 1, setting up those goals, but able to get those clears, and then with respawns, able to win these 3v3 passing battles. And really, this Michigan State squad is something that you're going to have to look out for moving forward in this tournament.
Michigan State, they wanted to be that third place team, and if they keep playing how they've been today, well, I mean, they are right on the path to continue down that direction. I mean, you have to be proud of a squad that's starting to come together. It's only been a year since they've been an official program. They've had a little bit of LAN experience here and there, the Illini Invitational. I got to see them there actually about a year ago today, and you know, they're adding players into their squad. This is the first time Knock is on their roster for the season as the only freshman in the room. You do question, like, how well do you integrate players into your roster? I wouldn't have known this was his first year.
Yeah, Knock, again, being that player coming in new to the squad, that freshman, like you said, with 2 seniors. I believe Rocket Man and Mar are seniors for this squad. And really, the cohesion, it does look like they've been playing together for a really, really long time, right? But when you look on the other side, USC, they have that gel that they can get back, right? It's day 1, right? You can bring it back, of course, later on in the day and tomorrow as well. But both squads looking strong here. USC, both sides, of course, have some things to clean up. But with day 1 coming to a close very shortly here, it's looking positive.
And we're almost halfway through our rest of the group stage that we have going on today. We only have one more game coming up after this, but for now, we want to focus back on what just went down in our previous series. Let's go ahead, take a look at some numbers from this last game, and this will tell you the story, what we saw, the shots on the side of Michigan State. I mean, look at that number. That's 22 shots in total across that whole game compared to the 12 that we saw from USC. And that's the thing, is Katz, Og, Solar, incredibly talented players. We don't want to understate that, but I think that last week of not being able to play or prepare as much is starting to come back to bite them here. They are a talented school, and you know, you can't understate that enough. They won 3rd last year at Boost on the Beach. They came into this with good expectations, but they're just not able to find it yet.
Yeah, and like you said, 22 shots on the side of Michigan State. It's a lot of time of possession, right, of this ball, because Michigan State really had sole possession in game number 2 of where this ball was going to go, and were able to dictate the pace of game number 2. USC was trying to play catch-up, trying to react to everything that Michigan State was trying to do, but were just unable to do so because Michigan State was just moving faster and playing more proactive than USC in game number 2, and frankly, game number 1 as well.
That's the theme we've been seeing all day, the speed of things moving along, not only on the field, but also here at the venue of the Hangouts. We're going to go ahead and stop over to Kyler, who's now interviewing with Michigan State.
Molly, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm here with the man of armor, Mar. 4 goals, 3 assists. You took over there, 2-1 in the group stage thus far. How you guys feeling kind of moving into this, man?
I think we're feeling pretty good. Like, Ole Miss was really good. We have Maryville later, but George Mason is next on stream. We've already been on stream, so we're hoping that we just do as well again.
You guys have some LAN experience coming into this. How does this one compare to the others? How has everything kind of been going? It's obviously a chaotic environment. There's a lot going on. What's your guys' mindset been like?
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, when they do the standing on the table, that's just pure chaos. But I don't know. This one's pretty up there in the list that we've been to, but we're trying to adapt to it like best we can because everyone has to play through it.
Another match coming up next. You guys are on the main stage, man. Good luck again. You guys have been doing great thus far, setting yourself up well going to the single elimination bracket tomorrow. Guys, make sure you tune in. Do not go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
like we've been here before. We're both so broke, that's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow, we can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. Hand out, she holds. It's feeling like we've been here before. We're both so broke. That's something that'll keep us afloat. Don't walk too slow. We can't keep falling deeper again. Came too close and the taste so far from pure. A rush of blood, but we search for so much more. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
Welcome back to the beach, where one super-powered father gave a whole new meaning to SPF.
Here's Vacation Dad Tommy No Tone Jones setting a daily record for sunscreen application.
He's got reflexes like a cat.
Amazing speed.
Let's take another look.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. So long and beach easy. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Welcome back to the beach, where we join Charlie Chew Baker and his grandpa for lunch.
Here we have some delicious boardwalk classics.
Wait, what's this? Who ordered the seafood tower?
And a perfect plate call by little Charlie Chew Baker.
The rookie takes it.
How's that shrimp?
What did you call me?
Now that's how you beach with the best here at Myrtle Beach. Until next time, stay beachy. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today.
And we're live at the beach, following one beacher leveling up in her hero's journey.
This is Bridget, paperback writer, finally with a moment of peace, and she is locked in on her beach read.
Looks like paper beats metal. Do I smell bookworm?
What a leap!
Dusty. I don't think she noticed.
Is that a mime?
I believe that's a Frenchman asking for directions.
Now that's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Stay beachy, everyone. Plan your best beach vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
Welcome back to the beach, Myrtle Beach, where the best beachers come to play, including Henry Gotta Catch 'em Hall. Grandma with a cannon of an arm.
Woo! Now that's what you call Rocky Road. Ooh la la, what a juke.
Don't try this at home, kids. He's on the boardwalk.
More like the board run.
He jumps, dives, and caught! And the home team wins. Go Beach!
That's how you beach with the best in Myrtle Beach. Plan your vacation at visitmyrtlebeach.com.
All right, I'll see you after class.
All right, bye.
Bye.
When we started our journey, we had no idea where it would lead us. Until we found a place where experiences became a way of life, and connections became unbreakable bonds. For us, it's a second home, and wherever we roam, it will always be a part of us. The place we became mountaineers.
But if I'm moving on for good.
What do you value the most that Niner Esports does right?
They're really good at promoting the community and making sure that anyone, regardless of skill level or anything, or regardless of what game they play, we all can get together because of our love for gaming.
What has your experience as an officer and a player been like in Niner Esports?
I mean, Niner Esports has been a wonderful experience for me. I got involved since my junior year, my first year here as a transfer student, didn't know anyone here. And I immediately became involved with the League of Legends scene, and I met all my current friends through the esports scene here.
What would winning the Scholars Award for any of the 4 categories we were nominated for mean to the organization?
In of its own, it's to show, all the hard work that's been put into this thing. It's worth it, and we've done a great job, and it would mean the world to all of us.
We are back with you here at Boost on the Beach, and we have had quite the day. Again, it's been an amazing one. Recapping again, Group A. We went through that in lots of close matchups, lots of big surprises too. Ben, what's been your biggest takeaway from day one?
Everyone's pretty on an even playing field right now, right? The big surprise for me right now is Michigan State, who we'll be seeing again here in this game, really coming out swinging. I believe sitting now at 2-1 in the standings, possibly being able to finish a little bit higher than that if they pick up a win here today. Now, against GMU, who is looking to pick up their first win, but Michigan State has been playing lights out Rocket League for the remainder of this day.
Listen, you don't travel all the way from Michigan and say, hey, we're just going to lie down easy and take it that way. No, they came out to play, and it's been showing like crazy. Meanwhile, George Mason, I mean, this is a team that came in, won it all last year right here in this venue. And then suddenly, you're looking for your first match win. The difference maybe for GMU, they're here with the fun attitude, right? They have some experience here. I know Josh, you're in Titanium specifically. Those two, a part of the Nova roster that won Worlds back in 2021, I believe.
Yep.
You know, those two having the experience, but it's been a while for the crew. They just got to get things going, and if they do, they can be that dominant team that we know that they have been in the past.
Yeah, this squad on the side of GMU does have that 2 years of experience and really just need to ignite the flame, right? They need to pick up this first win, and if they are able to do that, we could see a completely different team moving into day number 2. But Michigan State right now is feeling really hot and are riding momentum of a huge win earlier against USC, really shut them down in the last game, and it's going to be a tall task for both squads here.
It certainly is. Before we get into that, let's go ahead and check out the top goal leaders here for the entirety of the day. This is Group A and B combined right now. I just can't say I'm not surprised. I mean, Polar and Next, the way that they've been playing, 15 and 11 together. So Harrisburg has truly come out and said, we're the #1 team. A lot of us here, all the experts said, hey, they're number 3. But they said, no, we're going to go to the top of the list here, including Polar, all the way from England and Next from Germany. Of course, they come in, our local now to North America because they go to Harrisburg University. But to see them on top is no surprise to me. EU, after all, is apparently better than NA, and they're proving it.
Yeah, and Polar and Next really have been playing lights out from Group A here. You also see UNCC, Coolio with 11 there, Lunar and Canovo as well, have been pulling a lot of weight for their teams by picking up some huge wins. But like you said, it's not surprising seeing Polar and Next here at the top because they really are star players for that Harrisburg squad and top players here at this event.
Yeah, I mean, they've been absolutely effective there, too. To see Lunar on the top of the goal list, too, is it's got to be triggering for a lot of these players here. Listen, he is public enemy #1, and for good reason, too. He kind of put himself there. He wants to have that effect, and, of course, you know, people are, in the industry are going to look to try to overcome that. Right. So we'll see a lot of people try to challenge Lunar. Let's take a look at the group standing here for Group B specifically, which will be in here for this next match, and it is Ole Miss on top, 3-0 right now. Maryville at 1 and 2. Put an asterisk next to it, but either way, that's just like eye-popping, and that allowed Michigan State to fill that empty void that was here at #2.
Yeah, Michigan State looking to not bounce back, but keep the momentum going here, trying to find that 3-1 start to day 1. GMU sitting at 0-3 right now, trying to find this first win to put that under their belt, looking to do it here against Michigan State. But like we said earlier, Michigan State is feeling very hot and are rolling. Knock, in particular, finding huge demos again in the match against USC. USC, yeah, it was USC, excuse me. Yep. But yeah, it's going to be really up to George Mason to track Knock and track where these passing lanes are developing for Michigan State and interrupt that course of action that Michigan State's been looking good at all day.
Would 100% have. But again, like I mentioned, George Mason, let's take a look at him now. They are already locked in. They haven't been able to win a series quite yet, but this team is amped up, ready to go as well. I mean, I talked about Joshua Squasher, Titanium, their experience at the top level of Collegiate Rocket League. How about Devin as well? I mean, he had peaked 2,200, I believe, in 2s. So, and that was a few seasons ago, sure. So it's been a while since they've been at that top level. And honestly, they did say coming in, we're going for the fun of it, right? We just want to make sure we compete here while we're still in college, able to do so, and perhaps get your hands on that $3,000 prize pool. So either win or lose, this team's going to be happy.
Yeah, and GMU did win last year as well, coming in to defend this title. But like you said, they are here having some fun here in day one. And that could be even more fun if they pick up a win here. We see now going through Michigan State here on your screens, looking ready to go, focused, stone-faced,
stone cold,
ready to pick up a win here and finish the group stage here 3-1.
You see that guy? He cooks. That guy 100% cooks. Hey, maybe him as well. I don't know. But it was really the I think it was the Knock It Rocket. You know what I'm saying? Knock was awesome. Rocket Man was setting up plays as well and being really dynamic on the offensive side. So I believe this Michigan State team as a unit can be very impactful. Like I mentioned, making this travel from all the way in Michigan. They're after this one. And it's the last series of the day today. Again, they want to make sure they get their high seeding for tomorrow. Michigan State facing off with George Mason. Coming at you right now, Ben.
Yeah, it's going to be a game for Knock to really show his prowess, right? He is the freshman on the squad, playing with, I believe, 2 seniors in Mar and Rocket Man. And really, he's been showing up, right? He's been a very positive addition to this Michigan State squad and looking to keep that momentum in their favor as they go into kickoff in favor of GMU.
Right off the bat, you see Knock with control. Titanium the challenge here. Kicked off with some open speed. A lot of open room here on the backside for Michigan State. In fact, Evan tried to dive in, but it was a little too late. And Joshua wanted to pressure the Bucks, but no intended target found. Instead, it'll work its way back out. Titanium ready for this one. Shot taken, but it will be fought off by the defense of Michigan State.
Yeah, GMU right now putting the pressure on Michigan State. Michigan State unable to find a positive clear in their favor. Again, Joshua Squasher putting the pressure on Michigan, getting these shots on goal. Michigan State on the back foot right now. No clear falling yet in their favor. Joshua Squasher again with a shot. Rocket Man with the save. And really, these shots are relentless right now from GMU.
It's smart, too, because you see the defense scrambling back from Michigan State. They're going to have to worry about boost control because they are double committing back. And look at this. Open chance. Knock somehow got back to it, though. And out of force, Michigan State in awkward spots, but George Mason having to kind of scoop it from their own end, too. So both teams getting out there playing aggressively. It'll be the first team that really takes advantage of that aggressive positioning that will strike first.
Yeah, a double demo there, Knock and Titanium down on both sides. A temporary 2v2 situation here. Michigan State trying to wrap it around that corner was Rocket Man, but unable to get the momentum as GMU was able to interrupt that passing pattern. Now Mark passing it off to Knock. Knock in the air, off the roof, saved by Joshua Squasher, keeping it at 0 apiece.
And when you have this skill level from the past that GMU has, you know, you can summon that at any point in time. Listen, I was never the best in Rocket League, but I did have a little bit of a run where I was solid. And sometimes that comes out. A lot of times, you know, it's a little bit not so much, I shall say. But right now, you know, they have their moments where they could pop off. Okay, now this is just going to float backward. Knox waiting for it. Pushing directly back in for Michigan State. But GMU with the combined passing out of the zone. Now, of course, Rocket Man there from his own defense to try to clear out. But GMU trying to play this trap game now and keep it here at midfield. But Knock will get one through. And what did I say? You find them sleeping. Michigan State up 1-0 in game 1.
Yeah, Knock able to recognize that GMU is a little bit out of position here. Titanium unable to get back in time to meet that ball in the air. And really, GMU finding these aggressive plays comes back to bite them.
Yeah, it does. Have to be responsible as third man. That's all about decision making in that second place, in that third man place. But look at that flip reset from Rocket Man. He's showing up at this point. 2-0 Michigan State here in game 1.
Yeah, and that's Rocket Man just really being a mechanical genius, right? Like, come on, that is hard to do. The flip reset coming through in the middle of that play. And you can see Michigan State, they play good as a team, but individually they are a very powerful and positive team in their own right.
Summoning that inner fire, that inner mechanic that we know that they're capable of having here. Titanium going to try to settle it down for GMU. Watch this Michigan State lead kind of creep up on them. It never really seemed like it was going to be the case with how defensive-minded some of them fell into in that second minute. GMU up for this chance. Devin's got it, flew to his car, had a double touch, but it kind of went off that back wall, and Rocket Man will carry it out to midfield, and they'll try to work it from here. Devin with the back pass, a dangerous one too. Titanium just kind of had to dig that one out. That looked scary.
Yeah, GMU trying to maintain possession of this ball, trying to keep it away from Michigan State so far. Rocket Man trying to get an aerial shot there on goal, but Titanium is in position. Devin now finding this clear over to Titanium off the wall, trying to set him up, but Devin out of boost means there can't be any follow-up off of that play. Now possession swinging over to Michigan State in this left corner here, trying to get this cross set up. Mar possibly in position, is going to be knocked instead, passing it back over to Rocketman. Crosses back and forth, Mar taking a shot, but Joshua Squasher is in position to counteract the play, and now a clear coming through on the side of GMU.
And the coordination that we see from Michigan State is something that you pointed out in the last series when we saw them against South Carolina. The way that they're able to connect point A to point B to point C from their defensive end is so impressive, and that doesn't happen unless your communication is on point, unless you have that chemistry that you're comfortable in play after play, and that's exactly why we've seen this 1-0 lead, but now it's just a 1-goal lead as Titanium able to get one back with the minute left.
Yeah, and you can see the demo here coming through onto Knock. Knock getting that power slide down, but with the demo, sets up Titanium with an open corner, is able to find it, bring it in within one with a minute to go here in game number 1.
They've got this right in the reach, but we've said that so many times today. It might be getting old for GMU. They want to make sure it's not just in reach, that they can take grasp of it, find a win in at least one of these series. They are 0 for 4 right now in games played. Doesn't feel good. If they can get one, they can start rolling. And right now, Devin was looking for that pass, but Titanium, he had to peel off of it. Didn't have the boost necessary. And then Knock was trying to pressure in as well, but Michigan State keeping them on their heels, keeping them boostless as well. Rocketman causing all sorts of chaos there, looking for bumps. And now they'll continue on. It was Knock again, but Rocketman not able to get to this one. GMU in transition. Look out, Joshua the pop. But a great recovery save yet again from Mar on the Michigan State side.
15 seconds left now in game number 1. GMU needs to try to find this clear back in their favor. Joshua Squasher will be able to do so. 10 seconds now trying to find this cross over to Devin. They're unable to capitalize. However, 1 second left still in the air. Joshua Squasher denied by Michigan State, but it's still up. Knock gonna spike it down into the ground. That is gonna be a 2-1 victory in game number 1 for Michigan State.
Hard-fought win from Michigan State. You can tell that GMU is here for the fun of it just by the way they were able to keep that up in the first place. Listen, it was kind of scary for Michigan State. They're even kind of chuckling about it right now. We almost let that get away from us, boys. We got to get back out and make a statement piece. But, I mean, that's credit to George Mason and what they're able to accomplish in the comeback effort there. But, of course, they fell a little bit short. And you see the stone-cold faces yet again come through. I mean, let's be honest. I was part of George Mason. I would be absolutely terrified. I'd be shaking in my boots when you see that face right there.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan State locked in right now, able to get some interrupts, and 2-1 scoreline here.
Is that camera
close.
frozen?
It might be. Oh, it's not.
Oh,
he was
moved.
just moved. Yeah, I mean, that just shows you the concentration and the focus that this Michigan State squad has right now.
Oh, locked in, loaded for sure. So they hold off the just red-hot George Mason side at the end. Still looking for that first win, by the way, but it just hasn't quite manifested yet. But, oh, there he goes.
I love it.
He's fooling you, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. You almost would think it was a frozen screen.
Well, the defense of Michigan State was stone cold as well. It was tough to get around it. George Mason will try to fight past it. Again, George Mason at this point just kind of playing spoilers. You know, Michigan State's at this 2-1 mark already. They could potentially push them down to 2-2 by advancing to 1-3. It doesn't do a whole lot for George Mason, but when you're here just to have a little fun, maybe that's all they're after at the end of the day, is to play spoilers.
Yeah, and that's something that you kind of have when you're a team that's here to have fun, doesn't really have much to lose, right?
Yep.
You're able to play that aggressive style, and if it works and catches the opponent off guard, that's awesome. But if it doesn't, you're not really beating yourself up about it, right? You're able to play it off. You're like, okay, 0-4. We still go to bracket stage here later on in day number 2 here. But Michigan State is trying to keep this momentum, keep this high level of play going, and come up with a very good group stage for the squad.
GMU off the kickoff, trying to establish some of that pressure. And by the way, here's why I believe in GMU. If they don't perform today, maybe jumping up in day 2 to catch us by surprise. is because the last 2 lands, they have been 4th place. 4th place on Collision on the Coast recently, 4th place at their own land, Game Mason. So it would only be fitting if they're 4th place here. But right now, Michigan State is on the board first yet again, a 1-0 lead in Game 2.
Yeah, that's Knock again, setting up the pass there for Mar, able to aerial dribble that in front of the net there and just kind of sit it there, waiting for Mar to commit, and does so. Great team play there coming from Knock and Mar, able to set up an early goal for Michigan State.
Now a kickoff play drawn up. Look how much room Knock has. A good fake to pull it back down as well. That was wise, but now it's just going to be chipped into the zone by GMU. Devin almost had it. You heard him chirping as well over here. He was that close to being able to get that redirect, and it was just off the mark. Michigan State now in transition themselves. Rocketman trying to jump one on Devin, but he is not having it. Angry after that last redirect that couldn't find the mark.
Yeah, GMU still in good possession of this ball here. Rocketman now finding the clear on the side of Michigan State, but answered again by GMU. A game of ping pong happening right now. Knock possibly able to find the goal, unable to do so. Titanium able to stuff him at the line. And now GMU could counterattack here, but Mar is able to catch that ball at midfield, setting up the clear back in their favor. Devin trying to change that up, but Titanium now retreating for boost. The ball now falling back over onto GMU's side.
Mar's trying to carry it as well and find, it looks like Knock on that far side, and don't call him Knock, call him Rock. He's rock hard right now trying to, I mean, that was like dunk after fake there. He has been on a mission, as that one's just gonna loosely roll back. And look, he doesn't even have to do anything. They're doing it for him. He's got a 2-0 lead now.
Yeah, I mean, Knock just winning that 50-50, bumping that off of the side of Joshua Squash's car there. At 2-0 lead now for Michigan State. This is what we expected to see from them. They're playing very well as a team, but winning those 50-50s against GMU is really paying dividends for them right now.
Yeah, whether you shoot it or not, you know, it really does get in their heads a little bit, which, by the way, George Mason said, 0 pressure. There's no pressure here at Boost on the Beach. And maybe they don't feel the pressure, but right now they haven't had the best of luck when it comes to games played, and they have 3 minutes. Otherwise, well, it might be another loss here to Michigan State. Osher is trying to find a teammate there. Has got one. Titanium with a couple of touches right back at you. What a setup. There you go, tic-tac-toe, and GMU back within 1.
Yeah, Joshua Squasher getting a beautiful setup there past the Titanium, and the Titanium again flipping that back over to that bottom left corner of the net. I mean, that's just a 2v3 play that just kind of came out of nowhere, right? Titanium being able to set that up back over to the middle of that net there, and Joshua Squash, the communication, recognizing that that play is open, able to bring this game back within 1.
I had to catch myself there. I almost said, look, there's a goal by Nova, because that's exactly what they did back in the day. And I was like, Josher to Titanium. Yeah. That makes sense. But look at this loose play again. Michigan State says, thank you very much. 3-1 lead here in game 2.
Yeah, and this is the thing with playing aggressive, right? You see Devin there trying to come up and contest Mar, but instead decides not to go for the 50-50 and try to get back. And really, Michigan State recognizes that, and they're able to get that ball down the pitch a little bit faster than GMU can drive. And the cushion now is back for GMU, 3-1.
Getting that 2-goal lead back and feeling pretty confident about it. Titanium gonna launch it, yet another redirect opportunity. Titanium, no hesitation. And they pull that lead or deficit back to 1. With just a play from Titanium to set them up in the first place. Force the hands of Knock, and it worked very well.
Yeah, Titanium able to find that clear pretty much almost on goal there, right off of that crossbar, able to then follow up on his own shot there. That was just Titanium making a good play, bringing this back within 1 for GMU. Rocketman now trying to find Mar here, but Devin will find it instead, intercepting the pass that Michigan State was looking for. Knock now with about half their boost available, trying to find something off of the ground, a pinch possibly, but unable to do so. Ball now sitting around midfield. Not a whole lot happening, but with 2 minutes left, still a lot of time for a lot of scoring.
Yeah, and they're holding this midfield pretty strongly. That hasn't happened all series long. In fact, Devin, the miscommunication there, not able to launch a shot because both of them thought they were having it. Communication just fell off there, and nobody went for it. Now Michigan State and Mar just looking at an open net. You're going to hit that 9 times out of 10. Michigan State now regains that 2-goal lead.
Yeah, and you can see the aggression again by GMU. Mar is able to find the window there to dribble that ball down that right side of the pitch there. 4-2 now for Michigan State, but we've seen a 2-score lead already in this game, and GMU answered back quickly with a titanium goal here, possibly looking to do the same thing. Knock passing it over to Mar in front of the goal there. Knock now trying to make something happen on his own off of that corner, but unable to do so just yet.
Knock up the demo, though. That'll free it up for Michigan State to try and carry out. That's until they run into Titanium, who's now going to turn on it and push forward in the corner. Got an angle. It's above net. Nobody's attacking it, and Devin was that close, but now they fully committed. And that should be wide open, but Titanium does make a save, and at least with a minute 10 left on the clock here, they're within arm's reach. In fact, another play down the pitch. That one will waterfall down, but by the time they try to punch it in, yet another defensive sequence, another bump attempt. GMU is trying everything, and Michigan State shutting all of it down.
Yeah, Michigan State defense right now playing lights out. GMU needs to try to find a clear and an offensive counterattack of their own in the last 45 seconds here of game number 2 to try to force a game 3 in this series. But Knock now 70 boost to their name, trying to make something happen off of the ceiling. Might be able to do so. The flip won't be able to connect with the goal. Titanium there able to get the save for GMU. 30 seconds now remaining on the clock.
And now they need the push, but Rocket Man is forcing it the other way. Michigan State trying to get fancy, trying to clip right now, and GMU is trying to take advantage of that as it's to the box again. Nosher not able to beat their man. Now time ticks down, just about 10 seconds left. They need a goal now and maybe a kickoff play, but that's just gonna be desperation at this point. A long shot for sure, as Knock will kill even more time. To the corner it goes. Michigan State wins another one. They'll go up 3-1 in the standings here with another victory here in the best of 3 against George Mason. Another strong performance for MSU.
Yeah, Michigan State looking like a complete team right now in day 1 groups. Really just positive performance from all members on the side of Michigan State. And you can also see on the side of GMU, they looked like they had some good moments, right? But they weren't able to keep that up and keep that consistent to really push Michigan State to their limit.
Again, like I said, I mean, this George Mason team, shout out for what they were able to do in seasons past. But you can only summon that so many times sometimes when you're not putting in exactly the same effort that you have over the past years. But you love to see those little sneak peeks of it, right? And for George Mason, you're still out here having a good time, hanging out at the Hangout in Myrtle Beach, by the way. It's been an awesome time. And by the way, there's a band playing outside for all of you around here. So yeah, it's been a great afternoon as a whole, Ben. It's been a pleasure, no doubt.
Yeah, good day 1 here for Boost on the Beach. Day 2, of course, coming up. We're going to finish off a few more group stage matches, and then we're going to start our single elim bracket, I believe, tomorrow starting around 2 o'clock. But yeah, all of these squads have a lot to prove and have been proving it over day 1 here. And I'm excited to see what happens going forwards.
Yeah, that's right. Like you mentioned, Ben, correctly, we have, of course, the group stage finishing up tomorrow, and then, like you said, single elimination bracket it is. These teams will be fighting over the $5,000 prize pool that we have here for their colleges. $3,000 the first place, second place $1,500, and third place $500. Day 1 here. And, of course, the rest of the groups will be for seeding. So that's what these teams are fighting over. And Michigan State just put themselves in prime position from this Group B with an excellent performance here today. Ben, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats here from Michigan State and George Mason. See how it became the sweep that it was. Again, George Mason kept it super close. But stats don't lie here. I mean, Michigan State won in just about every department.
Yeah, and you can see, right, the shots coming through pretty evenly spread out on the side of Michigan State. But when you look at George Mason, there was a lot of shots taken on their side, but they just weren't able to capitalize and get those to the back of the net. The defense paying dividends there for Michigan State. The team play for Michigan State as well, getting these clears and really waiting for their time to strike, setting up these passing lanes was just better than George Mason today.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about the grade A chances. Even though shots heavily favored George Mason throughout the entirety of this best of 3, which is only 2 games. I mean, look at the amount of shots they took. 18 plus 6, quick math, 24 shots in 2 games. And you had basically no goals to show for it, unfortunately, the 3 deficit. But that's because the defense of Michigan State made save after save and looked impressive in this Group B moving forward. So it begs the question here, Ben, who are you looking for as your number 1 team moving on to not only the rest of the group stage, but also in the bracket as well?
Well, the rest of the group stage, right, I think we saw Ole Miss, right, sitting at the top at 3-0. Expect them to continue that and possibly finish 4-0 in the group here. But Michigan State, I'm liking what they're doing, right? They're playing very cohesive and very together so far in this tournament, and I think they could be an upset team right now, right? We see Ole Miss. I think they did face each other, Ole Miss coming up on top in that exchange, but it's hard to beat a team twice, right?
It's so difficult. Yeah, I mean, any team here is going to give you a challenge here. Now, you ask Lunar of this Ole Miss team, he's like, yeah, right. he's that guy. He's going to be like, yo, it was not a challenge at all. Just wait until Championship Sunday. And Ole Miss, they're going to have a run for their money for sure, because remember, Harrisburg from that Group A side.
Yes.
Also 4-0, also looking incredibly sharp. Not only that, they beat West Virginia here 2-1 in the series, but in 2 of those games, the 2 wins, it was by 4 goals or more against West Virginia. I mean, this team means business, and Harrisburg is certainly going to be one of the favorites. Also in Group A, got to give a shout-out to my boys at UNC Charlotte. That's where I went to school, and they actually put together quite an impressive day. 2-2, I know you want it to be better, but at the end of the day, I thought they played great for expectations versus reality.
Yeah, and Northeastern, right, sitting at 0-4, I don't think really does justice of how good that team really is, right? They have a very good team over there at Northeastern. I think they mentioned that they're a bracket team, right?
Yep, that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, they're a bracket team, right? So just wait till bracket stage, and they're going to come out swinging for the fences there. So, yeah, excited to see what goes on in day number 2.
Well, it wouldn't be a series if we didn't get to talk to the winners, right? We're talking to the winners of Michigan State here. Kyler, who you got with you?
Bearlad, I'm happy to answer that for you. I've got the man, Rocket Man himself, sitting here right next to me. Yo, congratulations. Very strong day today. You guys finished 3-1. Only lost to Ole Miss. Very strong team, right? So you guys are posing yourself very well going into tomorrow. I just wanted to kind of talk to you about what the experience was like, right? I mean, you guys have done very well to set yourself up here. What's your guys' game plan kind of going in tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it was really helpful to get day 1 under our belt, see all the teams here. You know, we'll go back and watch some film, and I think we can beat any team here, really. I feel pretty confident going into day 2.
I think you guys demonstrated that exceptionally well, man. Seriously, you guys are going to be one of the stronger teams heading into tomorrow for a while. I mean, after today, being in this environment, tell me about how it kind of compares to other LAN experiences that you've had.
Yeah, I think this is my 3rd LAN. I'm a senior, but this blows every other LAN out of the water. I mean, this is incredible. The space is so unique. It's so cool. The format is great, and a lot of really good competition here. So this is awesome, and really grateful to be here.
We're thankful that you guys are here as well, man. Congratulations again on the very strong day. Guys, that is going to wrap it up here for us. Day 1 of Boost on the Beach 2024. Be sure to tune in. I'll be sad if you won't, man. Like, don't do that to us, all right? We'll be going to you live sharp at 11 a.m. So jump back into the stream then. We're going to finish off our group play before moving into the single elimination bracket. Family, I love you. Be safe. We'll talk to you later.
Go!